Chapter 401 Memory Metal. Saran did not answer the question. He looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to have pierced it and saw some fragments of the future. The stars under the night sky have been very dim. As time went by into late April, some stars became very inconspicuous. The moon looked a bit grey as if it was covered with a layer of haze. There were still 8 months to the end of this year, which should be the safest 8 months for Saran. When next spring comes, perhaps he would not be as relaxed and calm. The Oriental dancer looked up at the sky, and she seemed to be in a trance. She then murmured, "Have you heard of the legend of the East?" "What legend?" Saran played with the fire and said in a deep voice. The Oriental dancer stood up and looked at the moon. Then said softly, "When all the stars in the sky become dim, a demon star will break through the sky. There will be a huge disaster at that time." It is said that there have been rumors in many places. It seems that the monks are also secretly preparing for something. In the eastern countries, it's said that many ascetic monks have come out from seclusion, including the high ascetic monks of the Prajna sect. The actions of the monks had made many people feel uneasy. After finishing this task, I'm going to head back to the eastern countries. Her Highness has told us to evacuate the surroundings of the Death Desert by the next half of the year. Although I don't know what would happen. Oriental Empress, with a profession level of over 30. This woman was a legend amongst the legends. It was not surprising that she could detect the signs of the Avatar's crisis in advance. The Death Desert bore the brunt of the Avatar's crisis. There were too many evil things sealed here, but there were no monasteries suppressing them. It was easy to become a place of chaos and massacres. It's also good to get out of here. Saran turned around and looked at the woman behind him. The Oriental dancer had a charm that was different from the other women. This exotic style made them easily receive favors from other people. But this did not include Saran's, because the woman in front of him was likely to want to use this chance to get closer to him. If one wanted to use a person as a metaphor for the Oriental dancer, she was just like the 10th insect of the demon sects. The Eastern Empress was proficient in charm skills. The lethality of the dance would never be much weaker than that of the heavenly demon dance. Moreover, they had a close relationship with the brothels in the eastern countries behind the scenes. Many Oriental dancers had statuses at the top of the brothels, but behind the scenes, they were actually ruthless assassins. Saran stood up, looked at the woman in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "It's time. It's time for someone else to keep watch at night. You'd better rest earlier today. Tomorrow we will be able to go underground to the bottom." The second watchman was the Oriental Ronin. He sat by the fire with his sword in his arms and glanced at the Oriental dancer, but he had a face that was lacking interest. After a while, he stabbed a scorpion with his sword and baked it on the fire. Unexpectedly, he actually drank some alcohol. The night passed by very quickly. The next day, the workers were pushed to work again. Once it was reaching noon, their speed was much faster. They dug up the broken walls of some tattered buildings, but a little accident happened again. After digging a wall, suddenly a lot of scarabs came out of it. The scarabs swarmed out in a frenzied way. All of a sudden, they submerged the 3 closest workers. Not to mention these ordinary people, even the other professionals that were present, especially the Oriental dancer, could not help turning a little white when she saw the dense amount of scarabs. Desert scarabs. They were like marching ants in the outer islands. Creatures that could submerge even high-grade professionals. Fire. Saran had been prepared for this for a long time. Soon after his order was given, someone poured down the fire oil at the side of the passage. Then the fire spread around the passage and burnt for a full 10 minutes, which drove the scarabs to the other places. There were many burnt scarabs at the entrance of the passage. Perhaps there were even thousands of them. Many ancient ruins of the desert had these kinds of creatures. If one did not prepare in advance, they would feel their heads go numb if they saw them. 2 dead and 1 wounded. The casualties were still within Saran's expectations, although they had only just reached the edge of the underground remains. "Get ready to enter." Saran looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "Take the torches. The rest of you go prepare." Below this part should be the ancient ruins main square. There should be some dirty things in it. We have to get rid of them before we can continue to dig the passage. If ordinary people went down, they were just sending themselves to die. Saran had to clean up some of the monsters so they could go in and continue to dig. I've been getting impatient while waiting. The dwarven juggernaut knocked his shield, jumped up from the sand dune, and said excitedly, "Are there any treasures below? Didn't you say you were clear about what was going on inside? There should be something good around the square, right? A treasure trove." Except for Saran and the Oriental dancer, all the people here came for wealth. Saran took a look at him and nodded. There should be some. According to the distribution of buildings in the period of the Arcane Empire, there should be many arcane gold coins nearby. This kind of gold coins are very valuable, and the exchange ratio with gold emeralds should be about 1:10. Arcane gold. In short, it was gold refined by alchemy. The gold had a strong consistency. The gold production technology of the Arcane Empire was at least 2 times ahead of the current era. Is it really worth that much? The dwarven juggernaut was a little excited and said, "Isn't that 1,000 gold emeralds if I were to find 100 coins?" Hearing what he said, both the Oriental Ronins and the Desert Warrior's expression wavered. It was normal to find thousands of ancient gold coins in an underground ruins exploration. That is to say, there was an income of tens of thousands of gold emeralds without counting the other treasures. Don't be happy too early. Saran frowned a little and said in a deep voice, "There may be some guard golems who have not been damaged. Our task is to clean up the square first, then explore the other areas." The dwarven juggernaut slammed his chest and said seriously, "I know. It's not the first time that I've explored ruins. Don't worry, I won't do anything brashly." Boom. There was a slight collapse in the passage as if a wall had been knocked down. Saran looked down and said, "Prepare the ropes. We have dug an entrance. It looks like it's more than 30 meters deep. Torches, hook locks, and pulleys." As a rogue, Saran was at the front. Although he could easily go down with the aid of levitate, he still slowly slid to the bottom using the ropes. At present, no one knew that his sub-profession was a wizard. It was better to keep it a secret for the time being. Safe. Saran's night vision ability was very strong. He glanced around the surroundings. Then, he subsequently lit the torch and stuck it properly. In a serious voice, he went, "You can come down now." The second one that came down was the dwarven juggernaut. He was the orthodox meat shield with a heavy armor of more than 60 catties, which could only be worn by dwarven fighters. They have extraordinary strength, the highest constitution in a conventional race. The dwarves who did not advance could have their constitution reach 19 points if they had rather good talent. Besides their height, dwarven fighters were top-level meat shields in all aspects and were naturally good at ridiculing others. Bong. His landing was rough because of the weight. The sound reverberated in the dead silent underground, and soon there seemed to be some slight movement around. One should never expect the juggernauts to move around quietly. Saran listened to it for a while, and his face gradually turned serious. He said in a deep voice, "Come down quickly. Get ready to fight." The Desert Warrior and Oriental Ronin were all the melee professions of the dexterity aspect. They soon landed on their feet, while the Oriental dancer landed quietly. Woo! Strange sounds came from all directions, which made people feel a little creeped out. Damn it. After hearing this, the dwarven juggernaut whispered, "I see the undead. Ghosts." A faint blue flame emerged. The breath of the undead merged with the cold wind. The enclosed underground remains should be less ventilated, so the experienced ones would know that they have met the undead. Spirits. Will-o-wisps. It seems that there are skeleton undeads nearby. Saran frowned and looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the holy water and apply them on your weapons." Everyone should not be too far apart. No one knows what monsters are here. Woo! A translucent figure appeared, and the spirits buried together with the city rushed towards them. Clank. Saran slashed with his sword in a flash. There was energy damage to the curved sword icing teeth. He could directly deal with these half-animated and half-real undead creatures, I hate the undead. The lumbering dwarven juggernaut had no idea how to deal with the spirits. He could only look around and find a skeleton undead challenge rating 6 that was waking up. All that were present were high-grade professionals. If they were put out in the open, each of them was also a leader of a town or an organization. It was nothing to deal with this undead. The fight lasted only a few minutes. All the undead were resolved. Saran put away his curved sword and started to light the torch. This was the first stop to explore underground relics. Because it sank deep into the desert, many places were buried, and the exploration must be done gradually from here. Although the light slowly became abundant, everything in front of them also lit up. This was a square with a large diameter. In front of it was the broken obelisk. Half of the square was buried, and the other half was where they dug. If Saran did not find the place, perhaps it would be useless for them to dig it up to this point, unless they forcibly dug up all the earth and sand. There was a passage near the square. This was the past streets of the city, which was very wide. However, many of them have been buried, and the houses have collapsed rather severely. Only a few of the buildings in front of them were completely preserved. Preserving these places intact was not simple, and without a doubt, there were traces of arcane remains. It should be this position. Before Saran took action, he still prepared to have them taste a little sweetness. After all, they were all high-level professionals, so it was hard for them to work hard without seeing benefits. He still had a deep impression within his memory. There was a place nearby with many spoils. Follow me. Sran looked up a bit. Since it has been buried for thousands of years, it was a lot firmer, but this did not rule out the possibility of an abnormal collapse. He did not want to be buried under the sand. The party walked carefully. As they got closer to a fairly complete building, some plants appeared unexpectedly in front of them. There were mottled marks on a wall, as well as incomplete artificial crystals. This was the craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire. They used artificial crystals to transmit magical energy. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Reserve energy activated. Arcane energy device activated. Level I defense system activated. The cold mechanical sound resounded. Suddenly, there was a dull sound coming from the wall in front of them, followed by the heavy footsteps. A puppet golem, which was made of iron and was as high as 3 meters, stepped out. Saran stepped back alertly and had the dwarven juggernaut stand in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "It's a puppet golem from the Arcane Empire. Be careful. They may have the means to use energy attacks." As long as the underground remains were related to the Arcane Empire, it was easy for them to encounter these iron golems because they completely replaced the city guards during the era of the Arcane Empire. Target found. Arcane Energy Guard type I received the attack command. Clank. In front of him, the arm of the iron golem suddenly turned, and then a black cannon muzzle came out. This was a craft of a golem rarely seen in the current era. Saran just took a look at it, then his face changed and went, move. Boom, 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 boom. 3 energy cannons accurately hit where they were, directly blasting out pits on the ground. Their power was not that far from that of the mortars. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The dwarven juggernaut spat out the mud, roared, and guarded with the shield in front of him and rushed over, shouting, "Dunedin hates puppet golems. Die." Iron monster. The hill dwarves also once had brilliant alchemy but was finally destroyed in the hands of the dwarven defenders construct golems that they had created. Clank. The piercing sound of metal impacts. The dwarven warrior slashed the thigh of the iron golem with an axe, and sparks came out directly. Attack the position of the joints. Saran also moved, and he went around from the side. The one who also reacted quickly was the Oriental Ronin. He glided and slashed his sword towards the leg joint of the golem. Activate. Energy shield. Elemental fission shield activated. Not enough energy. Failed to activate the elemental fission shield. Arcane energy guard type I switched to melee form. Under the attacks of Saran and others, the joints of the iron golem began to operate like a transformer, transforming rapidly. The black muzzle entered the body, transforming into a light gold square shield and a huge sword forged by the arcane metal craftsmanship. At the same time, The part where its leg was split began to repair gradually. The metal seemed to be recovering back to its original appearance. Memory metal? Saran's face suddenly changed, and then his expression was a little surprised. He murmured, "Is this a high-level construct golem?" Chapter 402 Combat Expertise. Memory metal. As long as the cutting-edge technology of the Arcane Empire was not completely damaged, it could gradually recover its original appearance. This was an alchemy process that could only be used on the high-level construct golems of the Arcane Empire. Memory metal enabled this kind of golems to have the ability of self-repair and could employ a very strong endurance effect in battles. For example, just like what Saran had seen in front of him, the high-level construct golem obviously had a scar cut on the leg, but soon, it had recovered its original appearance. Memory metal had a great relationship with the weapons of the Githyankus in the Star Realm. Many wizard organizations were secretly studying this metal to strengthen their puppet golems. Unfortunately, the current progress was not that great. Focus all our attacks in one place. Saran twisted his body to avoid the giant sword wielded by the high-level construct golem, and at the same time, he made a backhand slash at the joint of the enemy's leg. The puppet golem's strength was infinite, and only the dwarven juggernaut could resist it head-on. If the rest of them hit it hard-on, they would absolutely sustain injuries, if not death. Fortunately, because of it being buried in the underground world for a long time, the energy of the high-level construct golem was insufficient, or else, Saran really did not know what terrifying means of attack it contained. This level of construct puppet golem was sometimes quite similar to the simplified version of Transformers. Clank. There was a sound of metal colliding, and the alloy metal technology in the era of the Arcane Empire was very strong. The iron armor of the high-level construct golem made Saran felt like he was taking a cold weapon to dismantle a tank. The strength of this alloy steel was enough to reach the level of aerospace technology standards, so Saran had a tough nut to crack, and felt a sense of helplessness, not knowing where to start. Golems were highly resistant to spells, ignoring most of their negative states, and could only be forcibly torn apart if one was to deal with them. I didn't expect to encounter the situation that was jokingly called tearing apart a Gundam bare-handed at that time. Saran slid 3 meters sideways, then turned from holding the sword in one hand to holding it with 2 hands, and unleashed sword form horizontal slash to slash at the position of the knee of the high-level construct golem. The series of attacks had finally taken effect. The recovery ability of the memory metal was damaged by continuous assaults. The body of the high-level construct golem shook for a while, and then its movement became slower and more awkward. Its leg's joint was damaged. "Now's a good chance." Saran immediately looked quite happy and said in a deep voice, "Attack its other leg and destroy its ability to move." Dash. Storm slash. The enemy's movement speed was damaged. In the beginning, the Oriental Ronin, who was a little bit tied up, suddenly became braver. Among all of them, he was the only one who was slightly more towards the fighter professions who did not wear heavy armor. Now that the enemy's movement was damaged, he could finally let go and start attacking. One could only see that this Oriental Ronin's left hand was like a storm. The skill was a bit like Batajutsu. In a flash, he lashed out 3 slashes, and it all accurately hit the same position. In the next moment, the other leg joint of the high-level construct golem had obvious cracks after being slashed. "Is he related to the Storm Ronins?" Saran glanced at him and said to himself, "Well, he's probably a Ronin advanced from the Oriental Rangers." There were many special advanced professions in Eastern countries. Saran was most impressed by the Fistmaster spread from the Eastern world. In the Eastern countries, there were many professionals who specialize in a skill, and would think that this skill could finally produce a special fit with the heavenly way, nature and the world. Boom. The huge heavy sword was smashed by the high-level construct golem, and the dwarven juggernaut, who had resisted hard once, did not continue going ahead anymore, and towards the end, he started using his short stature to avoid the attacks. "Let me." Saran jumped out of the regiment and put away his curved sword icing teeth. Instead, he replaced it with a small dagger with a light golden luster. He opened his mouth and said to the desert warrior who was fighting, Distract it, and I will cut off his leg. Curved sword icing teeth was a piece of legendary equipment without a doubt, but its cutting ability was no better than the dagger in Saran's hand because this dagger was a weapon forged by incorporating a lot of refined gold. Among all the special metals, the hardness and cutting ability of refined gold was the most amazing. Real gold weapons could even be used to cut diamonds. This dagger was much more useful than much legendary equipment when cutting metal. Sword form spinning strike. Followed by lots of sparks, Saran curled and rushed to the side of the high-level construct golem, and at the same time, the dagger in his hands sliced through with a cold light, directly slashing through from the broken part of the iron armor. Glang! There was an obvious loud crack. When Saran's figure rushed forward to avoid the swinging shield, the high-level construct golem behind him immediately shook and rumbled, then fell back to the ground. One of its legs was cut off. As expected, a rogue still needs equipment to eat. Many skills are useless without complementary weapons. Saran put away the refined gold dagger with a backhand and then took out the curved sword icing teeth again. The dagger was too short, too small, and too difficult to use. Even though he had trained the skills of using dagger, Saran still did not like this kind of short and powerful weapon. Clank clank clank. The high-level construct golem with one leg cut off suddenly became a live target, and its incomplete movement speed was basically difficult to threaten the rest on the scene. But another problem has arisen. It seemed to have activated the defense mode, and used the heavy shield to protect the front of its body, and made people feel like they were facing a tortoise shell. Breaking one leg made it give up most of its attacks, and the intelligent commands from the Arcane Empire could actually let it know that it should turn into defense mode when it was in a disadvantaged state. At this moment, all of them were a little dumbstruck. It was not that they could not kill it, but it was obvious that the other party was in a defensive counterattack posture. Unless one could cheat it out a counterattack, it was likely that once one attacked, they would be within the sweeping range of the giant sword. Damn it. Saran's face was a little ugly. He murmured, this golem still had the ability combat expertise. In the present era, the puppet golems did not have any skills or abilities. In other words, only the high-level golems in the Arcane Empire could be used by the great arcanists to input some special combat expertise. It was absolutely depressing to encounter such high-level golems. It's such a tough nut to crack. The dwarven juggernaut took a step back with his axe and gasped a little. What now? This idiotic thing is staying in its place to defend. Should we go around it? No way. Saran shook his head and said, it's safer to settle it now. Combat expertise, a defense ability that would make one disgusted. It was equal to giving up attacking and paying more attention to defending. At the same time, while paying more attention to its defense, it would carry out a part of a defense counterattack. It was better for others to have mastered this ability. At least, they could break through the defense ability in many ways. However, when the ability was mastered by a high-level puppet golem made entirely of iron, the situation becomes one that would give people headaches. Coven me. Saran frowned and thought for a moment. Then the pale gold dagger appeared in his palm, and he said in a deep voice, help me attract its attention, and I will find a chance to destroy its energy core. There was no energy source. No matter how powerful the construct golem was, it was still a heap of scrap metal. Saran had to be covered for such a dangerous thing. Chapter 403 Killing with a sharp blade. The rest continued to harass the high-level construct golem. Saran was constantly going around it in circles, looking for its breakthrough point. The energy core was generally placed in the most tightly protected place. These kinds most likely had their energy cores inside their chest, not their head. This was because no matter from any angle, the chest was the easiest place to protect. The high-level construct golem could block most of the attacks just by having the shield or the huge sword in front of its chest, so its energy core was likely to be inside the alloy steel armor at the chest. Attract its attacks. Saran turned his line of sight to the oriental dancer at the side. She was the most agile and flexible one besides Saran. She did not have much fighting power against this steel plate type of enemy. However, She was one of the few people who would surely be able to cheat counterattacks from the high-level construct golems. Saran needed her to open a breaching point, or the shield would have been too uncomfortable. Dash, hazy dance, dash, moonwalk. The Oriental dancer was very fast. She seemed to take light skips, dancing until her figure gradually became hazy. When she moved to the side of the high-level construct golem, she suddenly waved a dagger and stabbed forth. Glang! Unsurprisingly, the high-level construct golem blocked the attack with a heavy shield, and under the combat expertise state, its protection ability has increased by at least 3 levels. The huge sword swept down. The Oriental dancer's expression was not worried at all. A light twist, tapping with the tip of her foot gently, like something similar to a dance skill, she evaded. At this moment, Saran, who had been waiting for the chance since the start, finally moved, and his figure disappeared in the shadows. Dash, evade gaze. Saran's figure disappeared on the spot. Next moment, he appeared at the side of the high-level construct golem, or rather, he appeared directly in the arms of the high-level construct golem. Half a second ago, the high-level construct golem blocked the attack of the Oriental dancer with a heavy shield and then swept across with the huge sword. This moment, the shield in his hand was slightly raised, and under the light of the nearby torch, the shield formed a shadow, and it cast on itself. Then, Saran's figure jumped out of the shadows. It was a crazy move. It was like walking on a tightrope. No, it was like dancing on the tip of a knife. Saran appeared close to the high-level construct golem, and the cold alloy steel armor of the other party directly touched his arm. In this scenario, as long as the reaction speed of the high-level construct golem was a little faster, he could instantly close his arms to trap Saran, and the huge force was enough to strangle him to death directly in its steel arms. However, Saran was still a step faster. After appearing directly by the side of the high-level construct golem with Shadow Leap, a pale golden cold light appeared in his palm. Subsequently, one could see the refined gold dagger accurately penetrated the chest of the high-level construct golem, accompanied by the crackling fire imploding. The puppet golem in front of them trembled for a moment, and then its arms fell down powerlessly. Pada. Saran landed. His chest was a little undulating, and it seemed that he had just consumed a lot in a moment. This kind of risky action was somewhat frightening, but it seemed that he had successfully hit the energy core of the enemy. If he did not hit his enemy's critical points, perhaps he could only launch Shadow Leap again to escape from the enemy's attack range. Dead at last? The dwarven juggernaut sat on the ground, panting and muttered, "This thing is more powerful than the dwarven defenders." No wonder the Arcane Empire was also destroyed. No one paid attention to his words. After a short rest, Saran slowly stood up and said, "There should be some spoils in there. You guys can go and collect it." Spoils. Hearing Saran's words, the dwarven juggernaut quickly got up and walked inside. Go go go. Let's see what's good in there. The rest looked at each other and helplessly followed. As normal adventurers, they were more concerned about how much benefits they could receive. Saran stood still in place. He was the pirate king who ruled the 3 seas now. His net worth was enough to rival a ruler of the small kingdom. The only thing that really attracted him here was an item that was undoubtedly a divine weapon for any rogues: the cloak of proof against detection. The other one standing at the same spot was the Oriental dancer. She seemed to be very interested in the high-level construct golem in front of her. She softly said, "Is this the craft of the Arcane Empire? They undoubtedly have amazing wisdom." Saran ignored her. He reached out and took out some tools, and then began to dismantle the high-level construct golem in front of him. Although Saran was not an orthodox wizard, and he did not know much about alchemy, many of the parts in it were of the technological level of the Arcane Empire, which was very useful for Gloria's research. The challenge rating of this toy was perhaps close to level 20. It was also so easy for them to deal with it. More importantly, it was because of the enemy's energy shortage. The elemental fission shield sounded very sophisticated. Dang dang dang. Saran quickly disassembled the high-level construct golem into parts. Some things that looked like the construct's body were all kept by him, and then he collected some samples of memory metal. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the Golem technology was very exquisite, and the parts in it were more than 10 times more complex than the current Golem technology, which made people feel like they were disassembling robots. Saran found the energy core that was destroyed by himself in the chest of the Golem and something similar to a crystal block in its brain. This should be its intelligence system, right? Saran held the purple crystal block in his hand and went with a heavy expression. It could still input a special ability into the puppet Golem. How did the spellcasters in the Arcane Empire do it? It was something very sophisticated. It could even be said that it was at the level of artificial intelligence. Saran became more and more curious about the technological level of the Arcane Empire. He did not know how to start researching this sort of topic at all, so Saran put it away directly and prepared to take it back for Gloria to see if she could find something out of it, and at least help her to improve her iron golems. If the puppet golems could input skills and abilities, its growth would be terrifying. Very soon, the dwarven juggernaut and 2 others came out of the room in the front. They brought out a lot of good things, as well as some light purple complete crystals. It was not clear whether it was an artificial crystal or a natural crystal. Looking at their expressions, it should be that the income they got was quite satisfactory. That was good. Saran wanted to satisfy them so that these people could really work their hardest. Chapter 404 Cloak of Proof Against Detection. The harvested spoils made the rest of their actions more preemptive. After disassembling the body of the high-level construct golem, Saran began to survey nearby terrain. Many places had collapsed or buried. The only way was to the north, but Saran wasn't going there. The scope of the underground remained very large. After all, it was a sunken city, but there were only limited places that they could explore. Unless a large amount of manpower was arranged to dig out the city, such projects would still be difficult even in the 21st century. So the exploration of relics was mainly concentrated in the core area. Have the workers come down? Saran surveyed the nearby terrain, then came to a thick wall, and said in a deep voice, "If we can get through here, we should be able to enter the inner depths. Let them bring tools down to dig bit by bit. We can't use gunpowder to explode here." The light in the square was already very strong. The torches lit up the area, and they had basically cleaned up the monsters. The Oriental dancer quickly went up and called for people to come down. After a while, dozens of workers landed using the rope timidly. They took a look at the surrounding environment, and their faces were still very scared. But at this time, they could not help it. Under the commands of the professionals, the workers began to dig the side walls. There were rhythmic hammering sounds that reverberated throughout the underground relics as if something was stirred by the vibration. Suddenly, there was a slight pulse from the deeper part of the underground relics, as well as some kind of spirit-like aura. Bala creature level 27. The Bala, sealed in the deepest part of the underground ruins, felt the vibration from above, but it could not leave the scope of the seal at all. The only people here that understood what was happening below were Saran and the Oriental dancer. But they were wise not to talk. It was better not to let other people know. The workers stopped in fear under a slight vibration but were soon pushed to work quickly. Saran could not stay here for too long. "There seems to be something here," muttered the bearded dwarven warrior. The Oriental Ronin looked at him and said in a deep voice, "There must be something under this place. We'd better hurry up." It took roughly about an hour's time. They finally cut open a passage. Unlike the square, the space inside was very narrow. The broken building supported the gap inside. Many places could only be passed by one person at a time. It was naturally Saran who was going to explore the road ahead. His most important purpose was to get the cloak of proof against detection. So the route also went directly to the general area. This legendary equipment was stored in a special room. Its owner should have been a powerful professional. Now, there was a monster there that was very difficult to deal with. This monster had once killed the adventurer team who had first explored here. Later on, it was the adventurers who worked out how to deal with it. Since Saran had come here already, He naturally had a good idea of how to kill it, but it might cost him quite a bit. The rough passage gradually widened. This meant that Sora entered another area. It should be the aristocratic residential area of the city. Even if it was broken and tattered, one could see that the buildings here were very sophisticated, and there were many marble pillars nearby. In this area, the most prominent one was a tall house, which was one of the few well-preserved buildings. From the side here, one could see 3 iron golems. Their surfaces were severely rusted. They should be rather lower and puppet golems. They were completely wasted due to the loss of the energy source to power them. Be careful. Sran looked at the surroundings and said in a deep voice, "There seems to be a breath of the undead here." After hearing his words, everyone else on the scene was much more alert. There were really undead here, but it was not the ordinary undead. Saran knew what was here already way before he came. Ancient Mummy Challenge Rating 18. Mummy. One of the most common monsters among the undead were mummies. Some were made by humans, while others were mummies produced naturally for some other reasons. Mummies were most likely to occur here. They weren't difficult to deal with. An ordinary adventurer team could easily kill it, but if the word ancient was added to the head of undead, it would make it quite difficult to deal with. Ancient Mummies Greater Undead Grade 5. Challenge Rating 18. Personal Level 22, possesses spell-like abilities. 25 points for the highest attribute, 15 points for the lowest attribute, and 100,115 points for the overall attributes. Special abilities, Greater Undead Attributes, Energy Erosion, Spell-like abilities, Immunity to ordinary weapons. Difficulty, B+. At that time, when the first group of adventurers explored here, what they exterminated was the ancient mummy, a powerful undead caused by the special geographical environment. Sran looked around carefully. He knew that there were ancient mummies here, but he did not know where they were hiding. The group of people had spread out to form a defensive formation. They went closer to the building bit by bit. They did not know which passage could connect to the outside. There was even a slight sound of the wind. A rather faint but a kind of chillness that would horrify someone. Who? A strange figure passed through the darkness ahead. Saran's consciousness suddenly tightened, and he clenched the curved sword icing teeth with his hand. In a deep voice, he said, "There are monsters nearby." A faint light, little by little. It was unknown if it was that the curved sword icing teeth had detected something, or whether it was stimulated by some kind of aura. The legendary curved sword's blade seemed to have been met with something chilling and was shining faintly. The weapon was giving a warning. Ever since the legendary curved sword awakened, it seemed to have some additional special uses. Douse flames. It would emit a dazzling silver glow when it was exposed to temperatures below zero, and when there were evil creatures nearby, it would release a signal. Be careful. The rest nervously held on to their weapons. Many of them glanced at Saran's machete, and some were even jealous. After all, the number of legendary weapons was quite rare. It was fine if Saran's curved sword was not activated. But once it was activated, it would let others know that it was legendary level equipment. Who? The strange wind reappeared. There was a shadow in the dark. Ancient mummies were different from the other undead. They were actually quite fast. When the undead have reached its level, they would become a legendary level monster, and were no longer restricted by the mummy-like limitations. Even though it was immune to attacks by ordinary weapons, fortunately, no professional present here was equipped with white plate equipment. Mummies. The Oriental dancer reached out and pinched something from the ground. Her face changed slightly. As she went, this fell from its body. It was a crumpled strip of dry cloth. They didn't know how long it was preserved. There was even a foul smell on it. It looks like a high-grade mummy. The desert warrior knew a lot about mummies. He had met some of them before. He said in a deep voice, "With their speed, it will be hard to deal with them." The mummy was not in a hurry to attack. Its wisdom was not bad, and it knew that the adventurer team in front of it was not so easy to deal with. When Saran's eyes turned, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Stay where you are and be on guard. I'll lead it out." Evade gaze. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, But he was not looking for traces of the ancient mummy. Instead, he quietly sneaked towards the building ahead. That was where the legendary cloak of proof against detection was. Saran especially came here for this equipment, which was undoubtedly a godly artifact for the rogues. Now that he has found it, it was naturally the most important thing to get it first. Hearing Saran's words, the others immediately formed a defensive formation, and he himself had to go sideways and feel bit by bit, and then quietly sneaked into the room from the broken window. He was very clear about his memories here. There was a hidden room within the room, in which there was the cloak of proof against detection kept in the box. But there was a magic trap on the box. Forcibly opening it would trigger a disintegrate. There was no way out. They were in the remains of the Arcane Empire. The traps were high level, even when Saran was at his peak. But it was not totally impossible. By knowing what kind of trap it was much easier to break it. Creak. A slight noise came out. Saran entered the hidden room quietly, and a lot of things appeared in front of him. There was a layer of dust accumulated through time on the bookshelves. However, the other well-preserved items were basically extraordinary level items, some alchemy equipment, some unknown potions, a dark blue robe dress, and special quality stuff and so on. Undoubtedly, the one that was the most eye-catching was the box in the corner, which was the most valuable thing in the surroundings and the only piece of legendary equipment. The box had a special enchanted craft. Even after thousands of years, it remained fully intact. Silver-white metal. There were strange patterns on the surface. It was the engraved magical patterns. Any actions of forcibly destroying the box would activate the magic trap on it. One couldn't just break through it with brute force. In the past, the adventurer team found it, and because they had no way to remove the magic trap, they let the fighters directly break it. The fighter was directly disintegrated. Disintegrate level 6 spell. Disintegrate transmutation. When cast, a green light will be shot at the target, causing 240 spell damage at most. It can directly disintegrate any inanimate matter and influence the field effects. Any enemy hit by disintegrate must pass a mandatory immunity test. If they fail, they could possibly be disintegrated. If they pass, the damage will be reduced. This magic trap was at a very high level. In the past, the strength of the fighter who opened it was of a high grade, and the defense fighter at a profession level of about 16. In the end, the fighter and even his equipment disintegrated in an instant. Even with Saran now, he did not have much assurance to swallow either. However, there was a flaw for disintegrate. It only worked on the first target hit. Saran could not remove this magic trap unless his disarm trap ability was as high as 200 points. So, the only way to open this box was to risk it and release the disintegrate or use a way to cross the planes to avoid this attack. He made a circle in place. Then Saran moved the bookshelf a little bit, just nice having the shadow over him. And then he took an alchemical crystal bottle in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Soren took a deep breath, swung his curved sword icing teeth, and hit the box directly in front of him. Clank. As a muffled sound resounded, Saran suddenly released the crystal bottle in his hand. Meanwhile, his figure became blurred in the shadows, and the next moment appeared a meter away. Shadow leap. A green light appeared, and in a blink of an eye, shot where Saran had been. Then he saw that the crystal bottle which he had loosened his hand was directly disintegrated, like ice and snow melting away without leaving any traces. It's broken. There was a sound of a strange wind outside. The movement here attracted the ancient mummies wandering outside. Saran did not think too much. He smashed the box in front of him without looking at other things. He picked up a black cloak and put it on his body. Cloak of proof against detection. I'm finally one step ahead. Having this equipment, which is undoubtedly a godly level artifact for rogues. Item type: Cloak of proof against detection. Item level: Grade 3 legendary item. Description: This is a legendary cloak. Anyone wearing it will not be seen or found by any spells. It's immune to all detection spells. except for creatures with a natural ability to see through invisibility. Even the avatar that was reincarnated by the gods would not find the person wearing it using a detection spell. However, it is not omnipotent. Although this legendary cloak can make people immune to detection spells, there is no way to hide other movements in invisibility. Requirements: none. Equipment effect 1, sneak plus 30. Equipment effect 2, proof against detection energy field, immune to any invisibility detection spell. No enemies can use a spell to disrupt the invisibility of the legendary equipment wearer. Saran's figure slipped into the shadows. This legendary equipment did not have many additional abilities. Other than an addition of proof against detection energy field, it only added 30 points to sneak. But for Saran, it was already a huge effect. After putting on this cloak, when he sneaked again, there was barely any trace of him. It was as if he completely integrated into the darkness. Click. A slight noise came. A shadow gradually approached from the outside, and the figure of the ancient mummy appeared outside the hidden room. However, it did not find any traces of Saran but looked around in a daze. The undead had a certain ability to sense invisibility. However, after wearing the cloak of proof against detection, only creatures born with true vision could find the traces of Saran. Chapter 405 Ancient Mummy. The rogues were pretty overpowered. Although spellcasters had all kinds of abnormal means, and fighters were resistant to all kinds of attacks, the rogues were naturally proficient in various skills did not lack achievement. For example, killing monsters of more than 10 monster level by leaping over the level gap, diving into dungeons of challenge rating 12 or above to steal treasures, or playing a bit of astonishing acrobatics with the help of high dexterity. This was not something out of the ordinary. Rogues were a profession system that makes it easy for people to show their own advantages. They could sneak, attack, assassinate, dig holes, pick locks, steal, refine gold, make poison, had good literacy, had good acting, could listen well, and do well in the wild. Among the basic skills, there was no profession more versatile than the rogue. Rogues have the most basic skills. So after bypassing the ancient mummy, Saran had a new idea in his mind. He was going to kill the legendary grade ancient mummy because it gave as much slaughter EXP as an adult white dragon. Furthermore, Saran had less than 200,000 slaughter EXP left before entering the legend. With the cloak of proof against detection, even if he encountered a strong enemy, no one could block him if he wanted to go. The ancient mummy was not so easy to deal with. There were two main reasons for this. Firstly, it was quite resistant. As a high-grade undead, it was a meat shield. The second was that it was born with the spell-like ability of Ghoul Touch. It could affect people with negative energy erosion in the case of ordinary attacks so that people with insufficient immunity would be stunned in place. There was even a chance to get your attributes stolen. Ghoul Touch level 2 spell. After hitting the target, it triggers a mandatory test of fortitude. The target that cannot pass will enter a paralyzed state. When it is launched, it will produce a stench, making nearby enemies feel sick and become slightly affected. The immunity toward the spell is affected by the spellcaster's spellcasting level or a monster's monster level. Vampiric Touch, Ghoul Touch. These two spells were not high-level spells but very useful. The most disgusting thing about the ancient mummies was that their common attack would automatically be accompanied by Ghoul Touch. After all, his constitution was very high, and he was strong enough to rival many fighters. The people he brought here today, except for the Oriental dancer, would have a high chance of being immune to the spell. Swoosh! Saran did not go close to the ancient mummy. Instead, he pulled out his elven warbow and shot an arrow towards it. Phew! The mummy found Saran's position in a flash after being attacked, and then rushed over at an amazing speed. Prepare for battle. Saran kept the elven warbow and switched in his curved sword. As his figure rushed out of the shadow, the monster wrapped in bandages appeared behind him. Ancient mummies were different from other mummies. Their bandages were almost integrated into their bodies. Their dry skin and bandages had glued together. Thus their whole body seemed to have an extra layer of skin. A rotten smell was everywhere. The Oriental dancer wrinkled her nose involuntarily, but the others had not noticed the smell. It's an ancient mummy. The desert warrior learned a lot about mummies. When he saw the monster behind him, his expression immediately changed and said, "Don't get touched by it. Its attack can paralyze people." However, he said this slightly too late. Seeing the ancient mummy chasing after Saran, as a qualified meat shield, the dwarf raised his shield and rushed toward the mummy. Shield charge. Pang! The ancient mummy was blocked. The dwarf fighter, who was like a wall, pushed back the mummy back. Shield strike. The two sides collided in an instant. Just as the dwarf struck the mummy, he shivered but soon recovered. He swung his heavy axe and struck it. He roared, "Damn the undead! What the hell is this?" The dwarf had passed. Among all the people here, the dwarf definitely had the highest fortitude. Seeing this, the desert warrior was relieved and then joined the battle with his curved sword. Saran had been paying attention to the movement behind him. After noticing that the dwarf could resist the spell, he was also determined to turn around and join the battle group. As long as the meat shield was not afraid of the effect of ghoul touch, it was not so hard to kill an ancient mummy. Shadow strike. Sword form beheading. Saran sprang up from the left side and cut the head of the ancient mummy in an instant. The enemy's body was extremely tough. He felt like he was cutting dry ironwood. At the same time, at the moment of contact with the enemy, it seemed that there was a piercing chill. Wing strike. The main force responsible for the damage was Saran and the Ronin. The desert warrior was the number 2 meat shield. If the dwarf was paralyzed, he would temporarily act as the main meat shield. The only one who didn't dare to get too close was the Oriental dancer. Perhaps it was psychological reasons, or her fortitude was too low. After striking the enemy once, the Oriental dancer backed off and only harassed the enemy. But it was her move that made the ancient mummies with certain wisdom list her as the prime target because she seemed to be the easiest target. Undead touch. The ancient mummy suddenly gave up its defense, only to see its whole body suddenly shrink, and then the bandage on its body suddenly flew out like vipers. It was too late for everyone to dodge. Both Saran and the Ronin were blocked by flying bandages. A row of Datu appeared in front of Saran, attacked by the ancient mummy. You are attacked by the ancient mummy's spell-like ability Undead Touch. You have been seriously eroded by negative energy. Test of fortitude failed. You take 42 negative energy erosion damage. You have been temporarily robbed of 2 points of strength, 2 points of constitution. Damn it. It was a spell-like ability that absorbs attributes. All the 4 melee professions in the field were hit. Each of them reduced their attributes by 4 points, and their combat effectiveness decreased by a large part. However, the ancient mummy did not continue to attack them. Instead, it turned its eyes to the wandering Oriental dancer and rushed over in an instant. Its bandages were like whips. Hazy dance. The Oriental dancer's face was pale, her body turned into 3 images, and at the same time, she stepped back crazily. But it was a step too late. All her images were hit by bandages, and then she remained in place as if she were stiff. Sure enough, her fortitude was not able to make her immune to the effects of ghoul touch. A look of hopelessness appeared in her eyes. Seeing the ancient mummy coming, the Oriental dancer, who was completely stiff and unable to move, could not even close her eyes. Legendary monsters always had the ability to crush the enemies below legend. The shadow of death was upon her. Just when other people had no time to rescue her, Saran's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Evade sight. Shadow jump. At this time, he didn't have to hold back. Although she and Saran were using each other, he did not want her to die like this. Pang! At the moment of desperation, Saran's figure suddenly appeared behind her shadow, and then directly ran into her body. He clenched his teeth and was ready to take the attack from the ancient mummy. Stone skin. The cold and corrosive negative energy accompanied by a stench emerged, and Saran's attributes were reduced by 4 points. In an instant, he failed to resist the test of fortitude, and his whole person stood rigidly in place. Bang! 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 A storm of strikes landed on his body. Others would need some time to rush over and save her, but Saran could use his ability and stone skin to take the hits. After 2 attacks, the stone skin gradually fell apart. Every time the ancient mummy touched him, Saran was affected by the negative energy. Any attack of the ancient mummy would have added more negative energy erosion damage of nearly 10 points. Even with Saran's HP of more than 200 points, he was still seriously injured. After all, they were not long-term teammates. The others were obviously slower to react, especially the Oriental dancer who was knocked away by Saran. She didn't think that Saran would save her in this situation at all and was stupefied for a second. This foolish woman. Saran's heart was filled with a trace of violence. When he was paralyzed by Ghoul Touch, these teammates would not be able to save him. The paralyzing effect would not disappear so soon. If he did not reveal his trump card, he was likely to be killed by the ancient mummy. Finally, Saran decided he would not hide his powers anymore. His pupils became bloodshot at once. His stiff body made a crackling sound. A violent aura emerged on him. Meanwhile, the paralyzing effect of Ghoul Touch was forcibly relieved. Slaughter Form. Chapter 406. Bala Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Slaughter, Death, and Destruction. Violent aura emerged from Saran, who had rarely activated this ability since the cost of becoming the Slaughter Form had increased. He had not used this ability even during the battles of the North Coast. However, in order to save this woman, he had to activate the Slaughter Form for self-protection. Because ancient mummies were legendary monsters, Saran was not sure if he could take another hit. Since he didn't have a cold heart, he had to pay this price. The invisible energy field erupted. When Saran went into the Slaughter Form, some of his abilities would be activated automatically. Fear Gaze Divine, Death Walk Legendary. Slaughter and Death were inseparable. When Saran changed into the Slaughter Form, real power broke out. The Oriental dancer, who was grateful for Saran saving herself, turned white when she saw what Saran had become. Even her delicate body was slightly trembling. She had a pale face as though she had seen something terrible. A row of Day 2 appeared. Activated Slaughter Form. Transformation completed. Divine Power activated. Immune to negative energy erosion effect. Undead Touch negative state is eliminated. Strength +6. Dexterity +2. Constitution +2. Wisdom +2. Combat ability converted to fighters of the same level. Resistance to any abnormal state increased by 10. The Will of Slaughter activated. Immune to mind control type spells. The Desire of Slaughter activated. You are affected by the Desire of Slaughter. If you can't satisfy the hunger and thirst of slaughter, you will go crazy. Saran's eyes became bloodshot. Facing the ancient mummy who attacked again, he suddenly raised his hand. Pang! Saran caught the attack of the ancient mummy with his bare hands. A wave of force collided. Saran stood still, but the wrist of the ancient mummy had slight bending marks. The scene in front of them shocked everyone, especially the Oriental dancer who tested Saran. She wore an incredible expression. Without any spells, Saran had only strength of around 19, but if he turned into the Slaughter Form, then his strength could reach 25. This strength was enough to crush a legendary fighter. A fighter, after entering the realm of legends, would only have a maximum strength of 25, but his constitution, dexterity, and so on would be greatly weakened. Die. Saran's expression was cold. He opened his mouth and uttered a word gently. Then, with a sharp click, he wrenched the arm of the ancient mummy violently. He raised his hand and threw the mummy down. With the shaking sound of the ground, the ancient mummy was smashed into the ground by Saran. Shang! The cold light of the legendary curved sword flashed, and a strange silver light flowed on the blade. Saran swung his sword down at it. In an instant, before the ancient mummy could even stand up, There were amazing traces on its body. Sword form beheading. Saran changed from holding the sword in one hand to holding it in both hands, leaping up and cutting across the head of the ancient mummy. Swish. The sound of an object being cut through was heard. Saran gradually took back his curved sword. Under his feet was a headless mummy. Saran slaughter form versus ancient mummy. After dealing with the ancient mummy in front of him, he turned to other people who were still there. The dwarf swallowed a mouth of saliva, his forehead was full of cold sweat while his hands trembled. The desert warrior had a scared expression. As for the oriental dancer who was saved by Saran, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, she couldn't say anything as though her throat was choked. Saran's gaze was cold and terrifying. The pressure seemed to seep into their souls, making it hard for them to even talk. The desire of slaughter. The soul of the ancient mummy had fulfilled some of the desire for killing, but even the legendary monster could not meet Saran's demand for killing now. More slaughter. Saran now seemed to be a man who had been hungry for a long time and had barely eaten half full. More desire had made him gradually out of control. Wait for me here. Saran said it with a cold voice. Then his figure suddenly flew out, and then his fist hit a closed tunnel, relying on brute force of terror to open a path. Then his figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving only 4 teammates standing there still frightened. The surroundings passed by Saran fast. Dark vision allowed Saran to easily move around here. There was some undead in front of him, but no one could stand after one strike. Even the skeleton undead of monster level 15 could only take half a hit from Saran. He reaped all the monsters he saw, expressionless. He knew that if he did not satisfy his desire, he might fall into a state of madness and kill all his teammates and human workers outside. His merciless killing continued. Saran in Slayer form was estimated to have a challenge rating of more than 18. The only one who could fight with him in the whole ruin was the Bala. Desire, a desire to kill that came from the soul. These garbage monsters wandering could not satisfy Saran's desire for killing. He needed a stronger enemy and a stronger soul to satisfy his desire for killing. The temperature was up. For some reason, the temperature of the ground had risen. If ordinary people stood on it, they may feel hot, but Saran didn't feel it at all. He saw fire. In the depth of this underground ruin, there seemed to be a reflection of firelight and a huge and distorted figure. Bala. As a greater demon from the abyss, it also felt the aura of slaughter, death, and destruction. Bala brought slaughter and destruction in the fire. Death was its favorite feast. Chapter 407 Blasphemy. Chapter 407 Chapter 53 Blasphemy. Hot flames. In the dark underground ruins, a fire was lit up near the passageway. No one knew when these torches were placed here. These lamps with grease were automatically ignited under a certain force. It was said that everywhere the Bala went, it would burn. Although there were few people who had seen this terrible monster, the legend about it was still spreading in the world. Because in the mortal realm, Bala was a very powerful enemy. The challenge rating is equivalent to the ancient red dragon, and most of the dragons in the stories were young and adult dragons. Going above, it would mean challenging the deities. The abyss was a place of chaos and evil. There were many kinds of demons. Almost every day, new kinds were born. But there was no doubt that the real owner of the abyss was the Tannery demons, which were now the 3rd generation of abyss demons. Before them, the ruler of the abyss was Obirith, the offspring of chaos and destruction. They were the creation of the first chaos demons, who had ruled the abyss for a long time. However, humans were created later on. Before the present order was really formed, human souls went into the abyss. Obirith demons were very interested in these mortal souls. They used their own chaotic power to transform these souls and finally created the Tannery demons. The demons created by the integration of the human souls were extremely powerful, and there were a large number of them. At last, chaos broke out in the abyss, and the Tannery demons turned over the 2nd generation demon lords and became the rulers of the abyss. Now, even the demonic lords in the abyss were also born of Tannery demons. They had the power of human souls. The Balas were the best of the Tannery demons, and they were also the high-grade demon who inherits the power of chaos and fire. Even in the abyss, Balors were the absolute ruling class. They stood at the top of the demonic community, next to the demonic lords. They were a small number of high-grade demons born with divinity. They had always been the main force in the Abyss battlefield. A Balor exists at the Lord level in any place in the Abyss and controls a large number of demons. Note: to challenge the Balor in the Abyss, one must face the demon army. Name: Balor high-grade demon, large outer world creature. Race: Danari demons. Attributes: Strength 35, Dexterity 25, Constitution 31, Intelligence 11, Wisdom 24, Charisma 26. Alignment: Chaos Evil. Monster level: 25+. Challenge rating: 20+. Health points: HP 360+. Divinity Shard: none. Divinity: Minor Divinity. Portfolio: Fire, Chaos, Evil. Loot: Gold Derals, +3 Abyss Beheading Sword, +3 Abyss Fire Whip. Basic skills: Cajole 310, Concentration 330, Diplomacy 350, Disguise 100, Hide 260, Intimidation 330, Literacy 300, Listen 380, Sneak 300, Search 300, Face Read 300, Spellcraft 300, Detection 380, Survival 70, Use Magic Device 310. Special skills: Entangle, Spell-like ability, Summon Demon. Personal abilities: Combo Slash, Great Combo Slash, Expert Dual Wielding, Slam, Soul Control, Greater Dual Wielding, Long Sword, Beheading Sword. Spell-like abilities: Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Greater Dispel Magic, Insanity, Power Word, Jolt, Telekinesis, Unholy Aura, Firestorm, Implosion. Gifted abilities: Flame Body. Balor. Almost any adventurer who was going to the Abyss would remember the basic information of the Balor. When Saran felt the surrounding temperature rise, a great row of data appeared in his mind. Previously, when he had ventured into the Abyss, Balor was a monster he focused on. Because in case of encountering it, you would have to know enough about it to defeat it. It was very powerful. Challenging a Balor was not so different from challenging a demigod. The hunger and thirst for killing continued. Saran's ability to reason had not been lost even though he had become the slaughter form. The only difference was there was a desire for fighting and killing. Balor was the only enemy here that could satisfy his desire for killing. Flames. A huge shadow. When Saran exited the black tunnel, he saw a bright light. In front of him stood a huge monster, which was burning all over. It had a pair of horns and broad demon wings behind it, but they were basically useless in this small underground vestige. The Balor, who was more than 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds, held a huge abyss beheading sword in his hand, which was burning with flames. The Balor also had another weapon, a +3 Abyss Fire Whip. The temperature gradually rose. The Balor was like a fireball, anything going close to it would continuously sustain burn damage. However, when Saran saw this huge monster in front of him, his legendary curved sword also had a strange silver glow from its body. It was as bright as the stars, isolating the hot flame from the outside. Meanwhile, it automatically extinguished the flames generated by the Balor nearby. This legendary curved sword once killed a Balor. After perceiving the evil and discovering a new enemy, it even trembled slightly in Saran's hands. The flame became slightly weaker. The fire on Balor seemed to dim a lot, and then a pair of heavy shackles appeared in front of Saran. The shackles with silvery white metallic cluster were bound on its hands, and there seemed to be a barb pierced on the giant demon's wing. It had been sealed here for a long time. Even though thousands of years had passed, it still couldn't break the seal here, because it was originally imprisoned by the great masters of the Arcane Empire. Demon? No, human? The pupil of the Balor was like a jumping fire. It looked at Saran, who appeared in front of it. In the old demon language, it said, "The man has the smell of slaughter. Mortal, come, set me free, and I'll give you all you want." There was a sneer in Saran's mouth, and he didn't pay any attention to the words of the Bala. Demons were all faithless, so they would not abide by any law of contract. Anyone who dealt with demons could be eaten completely by them in the end. Moreover, Saran's purpose was to take its life. Saran took out his bow and shot an arrow at the Bala. Dang! Bala instantly blocked the arrow. At the same time, the wooden part of the arrow burned instantly. Even the arrowhead made of steel showed slight signs of melting. There was no doubt that the terrible power of the high-grade demons was revealed. Unless at the legendary level, it was impossible to get close to it, because the body of Bala was a burning flame. Note: any enemy caught by Bala will receive 36 fire damage every second. The power of the seal was still there. The furious Bala roared. It took a step forward, and a faint magic aura appeared on the shackles that imprisoned him. The chain was connected to the wall behind it, on which was a huge array of 9-pointed stars. There were slight cracks on the surface of the array, and there was also debris after the battle nearby. This was left by adventurers who had explored here. Damn mortal! Bala roared. The shackles that bound his hands did not stop him from attacking Saran. Bala whipped its fiery whip toward Saran. A 10-meter-long flaming whip. The whip with flame came with the whistling wind. It was as nimble and cunning as a viper, blocking all directions for Saran's retreat. Pat! Saran's eyes were fixed, and his figure rose up in the air. He didn't mean to dodge at all. Instead, he slashed directly at the scourge of the flames. A silvery flash was seen. The flame on the whip of the flame seemed to be dim, and then it went out gradually. The Bala then yanked it back. It looked at Saran's curved sword, and the fire in its eyes moved. This weapon has a nasty smell. The first round was over. It seemed that both of them were testing each other out. Although Saran saw the shackles on Bala, he had no intention of rushing in. Even though it was sealed, a Bala was still a Bala. Its challenge rating was above 21. Saran had encountered such demons more than once. Although they were trapped, they still had the urge to fight. For example, even if Saran was unarmed and his hands were shackled, his powerful attributes and abilities could still turn him into a killing machine. The seal here was loosing. There were 2 broken pillars behind the Bala. Originally, the shackles on its hands should be wrapped around them, but now only the barb on its back was connected to the wall. This allowed it to have some freedom. Saran's brain was running fast, thinking about how to kill the Bala in front of him, and also calculating its danger. The fire whip turned into a fire again. Bala's chaotic nature made him so easily irritated. He shook the flame whip and twisted it around Saran as if he was going to pull him over. Saran once again jumped out of the way. The Bala, who was trapped by the chain in place, had a limited attack distance and reduced its danger a lot. However, when Saran jumped away from the attack, there was a grim smile on the Bala's face and shouted, "Mortal, you can't escape." Insanity. An evil magic aura appeared. The Bala raised its finger toward Saran, which cast its spell-like ability. Saran was hit. Swiftly, a row of data appeared. You've been hit by the Bala's insanity attack. Slaughter form activated. Divine energy transformed. You're immune to this spell. Saran landed safely. The Bala was in disbelief. He roared and waved the whip of fire again, and at the same time, he launched another magic ability towards Saran. Power word, Jolt. The whip of fire roared by, and the evil spell fell on Saran again. But this time Saran didn't even intend to dodge. He directly resisted the spell of Bala, and at the same time, he wielded his curved sword to block the whip. A row of data appeared. You've been hit by the Bala's power word, Jolt attack. Slaughter form activated. Divine energy transformed. HP is higher than 200. Test of fortitude passed. You're totally immune to the spell. Saran let out a sarcastic smile. He dared to come here to challenge the high-grade legendary Bala demon because he was basically immune to the control ability of the opponent. For Saran, who had strong vitality, the possibility of passing tests was quite high. Bala's control spells were basically not effective on him. In disbelief, the Bala immediately cast several spells at Saran. Telekinesis, immune. Unholy aura, immune. Blasphemy, The ancient blasphemous language was uttered from the mouth of the angry Bala. The evil language seemed to have some powerful magic power. When it uttered the depraved language, the air around it was filled with evil energy. This time, Saran paid attention. His expression changed a little. It seemed that he was suffering and crazy. His body was shaking involuntarily as if he was suffering a lot. The Bala laughed out loud. The arrogant enemy finally had one spell that worked on Saran. Blasphemy had an effect on him. Saran let out a howl of pain, and then he stood up trembling. His pupils showed a strange blood-red color, and his violent aura became more and more strong. Saran opened his mouth and then uttered the same blasphemous language. Blasphemy. A row of dense tattoo appeared in front of Saran. Chapter 408 Break Free. Chapter 408, Chapter 54 Break Free. 1 second before, when the blasphemous words came out of the Bala's mouth, Saran's brain seemed to be hit by lightning in an instant. Heat came out of his body and then all over his body. Not only that, but Saran's powerful memory seemed to be activated by some kind of power. In a flash, he memorized these blasphemous words that he couldn't understand but had some hazy feelings. This was a power belonging to the oldest demon gods, and one of the abilities that gods of the evil alignment were good at. Pain. Saran's brain seemed to be broken down by a certain force, and in a flash, he understood this ancient blasphemy language. Blasphemy. Pain. This power seemed to fit him so well at the moment that Saran had mastered it in an instant. A row of tattoo appeared. You're affected by blasphemy. Divinity of slaughter transformed. Divinity of fear transformed. Slaughter form activated. Activate eidetic memory. Activate able learner. You're in the lawful evil alignment. Divinity is minor divinity. You are immune to the blasphemy attack. The match between your evil tendency and blasphemy is 91%. Divine mastery activated. Understand a new ability. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. As the name implies, it was the special power of the evil alignment. This was the oldest blasphemy. Only some powerful and evil being with divinity could master this ability. Otherwise, you could only master the lower level of blasphemy. That was the special kind of magic ability used by the blasphemous priests in Whiterun. Some priests who were favored by gods also had this ability. If they could become the chosen or favored of the gods, this ability could be upgraded to divine word. Good and evil. Both of these camps mastered different abilities, but the power of evil was from the ability blasphemy. In normal circumstances, even if Saran wanted to master the ability blasphemy, he had to go through an unholy sacrificial ceremony and carry out the depraved blasphemous language in the sacrificial ceremony. The process of the ceremony varies according to the gods. Of course, there were many choices for the objects of this ritual sacrifice because the demons of Bottomless Abyss and 9 Hells of Bata could also give this ability. The succubus queen could also do this, and she was the easiest to please because she was the god of lust, depravity, and ethics. So, some taboo pleasures were easy to please her and get her reward. Demons, devils, and underlords could give the ability blasphemy. Although it could strengthen the user's own power, it also meant falling into their control. Saran's variation at this moment was different from all the blasphemy rituals. He automatically mastered and understood his ability. In this aspect, even he himself was a little confused. He could only vaguely guess that it was related to his alignment, the blood of slaughter, or maybe because of the minor divinity, since if the Bala in front had no master, then the blasphemous language it mastered was also because of its divinity. The body of the Bala trembled. Even if it had a strong flame body, it had suffered a lot under the power of blasphemy. Blasphemy, pain special ability, uttering the oldest blasphemy language, turning the blasphemy language into the power of pain to act on the enemy. Any non-domain power would not be able to resist this damage, causing real damage equal to your profession level plus divinity value to the target. This ability can be used once a day. Saran stood up without expression. The power of pain gradually subsided. He looked at the Bala in front of him, and his eyes had a bloodshot glow. At the moment, he seemed to be full of evil and depravity, as if some kind of shadow of the abyss demon. The Bala in front of him seemed to think of something. Suddenly, his face changed, and he said, "Son of Slaughter? No, it can't be. You're too weak." The ballad had a look of greed. It suddenly growled, stepped forward, and the barb that pierced its back was pulled tight, and then a drop of demon blood fell down the chain. The Bala made a painful howl but still did not retreat. Instead, he clenched the abyss beheading sword in his hand and took another step again. The sound of flesh and blood being torn was heard. The flame on his body was much weaker. The huge wings of the demon were torn open by the chain of imprisonment, and there were wounds on its back. Divinity of Slaughter. The eyes of Bala burst with flames and said, "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought I would encounter a descendant of Slaughter? Mortal, let us fight. The winner gets everything, the loser becomes the sacrifice." Standing before you is the descendant of fire and destruction, Barusa Kendi, a high-grade demon. Because of the chains, the Bala wouldn't be able to really kill Saran. Even if he couldn't kill the Bala, Saran could escape at any time, as the Bala was limited to a range by the chain. The Bala didn't know that Saran was in a state of thirst for killing and that he would go crazy if he didn't satisfy his desire for killing. The Bala just felt the slaughter divinity of Saran, which activated its crazy nature of demon, so in order to kill Saran, it was ready to break the shackles. Slaughter and destruction, the two most powerful forces in the abyss. Although they were not the gods who controlled these two divine powers, they still created a Bala of level 27 and Saran. Pong. There was a trace of crack on the chain connected to the wall, and there was a tearing wound on the body of the Bala. His hands were still trapped by shackles, but the chain that was locked in place was pulled out little by little. There was a sharp barb on its back, almost through its lute bone, with a strange silver rune on it, which was the power keeping it in place. But now it was forced to break away. With a stream of demon blood gushing out, the Bala roared and stepped forward. The Bala was becoming weaker, but the power of the seal was also becoming weaker. There were greed and madness in the pupil of the Bala. As long as it killed the mortal in front of it and captured the slaughter divinity, the price was nothing. As a powerful high-grade demon, it had the confidence of killing the mortal in front of him even with serious injuries. Balabrasa, Kendi monster level 27 serious wounds sealed grade 6. Saran slaughter form profession level 18 grade 4. Chapter 409 legendary rogue drops of demon blood dripped on the silvery white chain. It seemed that there was some powerful magic in it. The blood of these demons would burn like gasoline after being stained with the silver chain. The Bala looked at Saran crazily and stepped forward again. Then a stream of demon blood gushed out of the wound, just like adding fuel to the fire, making the fire spread all over the silver chain. The light on the chain was fading. It seemed that the demon blood had eroded its power and the ancient runes on it. Saran, who intended to move, stood his ground and looked at the Bala without expression. The blood of a demon. It was the source of power for the high-grade demons and their innate power. This kind of power was very precious. In the abyss, only when other demons under its command had made great contributions, the superior demons would give them this power to promote the weak demons. This kind of promotion would reduce the power of some superior demons, so it was also a rarely used ability for the higher grade demons with brutal nature. More often, the inferior demons needed to rely on killing to level up. Even though the demon had a body, they were formed from souls. The Bala was releasing his true blood. This blood was not only its vitality but also a part of its own power. With this cost, it was breaking the chain. In simpler terms, if Saran was trapped now, he would lose not only his health but also his slaughter EXP. This loss of power was permanent. The lost HP could be recovered gradually, but the lost slaughter EXP needed to be gained again. It was in this way that the Bala was breaking the seal. The price he paid would reduce his power, and he might even drop a rank directly. The Bala was willing to pay this price. After confirming that the opponent was using demon blood to corrode the chain seal, Saran was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Although the Bala was now trapped in chains, its combat effectiveness had not been greatly affected. As long as Saran was within 15 meters of it, the Bala could launch fierce attacks at any time, and even turn the nearby area into a sea of fire instantly. Saran waited silently. He waited for the Bala to break the seal. When the seal was completely removed, the Bala's strength would be reduced to the limit. By then, Saran's chances of winning would be higher. They both wanted to kill each other. For the Bala, Saran had the most delicious divine power. For Saran, killing the Bala would also be a great reward. The slaughter form limited Saran's spellcasting ability. This was not good for him, because the slaughter form was like the Tensor's transformation. Although his combat ability would be the same as a fighter of the same level, he could not cast spells. Saran could only use the ability brought by divine power, as well as the spell-like abilities possessed by his own talent. Note: casting requires concentration of will and clear mind. Slaughter, hunger and thirst greatly affect casting ability. However, Saran still had some chances of winning. Otherwise, he would not stand and wait. Previously in the Abyss, he had challenged a Bala. He was very clear about this powerful monster's fighting style. The narrow terrain here limited its flight ability, and also limited the effectiveness of large weapons. The power of Bala's sword, which was more than 2 meters long, had been greatly reduced. Saran wouldn't go into a battle he had no confidence in. Only when he felt that he had a fair chance of winning would he take the risk. Roar! Bala roared and stepped out again. At the moment, the silver chain on its back was tightened to the limit. The silver rune on it became very dim. The demon's blood turned into a raging fire and melted it little by little. The power source Bala was the fire. Its blood was the hottest fire in the Abyss. Even the seals left from the Arcane Empire could not resist this powerful blood. Crack! When Bala's huge body of more than 5,000 pounds stepped forward a step again, the already fragile chain broke. With a roar, he raised the Abyss beheading sword and rushed towards Saran. Although the moment when it lifted the seal was its weakest moment, it was also the most powerful moment for Bala. After it broke the seal with a heavy price, the Bala showed a sense of unremitting war. This powerful creature, with its huge size and its inborn strength of 35 strength. This was a level of strength that no mortal could reach. Its strength was not only because of its own spell-like abilities but also because of its powerful attribute brought by the powerful demon blood. Boom, boom. The Bala, like the bravest warrior, rushed over. The Tomitalong Abyss beheading sword was light. At the same time, the whip of fire swept from the side and directly blocked all dodging spaces of Saran. Saran could not escape. Never underestimate demon. Even though the Bala was huge, it had 25 dexterity. Note: adult dragon had 10 dexterity. Furthermore, it had greater dual-wielding ability. Regardless of any spell-like ability, the Bala could still easily crush a legendary-level fighter just by relying on its own attributes, talents, abilities, and combat skills. Unless a person could kill the Bala with one strike, even deities and saints would have to pay a hefty price against the Bala. Slam! The burning flame appeared on the Bala's sword. The sharp edge of the sword was hidden in the fire and directly cut towards Saran's head. The whip of fire came from the side with a tricky angle. The attacks came from 2 directions: shadow leap, shadow strike. Saran's eyes showed a trace of blood-red light. In the face of Bala's attack, his figure disappeared instantly. In the next moment, Saran's figure appeared in the shadow behind the Bala. He jumped less than 6 meters, then pulled out his legendary curved sword, stabbing it in the back of the enemy. A powerful strike meant that pulling back was hard. The Bala's attack, which had accumulated momentum, hit the open ground. The Abyss beheading sword directly split the ground in the roaring sound, leaving a terrible gully in the original place. A bone-piercing pain came from behind, and the Bala roared wildly. The flame whip in its hand suddenly turned to its back. The whip was a very flexible weapon. The Abyss beheading sword was a very hegemonic weapon. It was very difficult to master these 2 weapons, and only the Bala could use them so well. Sword form heavy hack. In the face of the flame whip from the side, Saran's expression did not change at all. The hot flame enveloped him. It was the fire on the Bala. Ordinary people could not even get close to this terrible monster. But Saran was not afraid of the flame because the blade was emitting a strange silver shield so that no flame could get close to his body. Time was slow at that moment. The whip of fire swept over, but Saran rolled violently from the crotch of the Bala. Its body, which was up to 12 feet and weighed more than 5,000 pounds, was too big for Saran. He had enough space to use the ground blade technique from the underdeck. With a cold and merciless cold light, Saran directly launched the sword form heavy hack under the crotch of the Bala. Shash! A gush of blood shot out. Then, like a fountain that could not be stopped, Saran cut a 30-centimeter long wound in the enemy's groin. Its great body gave it exceptional strength. But this figure also gave Saran enough space to attack it. In battles like these, Saran didn't care about honor. Damn mortal! The great pain caused the body of the Bala to tremble. No male creature could continue to fight after a hit to the groin. Saran's cold eyes did not change at all. When he rolled from the crotch of the Bala to escape, he also appeared in the lower corner of the enemy, which was also at the attack range of the Abyss Beheading Sword. The Bala, who was proficient in the two-handed attacks, shook the flame whip and immediately pulled back his hand, and at the same time, he waved the huge sword and slashed it towards Saran. It wanted to split the enemy in half, believing that 35 strength would be enough to crush the enemy. Saran smacked on the ground with his hand. The huge force pushed Saran off the ground into the air. In an instant, the heavy sword of the Bala struck the ground and left a tom at a long gap. Although he did not have the ability Shadow Realm or Shadow Step, and he could not make unpredictable attacks, Saran, with his powerful attributes, could already use many extraordinary combat skills. Sword form horizontal slash. Shadow strike. The fighting skills from the east needed to be supported by Chi. The monk's windwalk non-stealth ability, trackless step and chain steps could make them jump into the enemy's side in an instant. Saran, as a rogue, did not master these special fighting skills, but he had other ways to accomplish this. Saran suddenly kicked on the wall, and then his figure seemed to fly out like a sharp arrow. He rushed over from the left side of the Bala, and his curved sword turned into a stream of light to stab the enemy's heart. The Bala, who had been hit many times, seemed to be crazy. It almost didn't dodge, and then he waved his sword to Saran as if he wanted to die together with him. It was hard to damage the powerful body of the higher-grade demon. Its flame body was not common, and it was impossible to kill it immediately by stabbing its heart. On the contrary, it was difficult for Saran to resist the power of a heavy split from the Bala. Shadow leap. Time went slow again. Saran shot out like a sharp arrow, which looked like a ferocious attack straight into the heart of the Bala. However, just as he was 3 meters away, Saran's figure entered the reflection of the stalactite above the underground ruins. Then, for the next instant, Saran disappeared into the shadow and then reappeared from the shadow behind Bala. He shadow leapt for more than 7 meters. At this moment, the combat skills of Saran were without a doubt. He successfully launched Shadow Leap when he entered the shadow with less than a millisecond, and then appeared behind the enemy in an instant. Sword form waist chop. Shadow strike. In an instant, Saran slashed the body of Bala with both hands holding the sword, and the blood of the burning demon fell on him like fire. Saran still had no expressions, as though he was a stone-cold killing machine. This was the amount of power he had in his past. Only after entering the slaughter form could Saran's basic ability to support his legendary combat power. Chapter 410 Chapter 56 Stephen's Day Chapter 410 Chapter 56 Stephen's Day. The gentle sea wind blew over Port Mordor, and the sound of waves beating against the rocks came from afar. There were people coming and going from the port. A merchant ship loaded with goods was parked near the port. Occasionally, a group of armed and expressionless guards passed by. When the merchants saw them, they couldn't help but get out of the way in awe. Occasionally, there were legendary drows here, but they did not seem as evil as the story said they were. They just seemed a little cold and indifferent. These drows were very strict about law enforcement, and the means used to bribe other guards did not seem to have much effect on them. Stephen Hogg came down from the deck. After getting on land, he touched his money pouch and walked toward the pub. This was a pub run by a priest from the Sea Temple. On the other side of the pier was the more luxurious Golden Crown Tavern, the best place to spend money in Mordor for the most expensive wine and the most beautiful maidens. But Stephen was just an ordinary pirate. He couldn't afford to go to that kind of place for consumption. he could only occasionally drink some rum in the pub. He was also a family man, so he needed to be careful. So after thinking about it, he decided to go straight to Mordor City. Forget it. Stephen lowered his head and murmured, refusing the invite from his friends. As he went back to his residence, he thought to himself, I think it's about time I spent the money. I roughly have 300 gold emeralds now. That's enough to buy land in the city. The mainland seems to be getting more and more dangerous. I better get my family over as well. While thinking this, a smile appeared on Stephen's face. He was not young. In fact, he was already 35 years old. He was quite old among pirates. As a human, when Stephen was around 30 years old, he felt that his physical strength and energy drop. Although he had the power of a grade 2 pirate and rich combat experience, age was unforgiving, even for advanced professions. This was also true. Last time, Stephen was stabbed in the abdomen in the battle with Ashad, the Pirate King. At that time, he lost a lot of blood. Although he had recovered now, he was still not at his best. Stephen had been wandering on the sea for a long time. He had been tired of so many years of killing, so he planned to apply to become a city guard after finishing the task, switching to a more stable job. In Stephen's pirate career, he had followed a lot of pirate leaders, but there had never been anyone like Lord Saran, who made him feel like there was hope in the future. Orderly. Everything in Port Mordor was in order because there were strict rules. Although the law had not been completely established, the rules set by Lord Saran had been strictly implemented. Anyone who challenged the rules would be mercilessly crushed. Stephen had never seen a pirate leader like Lord Saran in so many years, managing the unruly pirates. Although some of the processes were bloody and cruel, that was just a small problem. When they got used to Saran's rules, they would find that life was not that bad. He no longer needed to worry about getting drunk, being robbed, and thrown in some stinking ditch, nor worry about his hard-earned wealth falling into other people's hands. Working hard meant getting rewards. Any work in Mordor allowed self-sufficiency. Even the most humble slaves could get freedom from hard work and live a good life in Mordor. Why would Stephen think that he would not have a better future than those slaves who were free? I almost have the money now. There was a paved road leading to Mordor City from the port. The neat road was repaired every other period of time. Stephen had no education, so calculation, which was a bit complicated, was a bit troublesome for him. Although he had been spending money on learning recently, it was a pity that Stephen found it hard to learn since he was old. He could now only calculate with his fingers as he walked along the road. With my past achievements, I should be able to buy a piece of land south of Mordor City at the most favorable price. I could probably get 15 mu of land. Note, mu is a similar unit to an acre. 1 mu is roughly 6 acres. These lands had been reclaimed by slaves. Looking at the growth of the land, we should have a good harvest this year. After buying the land, I will spend some money to buy 2 slaves from Shipwreck Bay to cultivate it, and even if I am old, I will have a good life in the future. After I get the title deed, I bring my family over. Then, I'll spend some money to hire a priest to hold a wedding. Hee hee. Stephen's face showed an honest smile. It made his left face, which had some scars, seem less scary. He had someone he liked. She used to be a wanderer in Shipwreck Bay. Her husband used to be a sailor but died in a shipwreck. After her husband died, she was struggling to raise her 2 children by herself. In the end, she made a decision to make money by prostitution. Then she met Stephen, a fierce-looking pirate, who treated her very gently. After Stephen helped her get rid of a drunk harassing her, they got on good terms. She was a gentle woman. She wasn't very beautiful and was soft-spoken. She was 26, and her waist was a little thick. Her skin was white and was gentle, good at housework, and was good at cleaning. As for her previous prostitution, Stephen didn't care so much. He respected a woman who could make money to raise her children. He was only a pirate. He wasn't a stone cold killer, but there were definitely a lot of people who died under him. Some deserved to be killed, some were innocent. Occasionally he would go to the temple to confess his sins and once cried like a child in her arms. Perhaps he was getting soft. This time, When he went to Shipwreck Bay to escort the goods, Stephen encountered a young thief. In the past, he would have chopped off the hand of the kid. But this time, when he saw the child's face was yellow and thin, he could not help but think of the two children she had. He not only let the thief go but also gave him some silver dirham. Stephen was tired now. He was not young now. After a few more years he would be 40. After a man was 40 years old, he could only rely on rich experience to fight. He now wanted a more stable life, a woman, some active children, a stable job and a house. After so many years of wandering on the sea, he had been honed into a real man. He could fight bravely without fear of death, but that didn't mean that he would want to live an uncertain life all the time. He was a little different from other pirates. Maybe when other people got to his age, they would become eager for all this. In front was the gate of Mordor City. Stephen couldn't help but speed up his pace and rush to his own residence. He had his own house, although it was only a small brick house. It was something he got after battling so much. But most of the time, he still stayed in his small residence, because the house was empty. It was also not as convenient as the residence. I should also get some furniture later on. Stephen was thinking so much in his heart. He showed a smile after thinking of something. Then he said, there are 3 rooms, maybe I should buy a bigger bed. Just then, there was some noise coming from outside Mordor City. Then saw a large Quetzalcoatlus climbing out. It was much bigger than a cow. It had a rope around its neck and seemed to be led by someone. Quetzalcoatlus swaggered forward without looking around at the guards. When it got out of the gate, it could not wait to flap its wings and fly up. All right. Stop it, Blackie. I'll let you out and play now. A childlike voice came from behind. Although the child could not be seen, Stephen quickly bowed down and knelt down on one knee and said, "Young madam." She was the treasure of Mordor. Basically, she was a princess of Mordor. Everyone knew Saran loved her very much. The Quetzalcoatlus flew to the sky. Then Vivian, who was standing at the gate of the city in a black princess dress, appeared in front of Stephen's eyes. The little girl didn't notice Stephen kneeling on one knee at all. After releasing the rope of the Quetzalcoatlus, she patted her hands gently and said in a crisp voice, "Come, Lulu. Today I'll take you to catch fish." The petite and exquisite cat girl happily nodded and said, "Meow." Catch fish. Lulu wants to eat grilled fish. Under the sun, Vivian led the little cat girl to the seaside, and Stephen quickly got up and headed to his residence. He still had something to do. After countless battles, countless slaughters, after so much blood, slaughter and death, countless merciless battles, Mordor finally stood upon this island. Saran not only changed Vivian's destiny, this vibrant city had changed the fate of many people. Vivian finally had a peaceful place to grow up, finally having the luxury to live the life she should be living, happily, without worry, living just like a child. As for Saran, he needed to continue the slaughter. Chapter 411 Self-Destruct. Chapter 411, Chapter 57 Self-Destruct. Fresh blood trickled down. Saran's breathing was a little short. The continuous high-intensity explosive power had a high burden on his body, especially the battle that was accurate to the millisecond level. However, his physical condition was extraordinary. In just a second or two, Saran had adjusted his breathing. Constitution not only affected the limit of his physical fitness but also determined his endurance in battle. Saran's extraordinary constitution allowed him to recover very fast. There was the smell of burnt skin, maybe because his skin had been burned, but Saran did not feel too much pain. The Bala, who was standing in front of him, was no better. It had 7 or 8 wounds on its body, especially its back, and was hit twice by Saran. It's a pity that Bala's constitution was too strong. With a constitution of up to 31, Saran's waist attack that was supposed to chop the Bala in half only injured its spine. The Bala's vitality was too tenacious. The HP of the higher grade demons were above that of a legendary fighter. The Bala was also catching its breath. Even if it was this strong, under the condition of massive blood loss and severe injury, The speed of physical consumption and recovery had become mismatched. The madness of a demon made it want to fight even when it was seriously injured. Thus it raised the massive abyss beheading sword again and rushed towards Saran with the flame whip. The flame on the Bala had dimmed a lot. There were only some leaping flames on the flame whip, revealing the dark barbs on the whip. This was the reason why Saran's left arm was severely injured. The barb caught the flesh and skin of his arm, and then a piece of tissue was torn off. Saran's injuries were not light. Even though he had only been struck once by the Bala, it had caused almost 100s of damage. The fire on the Bala was strong. Even with the power of icing death, Saran was slowly burned every time he approached it. This kind of enemy was simply invincible to ordinary people. It was even more difficult to deal with than a dragon. Ordinary people standing in front of it would be burned to ashes. Saran had become a bit numb to the fire as his sword kept him from becoming ashes. The legendary weapon's ability to put out magic flame had been in effect. But a burning sensation was still felt all over, and his throat seemed to be extremely dry. The silver light kept moving about. The Bala's flames also became weaker. Saran's hand was now like a block of ice. Saran had used all of his shadow leap. Even with a range of 100 meters, Saran still used it all up. Both seemed to be at their limit. Thus in the face of the Bala's crazy attack, Saran had to roll and dodge. The huge abyss beheading sword hit the wall behind Saran and directly created a long crack. At the same time, because of the great power of the Bala, his sword continued down. Die, mortal. The Bala forced Saran to a corner. The enemy in front of him did not dare to take one hit from the beginning to the end. So the Bala did not care about defense and only focused on using its brute strength to overcome Saran. Boom. Saran dodged again. Since the strength of the Bala was too high, he did not dare to take a hit even in slaughter form. The abyss beheading sword once again hit the open space. The terrible brute force caused the ground to crack greatly. The walls made a loud noise, and the cracks extended to both sides. Suddenly, Saran noticed something. That was why when the big sword came swinging, he moved to his original position. A gust of wind blew over his head. The flame whip came in, then the abyss beheading sword swept in again. Boom. The wall shook again, and another obvious crack was seen. At this moment, Saran was almost forced into a corner by the enemy. The Bala let out a sinister smile. He swung the abyss beheading sword toward the doomed Saran. Dang! When the Bala wielded the huge abyssal beheading sword to attack again, Saran clenched his teeth and held the knife in his hands. Shash! Fresh blood gushed out. Saran, as if he had been hit by a high-speed car, flew straight out. The huge force pushed him to the wall, and his whole person trembled slightly. Raw power. The great difference of size and strength between the two allowed the Bala to push Saran back with ease. Pack! Saran hit the wall behind him, as if it was the last straw to crush the camel. The cracks on the wall suddenly spread, and the Bala, who came to him with a grim smile, suddenly had a shadow above him. A sharp stalactite fell on the Bala's head, and a lot of rubble fell to the ground. This sort of damage would not kill the powerful Bala. However, when its head was hit, the Bala was staggered. Its huge body became a burden as most of the falling stones hit its huge body. Die. At this moment, Saran suddenly leapt out with a ferocious expression. His emaciated body easily dodged the falling boulders, and then he reached out to the Bala and pressed on it. Vampiric touch. A hot flow of life force flowed into Saran's body, allowing him to recover quite a good amount of health. A hint of red appeared on his previously pale face, and Saran sprang to the top of the Bala and swung his curved sword with both hands at the head of the Bala. Sword form beheading. A cold flash was seen. Then there was blood gushing out. The huge body of the Bala froze in place. The next moment, the body of the Bala seemed to let out a great flame. It seemed the whole beast was now a big fireball. Self-destruction. As one of the most difficult high-grade demons to challenge in the abyss, the dread of Bala was not only its power but also its ability to automatically activate a self-destruct after death. This spell allowed the Bala to explode in flames, causing hundreds of explosive range damage to any enemies around. Many died because of this after killing it. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion was heard, and the terrible fire came out. Saran, who had just cut off the head of the Bala, was shrouded in the terrible explosion in an instant. Chapter 412 Parting Ways. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently. The dwarven juggernaut, who was searching for loot, almost fell on the ground. The other people nearby also looked at each other with a look of surprise and uneasiness. The desert warrior quietly bagged a statue made of pure gold and then turned around to look at the others. What had happened? The dwarven juggernaut took the crystal which was well preserved on the wall, and put it in his hand for inspection. He then asked, "Did something happen below us?" The four of them looked at each other. "I don't know." The Ronin frowned slightly. But there was something wrong with the leader's expression just now and his anger. "I think something great must have happened below." The desert warrior looked around and said, "I've heard that there was a demon sealed up below us. That violent shaking must mean something." The Oriental dancer had a worried expression and suggested, "Should we go down and look for him?" "No way." The desert warrior rejected the idea decisively. He took a look at the others and said in a deep voice, "He told us to stay here. We don't know what's going on here at all. If we go on rashly, then we might all die." Speaking of this, the desert warrior lowered his voice and said, "I think everyone's loot today is good. More importantly, no one is injured. So, shall we call it a day, go up and share the spoils, and then wait for the leader to come out? He is a very powerful rogue. Anyways, there are few that could stop him if he wanted to leave. If he can't leave, that means we'll die if we go down." He wanted to go already. There was something wrong with the situation of the underground ruin. The shake just now must have been caused by something big. No one got injured after the previous few battles. After Saran left, they found some boxes and dark rooms, and found many valuable spoils. Even if it was split among all of them, there were still a few thousand gold emeralds. Since the situation was not right, and they had found a substantial amount of loot, the desert warrior had the intention to go already. After all, he and Saran were just temporary teammates. They weren't friends or anything. It was not surprising that they would run when they noticed something was wrong. The desert warrior's words made some supporters. The Ronin stroked the sword blade and kept silent. He came to the desert area because he needed more money. After encountering some danger and getting some loot, he didn't want to risk his life unnecessary. Bringing his loot back with his life was the wisest thing. The dwarven juggernaut was a little hesitant. He wanted to leave, but he was a bit upset. The dwarf race was more trustworthy. In this case, leaving meant abandoning his comrades. Among the people the Oriental dancer had the most complicated expression. She was wavering, wanting to leave but also wanted to stay. After all, Saran had just saved her life. Logic told her that it was the wisest decision to leave now, but she felt that it was too much. The difficulty of the underground ruin was a little great. She knew what was underneath. If Saran really encountered that monster, then it was very unlikely he would come out alive. The Bala. A legendary rogue would find it very hard to kill the Bala. Boom. After the first explosion from the underground, it seemed that the support structures of some places were broken, obviously forming a chain reaction. The sound of collapse came from many places, and a large amount of dust fell everywhere. "We can't stay for long." The desert warrior looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "If you want to stay, stay. I'm ready to leave." Depending on the situation, it may collapse at any time. Maybe we will be stuck here. After saying that, he began to retreat. The Ronin took a glance at the others and quickly went too. This was the desert area. If the entrance was blocked, then getting out would be troublesome. The dwarf hesitated for a while, then looked at the Oriental dancer and asked, "Shall we go now?" The Oriental dancer's expression gradually calmed down. She took a look at the dwarf in front of her and said, "No. I'm going to go down and have a look. He saved my life, after all. If I leave, I'll feel guilty about it in the future." After hearing that, the dwarf also felt guilty. Then he took out several bottles of healing potions and a bottle of fire red potion. He gave it to the Oriental dancer, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. I'm going to get out of here." This is the healing potion bought from the temple, and a bottle of strength potion from the Grey Valley dwarfs. It can temporarily improve your combat effectiveness. Good luck. The dwarf carried his axe and began to retreat. There was a lot of dust falling, and sounds of trembling could be heard. The Oriental dancer looked at him for a moment, then ran toward the dark tunnel. This is for my mission. The Oriental dancer rushed into the dark passage and murmured to herself, the Empress will not be happy if I go back like this. That's right. I must go in and check. He wouldn't have been killed so easily, right? She moved very quickly. In the distance, the vibration continued to spread. There probably was a structural problem below, thus leading to the collapse of many rooms. Boom. The Oriental dancer dodged a falling stone, then stopped. There was a big gap in front of her. It was obviously blown up by some terrible explosion. There were big and small pieces of gravel below. The path here had been broken. She could only jump to the bottom and then find a path to move forward. However, a familiar figure appeared in front. You're not dead? The Oriental dancer's face glowed for a moment, let out a breath of relief, and said, great. Saran came up and spat. There was dust in the blood. He was basically covered in the first big explosion. If he didn't react fast enough to resist the explosion, he might have been buried alive. Saran's whole body was grey and covered with a thick layer of falling sand. He spat out the mud in his mouth, raised his hand, and wiped his face. Then he said, why are you here? What about the others? Saran looked and saw no one else behind her. Without even asking her, he already figured out what was going on. They have gone. Temporary teams can't be relied on at the critical moments. Here, just as the Oriental dancer wanted to say something, suddenly, Saran threw a gem with a strange luster to her. She quickly reached out and took a look, and her face immediately showed surprise. This was the item she needed for her mission. Boom. Another sound of the collapse was heard. Saran's expression changed and said, let's get out of here first. The underground had collapsed, so this whole place will come down at any time. The two quickly ran toward the exit. Saran seemed to be hurt badly. All the dust on his body was stained with blood and mixed together to form blood clots. Even though they weren't slow, it was dark when they arrived at the square inches the beginning. All the torches were put out, and the tunnel which they used to come in was filled with sand. The path was blocked. This kind of temporary channel could not bear the violent shakes. The others seemed to have escaped ahead of time. What now? The Oriental dancer looked at Saran and said, the path is blocked. Dang. Saran turned to look at her, then gave her a shovel and said, well, what else can we do? Let's dig. Chapter 413 Chapter 59 The Secret of Legend Rating Pa. The Oriental dancer was all wet with sweat. She lifted her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead with a shovel in one hand. Her delicate white skin was revealed after the sand was swept off. The beautiful girl now looked like a beggar, spitting out sand. The structure of the underground ruin was compromised. When she managed to dig slightly, sand would flow back slightly. Ha, ha, ha. The Oriental dancer opened her mouth and gasped for air. After turning around and looking at Saran on the side, she could not help but express her resentment. Hello. Haven't you rested enough? How long do I have to dig for? At first, Saran threw a shovel to her. She thought they would be digging together, but in the end, she did it by herself. She worked hard for a long time to dig through a little bit. As for Saran, he had been sitting there for about 5 or 6 hours. Every time she was tired of digging or was drenched from head to foot in the sand, the Oriental dancer would look back at Saran. He still sat cross-legged at the corner. Every time she saw that, there would be more bitterness in her eyes. What an ungentlemanlike person. The Oriental dancer murmured in a low voice. Then she raised her hand to move her long hair, which was covered with dust. This environment made her feel unforgettable as she liked cleanliness. After digging for a long time, she had a lot of sweat, which mixed with dust and became stuck on her body, making her feel like she was rolling in mud. However, after complaining, she finally went on because she could see that Saran was hurt badly at the moment. In fact, Saran was now seriously injured. After the Bala used self-destruct, he immediately went into near-death state. He could still move freely now because he had an extraordinary constitution. At the moment, Saran seemed to be resting, but in fact, He remembered spells again. The Oriental dancer does not know that he had multi-professioned in wizard. Naturally, she would think that Saran was resting and recovering. In addition, other wizards usually needed to take out a spell book to memorize a spell. Saran memorized spells only with his memory. Although he had paid a lot of slaughter EXP, Saran's current spells were all engraved by memory. No need to bring a spell book with him. Saran slowly opened his eyes. Saran looked at the Oriental dancer and let out a playful smile. The Oriental dancer was no more attractive or moving as before. She was now like a village woman with mud all over her body. There were many notifications in front of him. The topmost: you've been hit by the Balor's self-destruct attack. Reflex evasion is successful. You've evaded the core explosion range. You've received 52 explosion damage. You've received 12 burn damage. Pushed to the limit. Ability breakthrough. Your ability minor fire resistance leveled up to lesser fire resistance. Pushed to the limit. Ability breakthrough. Your ability lesser fire resistance leveled up to great fire resistance. The Balor was a ball of fire. Saran suffered from the burning fire from the beginning to the end. If he didn't have the power of icing death, he would not have survived for so long. So, at the end of the battle, the first thing to upgrade was fire resistance. From minor fire resistance to great fire resistance. Great fire resistance personal ability. Divine power increased your resistance to fire damage. From now on, you are immune to any fire damage below 5. When you are attacked by spells or spell-like attacks, any fire damage will be reduced by 10 damage. With the strengthening of divine power, your ability to master fire resistance will gradually increase, and eventually, you may be immune to fire damage totally. Resistance abilities were very useful. His ability to survive could be greatly increased after upgrading to great fire resistance. However, to be immune to a certain kind of attack, more supportive abilities were needed. Divine abilities. Saran currently had 2 resistance, lesser cold resistance and great fire resistance. After a while, another row of day 2 appeared. Killed the Balor. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 165,100 slaughter EXP. Target as divinity. Divinity activated. You've absorbed target's remaining divinity. Divinity converted. You've gained 5 divinity. 160,000 slaughter EXP. Although it was not enough for Saran to advance to the realm of legends, it was still quite a bit. He still needed to get another elemental stone during his trip. By then, he should have enough slaughter EXP to advance into the realm of legends. As for the 5 divinity obtained, this surprised Saran. It was a pity that encountering a demon of this caliber was very unlikely, and he may not win again. After all, the difficulty of the challenge between a high-grade demon and a demigod was not much different. This was not something strange. Abyss demons always had divinity in their blood. Many powerful demons had no divine shard or divine title, but they still could use divine powers. That was because divinity ran in their blood. Saran was lucky he could kill the Balor. He knew that if the Balor was not handicapped, he would have little chance to win the battle. If we wanted to deal with such enemies in the future, he would have to either wait for the coming of the Avatar crisis. The Balor was the backbone of the first demonic vanguard army at that time. Saran slowly stood up. He took out a shovel and began to dig. After about 3 hours, the Battle of Balor legendary battle, in the early April 1676 of the New Moon era, you encountered a sealed Balor in the ruins of the ancient Arcane Empire. After a difficult battle, you finally defeated this powerful enemy. The fall of this great demon results in the Abyss taking an interest in you. The Balor you killed was the offspring of the ancient Balor. Your existence will be perceived by some powerful demons. Legend rating +2. Something was strange. Saran only got 2 legend rating. However, the Balor should be the hardest enemy he had ever encountered. It was strange that the legend rating it gave was only 2. Furthermore, the time it took for this notification to pop up was fast, unlike the previous ones. This led Saran to wonder why. Why is it like this? Saran said to himself, The Balor was so powerful. Why did it only give 2 legend rating? Even the legendary naval battle gave more legend rating than this. Is legend rating not directly related to the strength of the enemy? Or are there other conditions that determine the amount of legend rating? Saran frowned as he thought about something. Legend rating was not necessarily determined by the power of the enemy. Of course, defeating a powerful enemy will naturally obtain more legend rating than defeating a weak enemy. However, there seemed to be certain criteria that determined the amount of legend rating given an audience. The previous legend ratings Saran got were because the incident was spread out. Many battles were not as dangerous as they were today, but they gave more legend rating because these incidents had spread to many places, resulting in many people knowing about it. However, today Saran had no audience at all. Thus the taverns nearby won't be gossiping on how he killed this Balor. Among all the people, probably only the Oriental dancer vaguely guessed that Saran had defeated the Balor. Maybe that's why the legend rating it gave was so low. Chapter 414 Master Boxer Saran was stuck. In fact, he and the Oriental dancer had been stuck for a whole day and night. By the time they finally dug out a passage to return to the ground, both of them were a little exhausted and looked as if they had been rolling in mud. Saran was a little better. After all, he was wearing tights. He only had to shake the sand and soil on his cloak. But the Oriental dancer wore a long dress. When she came out, she was covered in dirt. Only when she wiped her sweat occasionally, could she wipe off the dust and expose her white skin. Finally, after the Oriental dancer came to the ground, she threw away the shovel and sat on the sand. She jumped up immediately when she sat down. Although the sky was getting dark at the moment, the temperature in the desert area was still very high. There were no signs of the workers and other teammates nearby, but there was a lot of garbage left in the distance. The others probably had taken away all that was useful, leaving only trash behind. Saran pushed the sand, examined the burnt charcoal, and said in a deep voice, "It hasn't been long since they left. They probably left around noon." The Oriental dancer walked over, nodded, and said, "These useless." "It's fine." Saran shook his head indifferently. He had seen too many things in the Underdark. At least this time, his teammates hadn't stabbed him in the back. He looked up at the sky and said slowly, "Have a rest here for one night. We'll leave tomorrow. Since you've found what you wanted, we'll split tomorrow. If you're going back to the eastern countries, then leave earlier. Not long from now, this place would become desolate." The Oriental dancer nodded softly when she heard the words, and her eyes fell on Saran. She looked at him quietly for a while. Then a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said softly, "Thank you." Saran waved his hand and didn't reply, then said, "I'll go look for water. There should be an oasis around here." Water. Hearing Saran's words, the Oriental dancer instantly felt uncomfortable all over. She could not help following him quickly and asked, "Is there an oasis nearby?" "I'll go with you." There should be an oasis around the area because there was a gathering place for adventurers here. An oasis was slowly created to become a base camp for them. Saran walked the way he recalled, and soon a patch of green was seen in front. A small oasis, maybe only over 100 meters long, surrounded by various vegetation, and some tall trees, with a deep pool in the center. It was a miracle in the desert. In such a dry and brutal place, such a place could be preserved. That's fantastic. The Oriental dancer couldn't help but speed up her steps. When she came to the water pool, she bent down and took a few drinks. Then she picked up the water and washed her face. As the dust on the face was washed, a charming and moving face was also exposed. After she washed her face, a faint blush appeared on her charming face. She turned to look at Saran beside her as if she wanted to say something. Saran was also washing his face. The cooling water relieved the uncomfortable feeling. He wiped his body, then saw the stare of the Oriental dancer. "What?" Saran asked with a frown. The Oriental dancer had an awkward expression. It seemed that she was a little embarrassed. Then she asked, "I want to clean up. Can you wait for me outside first?" So she wants to wash up. Saran, hearing the words, stood up, looked at the dusty woman, and said, "Fine, I'll wait for you outside." Saran turned and left. After the Oriental dancer was sure that Saran was nowhere near, she untied her belt carefully. However, she took a quiet look at the back and whispered, "Would he peek?" "Well, I can't do any if he decides to stealthily come back. I don't care. Let's take a bath first." The Oriental dancer dropped her dress, revealing her pair of long beautiful legs. She touched the water with her feet, and then slowly untied her blouse. Her breasts were like white jade in the moonlight. The Oriental dancer put her hands on her chest and slowly entered the water. She sighed contentedly and then began to clean the dust on her body. "He's not bad. Too bad I like D." The Oriental dancer was immersed in the water. Her long wet hair spread like seaweed. She gently wiped her face as she had some wild thoughts in her mind. She blushed and said, "Is he peeking?" In fact, she really did think too much. Saran had gone outside and had no intention of taking a peek at her. In terms of beauty, Gloria was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. Maybe only when Vivian grew up, she would surpass Gloria. With Gloria around, Saran had no appetite for the Oriental dancer. Under the dim moon, someone was close by. Saran went into the shadow and sneaked over. One person, a woman. Before Saran got close to the target, he saw a tall figure with long black hair. At a glance, she could recognize that she was a woman. The woman was wearing tights, showing the exquisite curve of her body. Her face and outline hid the characteristics of the Oriental people. However, her height was higher than that of a woman in the north, but this was not the key. The important thing was that Saran did not see a weapon on her. She only had a pair of black gloves. "Who is it?" a cold voice was heard. And then the woman in front of Saran stopped. Her figure swept up in a flash and directly locked onto Saran's position. Then she turned into a shadow and came close to Saran. She kicked her leg towards Saran with amazing momentum. There were no signs at all. Saran didn't even know how the enemy determined his position. He was only sure that he didn't expose himself. It seemed that the opponent could detect him because of some supernatural ability. Saran was surprised as the dust she kicked up revealed his position. In the face of the enemy's high-speed approach and kick, Saran had no time to dodge and had no chance to draw his sword. He could only brace himself. With the dull sound of body collision, Saran was pushed back a little. After a hard hit, her vigorous figure quickly backed up. She landed on the ground like a goose feather and said, "Erog, Pa." The woman in front of him brought her hands together. As she clapped her hands together, a faint magic glow appeared on the gloves immediately, and then an arc of electricity jumped across the gloves. This strange arc kept jumping in the palm of her hand, but it did not seem like it was her ability. It was probably an ability of her gloves, a rare grade weapon. Bow stance, sidestep, raised hands. Saran became serious after seeing these moves. He slowly took out his sword and said, "Master Boxer? Master Boxer." This was the first time Saran had seen a female Master Boxer. As an advanced class of the monk profession, although there was no mandatory requirement to become a Master Boxer, it was extremely rare for a woman to advance to a Master Boxer. This kind of female professions who accepted the practice of the orthodox Master Boxer training was very rare. Furthermore, the opponent was as good as Saran was. Chapter 415 Extreme Sixth Sense Rock Slide. The tall figure came like a storm. As an advanced profession that leaned towards the monks, the strength of pugilists was high grade. A single leap by the girl in front spanned more than 10 meters. Her figure flew across the air. Her long and strong legs roiled up the sand all over the sky, and directly whipped towards Saran's abdomen. Clank! The curved sword icing teeth came out of its sheath. Saran wielded the sword and unleashed a horizontal slash. Facing the light emitted by Saran's sword, the tall woman did not panic. As soon as she got her long and strong legs together, she jumped up directly in the air and continued to soar without any relay points at all. Saran's pupils shrank in a moment, and he suddenly arched himself and stabbed the other party's lower body with the curved sword. Scaling ladder. Empty body. Facing the light from the sword that Sauron stabbed from below upwards, The tall woman slightly frowned with her beautiful willow-like eyebrows, only to see her two palms clap together. The crackling lightning pulsed from the palms. Then, she directly faced Saran and swooped down. Her figure fell at high speed, and at the same time, she moved half a meter in a strange way, and when she went past Saran and avoided the sword light, the two palms turned into a raging gust of wind and hit Saran's vital points. Flurry blows. Electric arcs leapt in the air. In his heart, Saran was shocked at the moment. He frantically protected his chest and blocked the enemy's attack. The opponent did not need the relay point. When there were no positions to land in the mid-air, she could even continuously launch attacks. When the enemy's fist first hit Saran's body, he evidently did not feel much pain. But when she took back her fist, Saran felt a shock on his chest. It seemed that her strength went through his arms and directly hit his innards. The tiny electric current was pulsing through Saran. Even with his strong and incomparable constitution, he still felt numb all over. If it was other people now, perhaps they would have been paralyzed by the electric current from the start. Punch! Saran's figure fell from the air. His chest heaved violently. Suddenly his throat moved, and a trace of blood came out of his mouth. Punch, or it could be called shadow punch, or even invisible palm. A fighting skill that ignored the defense ability of the opponent. In the face of such an attack, the defense equipment on Saran's body would basically fail, and the enemy's strength would directly infiltrate into his internal organs. This was a kind of ability that could beat a juggernaut wearing full body armor into a pulp. Under this special fighting skill, any means of physical defense had basically lost their effects. Evade sight. Saran's figure disappeared instantly after landing, and the tall woman also landed from the air. She frowned her beautiful willow-like eyebrows and paid attention to the surroundings. It was quiet all around. Saran's whole body seemed to have evaporated, and there was no trace at all. Shadow leap. Saran's figure suddenly appeared from behind the shadow of the other party. The curved sword flashed with cold light and directly stabbed at the heart of the other party. But, at the moment when he launched the attack, the tall woman clearly did not realize his presence, but suddenly she trembled, and then suddenly twisted her body to avoid the cold light coming from behind. Danger sense. Extreme sixth sense. When Saran realized that the enemy had actually evaded his attack, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He immediately wielded his sword and went forth with a horizontal slash. Clank. However, the next scene was a little subversive of his past combat experiences. The tall woman in front of him suddenly clapped her palms and caught Saran's curved sword. Bare-handed blade block. The crackling lightning appeared, and the electric current passed through Saran's weapon and into his arm. The tall woman in front of him grinned coldly. She humphed softly, and then suddenly twisted and rotated. A pair of strong thighs were clipped on Saran's neck in a moment, only to see her legs lock Saran's neck, and then she flipped his entire body onto the sand. Legendary. This woman was definitely a legendary pugilist. With such reaction speed, such prediction ability, Saran even doubted that the other party might have possessed the terrifying ability of sixth sense. Humphrey. The tall woman clung onto Saran, and the distance between her and Saran was less than 5 centimeters away. Such a close distance could even make Saran feel her long black hair that was just dancing during the battle. Just as he wanted to lift his curved sword, the other party's elbow hit him in the abdomen, and then her fist hit his shoulder joint. For a moment, Saran felt that his arm was completely numb, almost unable to hold on to the curved sword. Elbow strike, knee smash, punch. Torrential-like combos all landed onto Saran's body, not even letting him have any power to fight back. Any of his attacks would all be detected by the enemy in advance, and then she would hit the weak points on his body in a flash so that Saran could not unleash any slightest combat prowess, especially the gloves that have been pulsing with an electric current. Although they could not cause that much damage to Saran, the electric arcs that spluttered onto Saran's body was a nightmare. Every time Saran was hit by the other party, It was like touching high-voltage electricity. In this scenario, he might not even be able to unleash about 30% of his combat power during normal times. In the case of being stuck to by the tall woman in front, Saran could only take a dozen punches in a second or two. He was practically just a human sandbag with the way he was letting the other party hit him. If it was not for his amazing constitution and powerful life force, perhaps he would have been ended off by the other party. Dang. In the face of the enemy's torrential-like attacks, Saran finally made a decision, only to see that he directly released the curved sword icing teeth in his hand. In an instant, he twisted around and strode, using his shoulder to hit the other party's body. Close to the mountain. With the dull sound of physical impact, the ferociously aggressive and tall woman was finally knocked back by Saran. The distance between them instantly widened. Saran quickly reached for the curved sword on the ground, while the tall woman lunged forward and smacked him in the chest with her palm. The crackling lightning surged. A sneer appeared at the corner of Saran's mouth. His hand that was reaching for the curved sword icing teeth suddenly retracted. At the next moment, a pale golden cold light could be seen in his palm. The instant when the tall woman in front of him rushed forth, he waved a fine gold dagger and stabbed towards the other party's chest. She fell for it. The tall woman's expression was imposing. When the forward momentum was gone, she instantly twisted around and dodged. At the same time, her long and strong leg whipped towards Saran's chest. Bang! Both of them flew backward. Saran placed his hand on his chest and coughed slightly while the tall woman put her hand on her elbow. There was a slight blood stain there. If it was not for her strong dodging abilities, she might have lost half her life. After all, a pugilist would not use other weapons except gloves, and would rarely wear any form of defense equipment. Note: armor type. It's definitely Sixth Sense. Saran gently shifted his steps and held the fine gold dagger across his chest. The pugilist had a strong ability of penetration. Once the distance was closed up, the curved sword would be restricted. It was basically not as useful as the small and fine gold dagger. The woman in front of him should have a supernatural ability similar to Sixth Sense. Otherwise, it was impossible to continuously dodge Saran's attack or even predict the position of his attacks. Saran had the same danger sense ability, but it seemed like it did not exist when he was fighting with the tall woman in front of him. The only explanation was that she had a stronger supernatural ability, which completely suppressed Saran's danger sense effects. Swift step. The woman in front of him looked at Saran coldly. She took a hairband from her left arm, and she did not even bother looking at the bloodstain on her arm, and just slightly tied up her long black hair. Only now did Saran notice that her arm had a hairband. After her hair was tied into a tidy ponytail, the tall woman's momentum suddenly became more threatening. Shock strike. An-inch punch. Rock slide. The tall woman sprang up, flying in the air like a wild goose with long hair tied into a ponytail, and rushed towards Saran with a sharp and incomparable strike. Stop! But when Saran was ready to face her with the golden dagger, the figure of the Oriental dancer suddenly appeared, shouting at the tall woman in the air, "Stop fighting. He is not an enemy." Chapter 416 Fall on God. The figure of the tall woman landed on the ground. However, she still moved her right leg forward and put out a half-lunge posture where she could attack again at any time. Saran also crouched slightly, holding a fine gold dagger in his hand, looking ready to fight at any time. He felt a little bit sullen by his hidden loss just now. Even if it was a legendary pugilist, he should not have been beaten so powerlessly. What he feared most was not the fighting ability of the other party, but the pair of damn gloves. The electric current was disgusting to deal with for a rogue like him. There were all kinds of elemental attacks inside. Damage by the electrical system was the most likely to trigger a negative state, as anyone who has inadvertently touched a home circuit would know. Even if these gloves were not legendary equipment, they would not be too far from it. The Oriental dancer quickly came to the tall woman's side, and basically threw herself into her arms, then hugged her slender waist. Then, she said happily, "Why are you here?" The tall woman's attention was still on Saran. She softly replied, "I heard that Her Highness assigned you a task. I was a little worried about the difficulty of the task. I was afraid that you would encounter danger, so I stopped by. Be careful of this man. He is dangerous and seems to be very evil." Aura. It seemed that the other party saw the aura on Saran by using some means. As the pirate king who ruled the three seas, if one used a spell that was similar to alignment detection on him, Saran's aura was absolutely going to be evil. There were many mysterious means in the East, but they were definitely not the paradise for witches. It seemed that all the professionals from the Eastern Kingdom could master some special abilities during training. Sixth sense. One of the most powerful supernatural abilities. An ability that Saran longed for but could not obtain. In fact, Saran had spent a lot of time in order to obtain the weakened version of Danger Sense. If one wanted to gain a more powerful sixth sense ability, perhaps one might have to rely on some kind of miraculous encounter or enter into the realm of gods themselves. As for the higher level extreme sixth sense, it belonged to the legendary ability. There were less than 2 figures in the whole world who had mastered this ability. Note: the sixth sense was equivalent to an innate super ability. It could not be trained at all. One could only master danger sense through training. When a legendary monk reached a certain level, their perception might further strengthen and become a sixth sense ability, becoming an innate-like supernatural ability. He's still all right. The Oriental dancer raised her head and looked at Saran when she heard her words. The expression on her face was a little complicated, and she said softly, "I'll tell you later. But can you guys stop now? He saved me once. He's not an enemy, Shall we sit down first before we talk?" After hearing the words of the Oriental dancer, the tall woman raised her beautiful willow-like eyebrow slightly, then glanced at Saran and slowly recovered her posture. Saran frowned slightly at the Oriental dancer and her, then put away the fine gold dagger. He pulled out the curved sword on the ground, and his eyes fell on the tall woman. Pugilist, a very strong woman. But even if their trump card was out, Saran was not afraid of her either. Pugilists and swordsmen had a routine-like way of fighting. They both pursued the highest level of perfection. This kind of fighting skill might be very powerful, but it also had obvious weaknesses. Once one seized the opportunity, one could kill them instantly. This kind of advanced profession might be very powerful in a near-end combat, but if there were too many enemies, the situation would be very dangerous. In short, Saran has been hit more than 10 times by her, but he had only sustained a little injury. But if she was hit by Saran once, her injury would have been very serious because pugilists only wore gloves to fight, not armor. Note: the pugilist could not even wear leather armor. They could only wear arm guards at most. The woman in front was not equipped with arm guards. A group approached the oasis. The Oriental dancer pulled her and spoke in a low voice. It seemed that she was talking about what happened prior. From time to time, the Taldi would look back at Saran with a slightly surprised expression. Saran sat there fiddling with the campfire, quietly wiping his curved sword, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. "Wait a minute." He looked at Saran once more and whispered, "You mean he might have killed the Bala that was below? How is that possible? I was not even Bala's match. With the strength of this man, it might have even been very difficult to get close to it." The Oriental dancer glanced at Saran quietly and whispered, "It might be true. It has all collapsed down there. But I didn't see it either. Maybe just now he didn't show his real strength. Or maybe he has sustained some injuries." He shook her head gently as if still disbelieving. After a while, she slowly came before Saran and softly said, "Thank you. If it were not for you, Ze would have been in danger already." Was that the name of the Oriental dancer? It was quite strange that their names were all monosyllabic, and it seemed that they have yet to even mention their surnames. Saran raised his head and looked up at her. At this time, he could see the real appearance of the woman in front of him. She had willow-like eyebrows, apricot eyes, melon face, cherry mouth, high-bridged nose, and long black hair. It seemed that from any point of view, she had all the beautiful features of an Eastern woman. She obviously had a kind of soft and weak beauty with Oriental flavor, but one would not think she would be so fierce and vigorous when it comes to fighting. She had a full chest, slender waist, long and strong thighs. Saran's eyes rested on the other party's white and slender thighs. It was not that he had never seen a pugilist before, but a pugilist being able to train shadow punch onto their legs. It was the first for him today. Saran was not sure whether it was the power of chi or the talent of the opponent was really amazing. But the woman in front of him undoubtedly left a deep impression on him and even made up for some of the gaps in his battle against the enemy. It seemed that the whip leg with incomparable strength could be incorporated with shadow punch. It was better to be careful when encountering professionals from the Eastern Kingdom in the future. He had once traveled in the East before, but he had not received any practices of the Eastern Kingdom then. Maybe he could try it sometime in the future. Even druids and rangers could learn from the professionals in the Eastern Kingdom. As a rogue, he should also have the opportunity to learn from them. Have rest. Saran roughly flipped the bonfire, then looked up at the dim starry sky, and said slowly, "I'll watch the night. I will be leaving tomorrow. Since you guys have got what you need, you should leave here earlier as well." Once his voice was heard, the Oriental dancer who walked over could not help shivering, but it was not because of Saran's words. One could only see her fingers raised to the sky in surprise. Her expression seemed to be a little startled, just like an incoherent speech. She went, "Look, you guys look over there. The stars." "No, it's not. It's a star, falling down." Saran immediately turned and looked in the direction pointed by the Oriental dancer. He also looked up at the sky, only to see a star in the distance that she did not know where it was. It suddenly became very dim, just like a light bulb that was going out. Then, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. But this was just the beginning. After its light completely disappeared, suddenly, a very dazzling brilliance appeared in its original position. This was a totally different light from the beginning. In the past, its light was like stars. Although it was clear, it was far away, just like the Earth and the Milky Way. But now, its light made people feel that it was close, as if it was in two planes latitudes before, and now it appeared on the same plane. A dazzling star that pierced from the sky across, like meteors falling down, although only a flash, but still letting people feel a strong sense of shock. That kind of shock could not be described by words. Saran stood up. He has been looking at the direction of the falling star. His expression has never been so heavy. A god might have fallen. He did not know which god had fallen, but he knew that if there was such a vision in the sky, there must have been a real god that has fallen. That god died. Even the gods that were high above would have a day that they would die. Chapter 417 Glorious Tarot Cards. Saran was not physically on the south coast. It was unknown when it had started, but the news was spread by the others. The legendary fierce pirate king was not on the south coast, which naturally attracted the others to become restless. There was no doubt about Saran's deterrent power. His existence on the south coast was a legend. As long as he was on the south coast, the other people naturally dared not make any movements. But now that it was reported that he was no longer on the south coast, and was most likely in the Frost Kingdom on the other side of the mainland, the many people that were secretly spying and had hated spurred on to action. Pirate King of Amazons. The Pirate King, who was active in the Amazonian islands, seemed to be threatened by the growth of Saran, but she did not launch any attacks. She expanded the scope of her activities a little bit. Obviously, her territory was about to touch Saran's overseas roots. But this was not the biggest threat to the south coast. The Pirate King of Amazon has always been very cautious. At present, she should not have had any plans for a full-scale war with Saran. So, her actions were only a kind of probing, a kind of implicit provocation. The real threat was the Principality of Rossat. In the battle to defeat the Pirate King Ashad, Saran severely damaged the navy of the Principality of Rossat, and even tried to kill the Red Dragon Duchess once, which forced her to revive with the help of Hide Life. This sort of hatred was very strong. To some extent, it was almost impossible to resolve. So, when the navy of the Principality of Rossat received the news that Saran was not on the south coast, they immediately moved. Their actions startled the half-elven first mate guarding the eastern routes. He could deal with the pirates of the east, but he could not deal with the Red Dragon Duchess. The only thing he could do without contacting Saran was to ask for help from Modor City. Raging Sand Island. It used to be the base of the pirate King Ashford. Now, it was the Eastern Sea Route hub with the half-elven chief mate in charge. At this moment, the port was solemn, as if something big was going to happen. The navy of the Principality of Rosat was abnormally mobilized, and they did not know what means they had used to secretly equip even more warships. It was said that the Amazon pirates had secretly supported them, but there were no sources with more concrete evidence. The only thing for sure was that the navy of the Principality of Rosat has been supplemented by a large number of warships and has been reorganized into a strong navy. On the entire south coast, the people that could support them with so many things, other than the kingdoms nearby, were only the Amazon women who could do it. It was impossible for a kingdom to support the other country's navies with its own warships. So, the Amazon women were the most likely. The Amazon Islands were originally overseas. They used warships, so it was not difficult for them to support the Principality of Rosat. A warship gradually approached Raging Sand Island. At this moment, a lot of people have gathered in the port, including the half-elven chief mate and the other pirate leaders, who have all come to the port to wait. Other than Saran, there seemed to be only one person who could make them wait so respectfully. Gloria's figure appeared on the deck. She was dressed in a black wizard robe, and her face was covered with a veil. Even at this moment, she still looked beautiful and moving, as if carrying a mysterious color. Next to her was the little Vivian. Today, Vivian was wearing a pure white princess skirt, holding on to the leash of an expressionless Lulu behind her. Finally, in the dark corner of the cabin, there seemed to be another figure in a wizard's robe. She did not directly reveal herself but stood quietly behind. "Your Excellency." The half-elven chief mate knelt down on one knee, and the pirate leaders behind him all knelt down subsequently on one knee, and said, "Your Excellency." Young lady. Saran's intentions had become increasingly apparent. His ambition has made the enemy restless. His men and his enemies understood his intent, especially after taking over the territory of the west and north coasts. The former enemies of Saran became more and more uneasy. At the same time, some rules were quietly changing. The pirate leaders who used to be lawless were now learning the laws and rules. They needed to learn how to become a manager because they were not pirates who would run away after a robbery in the park. Each of them had their own territory and needed to manage and build the ruling class. "You may rise." Gloria walked gently like a noble king's daughter. She reached and held on to little Vivian's hands, then glanced at other pirate leaders, and said slowly, "Have the others gather in the council hall." "Yes." The half-elven chief mate said respectfully. It could be said that in the whole area of the south coast, other than Saran, only Gloria could handle these rebellious pirate leaders, not only because of her status in the Northern Witch Council but also because of the strength she possessed. Since she followed Saran to the outer islands, Gilia's identity and status were destined to be different. In Saran's absence, although she seldom interfered in the outer islands' affairs, there was no ambiguity about her right to speak or power. Night descended. Gloria rubbed her forehead wearily and put down the scroll in her hand. The situation on the Eastern Sea Route was not very good. The navy of the Principality of Rosat was growing, and the possibility of fighting with them was too high. A deep-seated grudge. Gloria was also a powerful spellcaster, and it was clear how much the Red Dragon Duchess hated Saran. The discussion in the council hall lasted throughout the afternoon. All sorts of intelligence reports showed that the Principality of Rosat might threaten the Eastern Sea Route, and the female pirates of the Amazon seemed restless as well. These Amazon women were not that easy. They were not simply pirates. Behind them, there was an Amazonian community and a godly temple that believed in the Storm Lord. Saran was expanding too fast. Everyone in the surroundings felt threatened, and the number of enemies was also growing. "Sister Gloria," Vivian's clear kiddish voice sounded, and the little girl walked up with a plate of snacks and adorably went, Look, I've brought you some delicious food. Lulu followed behind like a little tail, looking longingly at the delicate snacks. It looked so delicious at first sight. Meow. Gloria's beautiful face revealed a smile. She had just opened her mouth to say something. Suddenly, her face changed slightly and disappeared, leaving only an image. Vivian, you stay here. Short distance teleportation. In a moment, Gloria's figure appeared on the roof, along with another figure. Mother. She looked at the empty sky, her expression heavy as she went. We've forced her out. A magic aura emerged. Gloria's figure soared, and the fallen witch, who was covered in black robes, rose as well. In front of them, Your Gloria. The shadow of the other party was very dim under the moonlight, but it was not difficult to identify her. Gloria looked very calm. She turned to look at the fallen witch behind her and said slowly, Mother, let me meet her. I've just finished making a small gadget recently. Pada. Gloria raised her hand and snapped her fingers, a movement that seemed to have been learned from Saran. A pale golden glow emerged. A deck of tarot cards appeared in Gloria's palm. With a flick of her white fingers, all the tarot cards in her palm were flying. 56 cards revolved around her body. The strange arcane light was shining. These tarot cards were like mysterious runes revolving around her body. Even though I've only finished 56 cards, it should be enough to deal with you. With a smile on her face, Gloria flicked her fingers on a tarot card. In the next moment, a surprising flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the galloping lightning directly hit the enemy in front of her. Call lightning. A dark gold card emerged. This was a card that Saran had seen once. It was pinned in between Gloria's fingers at the moment, and it seemed like she had no intention to use it either. Tarot cards. There were 78 cards. They were further classified into 22 main cards and 56 sub-cards. Gloria's dark gold card at the moment was the queen in the 22 main cards. This dark gold main card seemed to have a different and stronger arcane power from the other 56 sub-cards. Chapter 418 Brewing Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. It was quiet under the night sky. Saran sat cross-legged beside the campfire with his hands on the curved sword, icing teeth, placed on his knees. This was the way to cultivate for a sword saint, a mysterious domain similar to meditation. The moment the mind has calmed to the limit, the sensory world would be able to catch the vibrations in the blink of an eye. That was why the Sword Saint's moves would always be so precise and deadly. This was also the basic cultivation method of mastering the legendary ability Expose Weakness. For a rogue like Saran, it would take a lot of effort to master it in the future. Dee was also sitting cross-legged, but she did not settle down. She just sat normally in silence. Her entire person seemed very relaxed. She was a little similar to the pugilist Saran had met. The Oriental dancer rested her head on her long and strong thighs. The relationship between the two women made Saran feel a little strange. He didn't know whether they were really just in a very good relationship or some other special relationship. At the moment, Dee looked like a gentle big sister, occasionally reaching out to touch the long hair of the Oriental dancer. Her eyes were clear. Saran had never seen such a clear gaze before. It was such a pure mind and had a pure strength, body, spirit, soul. A pugilist's cultivation was very similar to that of a monk's. They could get a pure physique through training and would be completely immune to any disease's effect. With further training, a pugilist's body would gradually approach perfection, and they would be immune to any poison effects. When their cultivation has reached a certain level, the spirit of the pugilist would become extremely pure, and their body and spirit would enter a mysterious state of emptiness. In the end, a pugilist would also eventually cultivate the domain of perfect self just like the monks. In simpler words, the woman in front of him had reached the point where essence chi spirit is integrated. Her clear and incomparable eyes represented a real existence of power. Your mind is not at peace. After looking at Sorn for a long time, he slowly said, although you have an extraordinary determination, as long as your mind has not really calmed down, you will never feel the real way of cultivation. Saran slowly looked up and said in a deep voice, what should I do? I can't teach you. He gently shook her head and took off the hair belt behind her, letting the long black hair hang down. She raised her hand and stroked the side of the face of the Oriental dancer. In a soft voice, she said, "In the Eastern Kingdom, everyone cultivates in a different way. Even monasteries of the same school have different ways of cultivating. You have a strong belief. I can feel it. This is a good thing. When you've found the way to cultivate, this belief will become your greatest motivation." After she said this, he paused and then went, "I met a druid when I left my hometown. Just like you, he came from the other side of the continent. Although he had some mysterious magic that would let him reach the Eastern Kingdom quickly, in the end, he chose to go on foot. He spent more than a year walking tens of thousands of miles, through forests, grasslands, Gobi, deserts, and finally reached the King Long Lake in the Eastern Kingdom. Before I left, he had already been there for 3 years. What he did every day was to plant different kinds of trees, flowers, and grass, and then sat down to meditate there. He said he was feeling the way of nature. The way of nature for the Druids was different from our way of cultivation. The power that you use is not the same power that we use. So if you intend to cultivate, you should find the answer from the source of your own power. After saying this, he stopped. She closed her eyes slowly as if she had no interest in saying anything else. Saran was lost in thought at her words. If the power source of Druids was the way of nature, then where was the power source of rogues? Combat skills. No, based on combat skills, rogues were superior to many professionals because they were a group of people that were the most proficient in skills. Saran looked at the bonfire, and he noticed the shadow under the fire. Shadow. He opened his hand gently and had a thoughtful expression. The power source of the rogues should be the shadows. It was the only supernatural power they could use, and it could support most supernatural abilities. However, Saran was not so familiar with this ability, nor did he have much clue to improve it. More often, it was more like a kind of bloodline ability. With the advancement of the professional level and strength, it would penetrate into the body bit by bit. From the moment of advanced rogue, their bodies would begin to adapt to the power of shadows. The mysterious Eastern Kingdom. They seemed to have a very different way of cultivating. No wonder more and more professionals have been going to the Eastern world for hundreds of years. Saran did not have a lot of outlines. After all, he did not know much about the cultivation in the Eastern Kingdom. But he also had something more familiar. That was the Sword Saint. The existence of Sword Saint was the perfect combination of different professional systems on both sides of the mainland, which inherited the explosive power of the fighters on the mainland and held the most mysterious chi of the Eastern Kingdom. Kikai. That was the most iconic ability of Sword Saint. In a flash, his fighting power would burst out at the peak state. All the sword movements that Saran has mastered now were basically extended from the burst technique of Kai. Saran felt that there was a mist in front of him. He seemed to see something, but he did not really see it. He thought of the first encounter of the Storm Ronin. Although he was an advanced professional of rangers, his fighting skills had obvious traces of flurry blows. Maybe I should go to the Eastern Kingdom again if I have the chance. Saran slowly stood up. He turned his head and looked at Lee behind him. In a soft voice, he said, "It's almost dawn. Let's part ways. Take care of yourself. I hope to see you again." There was a glimmer of light in the sky. Saran turned and walked away without saying much, either. The Oriental dancer also slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the back of Saran's departure. Her expression was complicated yet reluctant, but finally turned into calmness. "Let's go." Too. Lee slowly stood up and gently stamped her foot. The sand in front of her collapsed and buried the bonfire. She turned and stroked the side of the face of the Oriental dancer, and said slowly, "Her Highness is still waiting for us to go back." Recently, the monasteries all over the world seemed to have taken action. "I'm afraid that evil things underground will run out again. Guard against evil things." From the fall of the Arcane Empire to the present, the ancient evil things sealed at the bottom of the earth have always been the enemies of the entire Eastern Kingdom. The two tall figures gradually disappeared. Before leaving, the Oriental dancer looked behind her once again. Saran's figure had long gone far away, and only a small black spot could be seen vaguely. The wind and sand gradually spread. This desert was the border between the two countries and the real destruction of the Arcane Empire. In this desert, there used to be the most brilliant arcane civilization radiating throughout the whole multiverse. But now it had become the most desolate and dangerous death desert. Energy radiation destroyed everything. This desert spanned more than a quarter of the land on the whole continent and had isolated the two countries for thousands of years. It wasn't until the ascetic monks from the east appeared, and after the south coast has opened up the eastern sea route, that their contact with each other began to increase gradually. However, for ordinary people, the Eastern Kingdom was still a distant unknown. Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. Recently, there was a new figure in Arendelle, who was the descendant of Queen Isabella, Lady Adele Isabella. In other parts of the continent, it was not so easy for a woman to get a title, but there was no such concern in Arendelle. This Adele Isabella was Arendelle's new favorite. She not only had a noble bloodline, a beautiful face, and an amazing wealth, but also had a close relationship with Princess Anna of Arendelle. She would be invited to almost every palace banquet, and she has always been sitting beside Princess Anna as if she was the closest friend of Princess Anna. Even other kingdoms in the south have heard of her existence. After all, the blood of Queen Isabella has different meanings. It was also on the same day, Lady Adele Isabella, Arendelle's new influential figure, left. She would take a merchant ship to the south coast because she still had her own business in the shipwreck bay. The news reached the kingdom on the south coast. Many aristocrats in the south began to arrange for people to meet the noblewoman. Her beauty, her wealth, her status, all made the noble children in the south restless. A woman of noble birth could not only improve the family's gold content, but also enjoy a share of the huge wealth through her, and be able to build a relationship with the rich of Arendelle. Many southern nobles were making their own tabulations. The plan that Saran had set had begun to brew. Chapter 419 Brass Dragon. It was about 300 kilometers south along the desert. There was a special place where there was a volcano, but it had not erupted for hundreds of years. This volcano was Saran's destination. The third elemental stone was on the altar near the volcano. The fire element was the most difficult to deal with among the four elements. However, for Saran, he just finished off a Bala, and then turned to deal with some fire elements, which was as if it were child's play. With his current flame resistance and the power of the curved sword icing death, he didn't need to be afraid of the fire. But there was also something he was afraid of: the dragon. Dragons lived all over the world, but most of them did not like places with human activities, so many of them built their nests in desolate areas. Saran's current position naturally met all aspects of the dragon's conditions, so his destination was actually the territory of a dragon. Although this was not the first time Saran fought against a dragon, he was not naive enough to think that he could easily go fight a dragon on his own, especially when the dragon that was here was not so easy to deal with. It was a brass dragon. Brass dragons were of the chaotic good alignment. They were different from the pure blood dragon Saran met in the past. The brass dragon belonged to the metallic dragons, while the red dragon and the white dragon belonged to the chaos dragons. The metallic dragons were mostly dragons of the good alignment, so they were not very aggressive. Unfortunately, as the existence of the evil order, the threat by the metallic dragons was not very different from that of the chaos dragons for Saran. Evil alignment was not that good because of this point. It was not easy to fight against the good alignment, and it was also not easy to fight against the evil alignment. The one that was staying here was an adult brass dragon. Its existence has long been known by others, and even desert caravans have met it, calling it desert wind. The brass dragon was a very special kind of dragon because they liked to chatter with others. There was a passage that recorded them like this: the brass dragon is very talkative and good at speaking. Sometimes they can provide some useful information for adventurers, but it usually takes a long time of chatting and hinting to give it a gift before the brass dragon gives out information. The pupils of the brass dragons would gradually darken with age and end up like molten metal balls. Brass dragons like dry and high temperatures, and most of the time bathed in the desert sun. They give off a strong smell of metal or sand. They like to build their nests in high caves. Brass dragons can eat almost anything, but they usually eat very little. They can get nutrients from the morning dew. Because the habitat of brass dragons and blue dragons were the same, they are dangerous enemies. If the two sides were in an Aeonian conflict, the larger blue dragon would easily prevail. For the brass dragons, talking to adventurers was more attractive than fighting. That's right. You were not mistaken. The labels of brass dragons were marked with extremely talkative, good at speaking, likes chatting, etc. That is, a brass dragon was a chatterbox amongst the pureblood dragon species. There was a saying in those days, what is the most likely outcome of the chaos alignment? Without a doubt, it's a joke. Note, since ancient times, chaos has had jokes. Brass dragon. It was the joke amongst the dragons. Other than being chaotic good and a chatter, they were not only a joke but also fighting trash amongst the jokes. Saran was also the territory of the brass dragon that was called Desert Wind. It has done a hilarious thing in the past too. It kidnapped a group of adventurers, and then forced them to chat with him for a full 3 days and 3 nights. After it satisfied its desire to talk, did it let go of the team of adventurers who were about to be played badly? Because it has never done anything bad, and its own strength was quite strong, no one came to fight against it. This desert area was its independent kingdom, and it has been living well here until the end of the Avatar crisis. Maybe most of those who were born to be a joke was lucky. Anyway, Saran did not hear who had killed it. Note 1, there were not many brass dragons, most of them live in the desolate desert. Note 2, because of living in the desert, the brass dragon's desire for chatting was often not satisfied. A volcano appeared in front of Saran's eyes. Fortunately, the figure of the brass dragon did not appear, and the dragon slept for a long time during its lifetime. It was not difficult to find the altar of the elements, because all the elemental altars had a symbolic feature, and it was that there were elemental guarding it nearby. So if one found the fire element, one would find the location of the elemental altar. Fly. Saran searched carefully near the volcano, and soon found traces of the fire element. It was not difficult to deal with these fire elements. Saran's fire resistance was enough to ignore the fire on them, so it was easy to finish off a large area. The slaughter EXP was accumulating incessantly. When Saran cleaned up the fire elements near the altar, he gradually approached the center of the altar. Then he began to search carefully. Time went by bit. Saran's expression became more and more perplexed. At last, he could not help frowning and standing at the same place. He seemed to be in deep thought. The elemental firestone was not here. This was a very strange thing because, according to the information he remembered from the start, there should be no errors in the location of 4 elemental stones. Although no specific details were released at that time, the general location would not be deceiving. The fire elemental stone should be here. The 2 elemental stones in front of Saran were all obtained from an altar. Why can't I find that elemental stone fire once I got here? He did not give up and went looking again. It was a pity that he still found nothing. But Saran found the dark pattern that was preserved by the elemental stone. It was empty inside. The fire elemental stone was taken away by someone. The discovery immediately made Saran feel thorny because he needed all 4 of the elemental stones. If it was really taken away by someone, he still did not know if he could get it back from the others. Even if he could find it back, he did not know how much time it would take. Now that Saran was racing against time, and he was not allowed to spend too much energy on it. If the whereabouts of fire elemental stone was really unknown, perhaps he could only give up in this way. When Saran could not find any clues, suddenly, a voice came from above him. Tai, where did this rogue come from? How dare you come to your mother's place to steal things? The voice was loud, but there was still a trace of childishness. When Saran heard this voice, he turned over and retreated almost instantly. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword icing teeth with a glang. His entire body crouched slightly, ready to fight at any time. Your mother? When Saran lifted his head to look up to the front, His expression suddenly froze. Standing about 50 meters away in front of him was a Lolita, about 1 meter tall. She was wearing a gold princess skirt with broken lace, which was inlaid with dazzling gems. The long pale blonde hair fell naturally, the face looked very lovely and adorable, but the expression was old-fashioned. At the moment, she was holding out a pink and tender finger and pointing at Saran in front of her, while pouting with her mouth, and went, "Hey, I'm asking you something. Why did you come to my place to steal things? Hello? Are you a mute, or an idiot? Were you scared silly by my overbearingness? Really scared till you've become stupid? I'm not that unlucky, am I? It's not that easy to catch a human." She still did not wait for Saran to speak. With such a stupefied effort, the Lolita in front had already said a lot. However, he seemed to know who she was. Chapter 420 Your Mind Brass Dragon. In fact, it was really hard for Saran to think that this cute Lolita had anything to do with an adult brass dragon. However, most of the dragons were magical, so it was not so difficult for them to have human forms. It was just that many dragons didn't like to change. In the case of changing into other creatures, their combat power would also be weakened. Polymorph, greater polymorph. There were many spells that could change a person's appearance, but retaining power was the difficult part. Most of the giant dragons rarely changed into human form. They believed that this state was too weak. However, small creatures had some conveniences, and occasionally giant dragons liked the human form. In this aspect, the metallic dragons of the good camp preferred to transform, while the 5-colored dragons of the evil camp preferred the dragon form. There were many different reasons for this. For example, there were many enemies of the 5-colored dragons, and it was necessary to maintain its combat effectiveness at any time. The metallic dragons had great spells, thus it was fine for them to change into human form. Here we'll give the rank and characteristics of each dragon. The evil dragons, red dragon, inhabits fiery areas, breathes out fire, has a hot temper, and is ranked number 1. Blue dragon, inhabits the sea, breathes out thunder, likes to fight, and is ranked number 2. Green dragon, inhabits forests, breathes out toxic gas, is cunning, and is ranked number 3. Black dragon, inhabits the abyss, breathes out acid, is erratic, and is ranked number 4. White dragon, inhabits icy plains, breathes out frost, is seclusive, and is ranked number 5. The good metallic dragons, gold dragons, inhabits the serpent hills, dragons' breath are fire and lightning, are proud, and are ranked number 1. Silver dragons, inhabits the serpent hills, dragon's breath is frost, is emotional, and is ranked number 2. Brass dragons, inhabit arid areas, dragon's breath is fire, is talkative, and is ranked number 3. Bronze dragons, inhabits underwater regions, dragon's breath is lightning, is curious, and is ranked number 4. Copper dragons, inhabits earth-fast mountains, dragon's breath is toxic gas, likes tricking people, and is ranked number 5. These were the most common pureblood dragons. There were also the gem dragons, but they were rare in the material plane. The adventurers liked the red dragons more spoils, the white dragon easy to deal with, and the silver dragons emotional. They hated the green dragons very cunning, the brass dragons talkative, and the copper dragons often mischievous. The metallic dragons were smaller than the colored dragons. The red dragon was the largest in size, while the metallic dragons were good at spell casting. Overall, the fighting power of the metallic dragons was stronger than that of colored dragons. For example, this little Lolita's group often fought with the most belligerent blue dragon. Dragons were ultimately dragons. Although the little Lolita seemed to be non-threatening and was very cute, Saran's heart was still not at all relaxed. Saran looked at her expression and said, "I've come to look for an elemental stone." Something to note. One of the most troublesome things about dealing with the metallic dragons was that they liked to use the spell Detect Lies very much. If they found out you were lying, they would immediately attack you. The little Lolita raised her hand and touched her long blonde hair. She looked at Saran, blinked, and said with her head askew, It doesn't look like you're lying to me. Elemental stone? Let me think. Ah, here. Is it this thing? The little Lolita raised her hand and drew a line in the air. The space in front of her opened up, and dazzling light shone through. Then she stretched out her white and tender hand and took out a piece of fire-red elemental stone. Saran was slightly surprised, as the little girl was actually controlling storage of different dimensions. It seemed that her spellcasting level was quite strong. Metallic dragons had advantages in casting spells, and the most powerful golden dragon was even a famous sage. Note: gold dragons had a long beard and looked very knowledgeable. Elemental stone fire. When he saw the stone, Saran's expression changed. But the little Lolita put it away with a smile on her face. She looked at Saran in front of her with her head askew, and said in a crisp voice, "Do you want it? I won't give it to you. Hee hee. It's mine. Everything on this mountain is mine, including the desert. Now you're mine too." The little Lolita could not help but laugh out loud. She was so cute, but she was also very irritating. She was like a child in middle school that needed to be educated by adults. Saran did not relax. His expression got tense, and his body was ready for battle. The little Lolita looked at Saran and said, "I'm going to take you back now. Are you going to fight back? Fight back? Or fight back?" Speechless, Saran grabbed the hilt of his curved sword and said, "Doesn't seem like I have a choice. A battle was imminent." Hee hee. The little Lolita laughed and said playfully, "Of course not. It's not easy for me to come across a toy, so I must have good fun with it, no matter what dragon, good or evil." There was always a very annoying point about the giant dragons, that was the extreme arrogance and self-righteousness. They did things exactly according to their own preferences, so if you wanted to talk to them, you had to show them your capabilities first. They would only listen after feeling some pain. Hold human. The battle swiftly began. The cute Lolita got into the air and pointed her white finger at Saran. There was nowhere to hide. Under this range, Saran swiftly got hit by the spell. A row of data appeared. You're hit by Hold Human spell. Test of Fortitude. Test passed. You're completely immune to the effects of this spell. The spell was useless. Saran's will and fortitude were no joke now. This kind of trick was now useless against him. Shang. A cold light appeared. Even though the little Lolita looked cute, Saran had no intention of holding back. Saran launched out and slashed toward the little Lolita's head swiftly. Greater mage armor. The little Lolita was a little shocked. With a little wave of her hand, she opened a field of energy protection. Changing into a human form meant losing the advantage of the dragon's natural fighting ability. How could Saran not seize the opportunity to get closer? Arcane Missile X5. The overwhelming arcane missiles were launched wildly, and Saran had no reservation in the face of the enemy in front of him. Instantly, Saran activated the spells he memorized. After dragons had turned into humans, they normally could not resist spells. Huh? The little Lolita's expression changed from shock to amazement. She clapped her hands and said, "You can even use magic. Excellent. It looks like you'll last. This will be so much fun." She didn't even look at the arcane missiles and let them hit her body. In the next moment, Saran's eyes almost popped out and muttered, "Impossible. How could you still have so much resistance to magic in human form?" There seemed to be no damage. The arcane missiles were almost useless. Chapter 421 Dragon Nation Magic Resistance. This was hard to attain. Among all the known professions, the monk had the highest magic resistance. A legendary monk had an amazing magic resistance. They could stand in the same place and let a spellcaster below level 15 use all their spells. As long as the profession level of all the spellcasters were lower than 15, it was impossible to threaten a legendary monk. In front of a legendary monk's abnormal magic resistance, many spells wouldn't even make a dent, and the effects of elemental damages would be ignored. This was an ability that was more powerful than all the other elemental resistance and was also resistant to all spell effects. In certain aspects, this was why the monk could have a perfect self. Saran was not at all resistant to magic. Most rogues had no magic resistance. Elemental resistance could be obtained through training, but magic resistance was often innate. The magic resistance of monks was accumulated through their daily practice. Others who wanted to obtain magic resistance could only rely on legendary equipment or advance to the realm beyond mortals. As saints, any spell below level 3 basically could threaten a saint. Dragons were one of the creatures that were born with magic resistance. The dragons also had a very high resistance to magic. In many cases, they would be immune to low-level spells, and some high-level spells. There was only one way to deal with them: the meta-magic ability Spell Penetration. If that does not work, then it would have to be the legendary meta-magic ability Legendary Spell Penetration. In case none of these are available, the person would have to try and lower the dragon's magic resistance. Unfortunately, Saran couldn't do any of those. In fact, what puzzled him was the fact that this little girl was able to resist his spells in human form. In his memory, once a dragon changes into another creature, its spell resistances would disappear because this transformation meant temporarily transforming themselves into humans, who were born without spell resistance. The little Lolita waved her white hands indifferently and said with a smile, "What? This spell doesn't threaten me at all. Do you have any more powerful spells? Try another one." Saran's pupils got small. In the next moment, he retreated back and swiftly cast spells. Bull's Strength Maximize Spell. Cat's Grace Maximize Spell. Melf's Minute Meteors Maximize Spell. The legendary curved sword disappeared in the palm of Saran's hand, and then two dazzling flames appeared. Saran's figure fell on the altar's stone pillar, and his combat power was greatly improved by multiple buffs. The dazzling fires leapt on Saran's palm. The little Lolita's eyes finally changed. She looked at the flames in Saran's palm with a little panic on her expression. Then she put out her little tongue and licked her lips. Her expression seemed to be a little excited and said, "Ah, that's a bit overboard. I didn't think you would know this spell, Pa. What are you trying to do? Kill a dragon? You have the heart to kill such a cutie like me?" Obviously, her words showed weakness, but the expression on her face was still had that carefree and arrogant look. Wahahaha! The little Lolita burst out laughing excitedly. Her figure was floating in the air strangely. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she challenged, "Come on, weak human. Even if you use this kind of magic, you can't defeat me. I'm the princess of the Brass Dragon Nation, after all." Brass Dragon Nation, Dragon Island? Saran seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't have much time to think at all. The little Lolita in front of him suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already over Saran. Dragon's breath. The scene that completely subverted Saran's experience happened. The brass dragon in front of him was able to use the power of a dragon even when she was in human form. The little girl took a deep breath. Then when she blew, a terrible flame came down from the sky. This small little girl had spat out a flame that was as powerful as a red dragon, covering Saran instantly. Shadow Leap. Evade sight. Saran's figure landed on the altar and blended into the shadow. The little Lolita stopped spitting fire. She tilted her head and looked at the bottom. She raised her hand to touch her long blonde hair and said excitedly, "Are you hiding? I'm very good at playing hide and seek. Where are you? Let me see. Where are you hiding?" A strange shadow appeared. Saran's figure appeared in the shadow of a rock on the top of the mountain. He leapt up in a flash, and the flames on his palm flew toward the little Lolita. Boom! A loud bang was heard. The Melf's Minute Meteor had a terrifying penetrative effect. It broke through the protective shield of the girl and exploded in front of her. A small figure flew back. However, she soon stabilized her figure, but the beautiful princess dress was a little tattered. There were also char marks. Saran's spell had broken her magic resistance. However, something strange happened. The little Lolita's injuries and charred skin recovered swiftly. Her skin became white again as though nothing had happened. Damn it! Saran's expression changed, and he disappeared once more. She also retained the dragon's regenerative ability. What monster is this? Even after she was in a human form, she still retained most of her dragon abilities, even her regenerative ability. Magic. This must be some legendary morphing spell. The little girl covered her lovely face and seemed to be crying, but there was no tear in her eyes. Instead, There was a kind of competitive look on her face. She acted to cry for a bit and said, "You tore my favorite skirt. This is the only skirt I have. I'm mad. Now, I am going to be serious." Hong! The air around the girl became chaotic. Dragon wings. A pair of giant dragon wings emerged behind the little girl. It was clear that her body was still human, but a pair of giant brass dragon wings appeared behind her. She looked similar to the Red Dragon Duchess. However, the little Lolita's dragon wings were bigger, more threatening, and more oppressive. Sandstorm. With a huge flap of her wings, a terrible gale swept out, and sand blew up. Saran's figure was exposed in the sandstorm. Even though he was still invisible, there was no way to hide the general outline. "Got you." The little Lolita's eyes were a little excited, and her delicate body rushed down with the huge dragon wings. She said, "I'm playing for real now. Don't die on me now." Wing attack. A burst of power was seen. The huge dragon wings swept down with unparalleled strength. The most threatening move of a pure-blood giant dragon was that the damage caused by the flapping of the dragon wings. Chapter 422. A guest in Dragon Island. A great howl of wind came toward Saran. Facing the attack from the little Lolita, Saran did not panic. He rolled back into the shadow, then disappeared. No profession could resist the dragon wing beating. Even wizards who had a legendary protection or barbarians who had legendary rage would have difficulties resisting the fierce dragon wing attack. However, you could still dodge it. Saran could either use Shadow Leap or Shadow Jump to avoid the attack. Shadow Jump. The scary wing attack swept through the altar. The little Lolita breathed heavily and slightly faster. This kind of attack must be energy demanding for a dragon. The little Lolita's figure rose to the sky, looked down at her head askew, and whispered, "Are you hiding again? You must have something good. I can't even force you to show up." Cloak of proof against detection. Even though there was a way to reveal Saran's figure in an attack, he could still hide from her. This place was not good for Saran. If it's not the desert areas that could reveal his figure, then Saran would have an even greater advantage. The little Lolita carefully observed her surroundings. It seemed that there was an energy protection field on her body. She thought about it for a while, then took a deep breath again, and her little cheek puffed up. Dragon's breath again? Isn't there a recharge time for this ability? How could she continuously launch 2 attacks? Dragon's breath. Sleeping gas. A strange gas came out from the little Lolita's mouth and covered a large area. 2 kinds of dragon breath. There were excellent talents among the adult giant dragons, which could master 2 different dragon breaths. One was the elemental dragon breath. The other was the gas dragon breath. For example, some silver dragons could breathe out frost and a paralyzing gas. The coverage area was big. Saran was almost immediately affected by it. You're hit by the dragon breath. Sleeping gas. Test of fortitude activated. Test of fortitude passed. Test of will passed. You're completely immune to the effects of this dragon breath. Immune. Saran's hard training had finally paid off. Saran now had successfully become immune to the effects of dragon breath. Ow! The little Lolita gasped for air and muttered, "Still not affected? You sure are surprisingly powerful." Shadow Leap. The distorted figure appeared on her left side. Saran's figure suddenly appeared, and the fireballs in his palm were thrown out at high speed. Saran had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Facing this tricky little Lolita, he could only passively wait for her to consume part of her spells. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Melf's Minute Meteor's powerful penetrating capability had successfully broken through the energy shield of the little Lolita. However, after she opened her dragon wings, the little Lolita immediately wrapped her delicate body with her huge dragon wing as soon as she saw something wrong. In this way, almost all attacks fell on the huge brass dragon wings. In fact, her body suffered little damage. Evade sight. Shadow Leap. Saran's figure landed on the ground instantly and then appeared under the shadow of her dragon wings. His whole body was like a taut bow. He jumped up and aimed his sword at her leg. The dragon wings opened slightly. Saran rose from the bottom after the tip of the sword gently touched her toes. Saran suddenly turned his body back, and then slowly landed like a goose feather. When the point of the sword touched the sole of her foot, the little Lolita trembled. but the sharp pain disappeared soon. Saran was very delicate. He only touched her gently and did not even cut her skin. That's right, Saran didn't want to hurt her. Saran didn't intend to hurt her or had the confidence to win her. Since she could have dragon wings and retain the strong recovery ability of a dragon even after transformation, it was also likely she had a dragon's protective scales. If this was the case, Saran's attack would only hurt her slightly. On the contrary, Saran's chances of winning would be greatly reduced if she was enraged and reverted to a dragon. This little girl probably had great power. Maybe she was a dragon that had a monster level above 25. A gust of wind blew by. The little Lolita's figure flew down from the air, and then came directly to Saran. Her little face turned red, and her little hands tugged her skirt. Her expression was a little shy and a little angry. What did you see just now? What did I see? Saran frowned and thought, I was fighting you just now, what else could I have seen? Then he recalled something. An image appeared in his mind, and it seemed that he did see something. Damn it. Seeing Saran's expression, the little Lolita's face became even redder. Then she stared at him discontentedly and had an angry expression. Saran didn't know what to think. He backed off a little and muttered, it was an accident. You dragons also fly around naked in dragon form, right? HMPH. The little Lolita stared at him as if she wanted to bite him. She really ground her teeth, but she finally resisted it. Little girl's face turned red and said, You're the one flying around naked. The anatomy of a dragon. Even though Saran had slain a few of them, he had never studied their anatomy. However, Saran still thought in his head, but you dragons do fly around naked. He, of course, didn't dare to say that. Otherwise, she would really kill him. The little Lolita stood and stared at him. Then her huge dragon wings gradually disappeared. She raised her little white hand to tidy up her ragged clothes, then gave him a disgruntled stare, and said in a crisp voice, Come, follow me back. Saran was stunned and did not know what to say. Hey! The little Lolita turned around and looked at him with a red stone in her palm. She rolled it gently in her palm and said proudly, Don't you want this? Just now, I was only playing with you. If I turned into a dragon you'll surely lose. So, if you want this, then follow me back. Even though this stone is useless to me, it is still part of my collection. If you want it, you'll have to give me something good in exchange. After saying that, the little Lolita widened her big eyes and scanned through the items on Saran. All dragons were the same. Saran knew how they were. However, the little Lolita didn't seem to want to fight. So after some thinking, Saran nodded and said, Fine. This little girl was not simple. Saran was not sure if she came from a dragon island because there were no kingdoms among the dragon islands in the material plane. The Brass Dragon Nation. This wasn't something that should appear in the material plane. There seemed to be only one place in the whole multiverse that could be called the Dragon Kingdom. The plane at which this place existed was not simple. The legendary Time Dragon, which had a challenge rating of 24, inhabited that plane. Chapter 423 Timeline Lalala. This is my house. What do you think? The little Lolita was very lively and a little bit chatty. That's probably how brass dragons were. They were a bunch of very talkative dragons. The chaotic camp was totally different from the lawful camp, so often there would be jokes like these. This lovely little Lolita, who was just fighting Saran a few moments back, was now chattering away. It was as though the two had been friends who have known each other for a while. This made Saran feel a bit weird. The little Lolita brought Saran into her den, which was a huge cave. Brass dragons like dry and warm environments. The whole cave was close to the nearby volcano. Occasionally, they could eat some of that magma. Brass dragons could eat whatever. There was no treasure in the dragon cave, which reminded the small dimensional gap she opened. This little Lolita seemed to have a good level of spell casting, which meant that it was highly likely she had a dimensional space where she stores things. This was some high-grade magic. All the hay planes were grown from these small dimensional gaps. Why don't you talk? It seems you're pretty powerful. You must have gone through a lot, huh? Why don't you tell me about it? Do you know how to tell stories? I like to listen to human stories, but why do the dragons always get defeated by humans in the end? You, humans, are so weak. You could die with a pat on the back. The heroes in those stories are weak too. Your curved sword seems powerful. Is it some treasure? Let me see. You're so boring. Why won't you talk? Do you have anything good on you? Hey, 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 talk, talk. You're not a mute. The little Lolita kept chattering all the way, but Saran didn't answer her. He only nodded or shook his head occasionally. Poff. The little Lolita sat on a stone bed after she arrived, then asked, "Hey, you. What's your name?" Saran replied, "Saran." "Saran, huh?" The little Lolita tidied up her hair and said, "Strange name. My name is Cece." Cece? This obviously was not her real name. Dragons all had long names, especially with her status. Her name would be extra long. Well, the little Lolita stood up, smiled, and said, "You can also call me Alice, but I prefer Cece." Alice, a very common name. Probably millions of people had that name. Do you know how to tell stories? The little Lolita stared at Saran with her beautiful golden eyes. Her pupils seemed to be changing colors. Sometimes, they looked pale gold. Sometimes they looked brass in color. The little Lolita looked at Saran with an eager expression, eyes wide, and begged, "Tell me some good stories. I haven't heard a story in a long time. Why don't you tell me about your adventures?" Saran looked at her reluctantly and said slowly, "That elemental stone is very important to me. How would you give it to me?" The little Lolita's eyes looked around. The red stone appeared in her hand. She gently tossed it and said seriously, "Tell me a story first. If the story is very interesting, I will consider whether I would give it to you." "Hey, I'm a dragon, okay? If you want something from me, shouldn't you pay the price?" Saran let out a sigh. After some consideration, he replied, "Fine. I'll tell you a story then." Telling stories. Vivian also liked to listen to stories when she was a child. It's not hard for Saran, but it's not easy to come up with a story that a dragon would be interested in. He could only make it up now and see if she would be satisfied with it. After some thinking, a thought came into Saran's mind. He quickly conceived a story that had a dragon as the leading role. Recently, his eloquence has improved a lot. He thought through the story in his mind and soon came up with a story that seemed old-fashioned but should be very attractive to the little Lolita. He even thought about the framework of the story. The characters in the story were basically dragons, and the last villain was the evil and sinister Catastrophic Dragon. Note 1: Catastrophic Dragon was a kind of dragon that loved the fallen, betray, and rot. Its cruel manipulation skills also made its reputation more widely known. These dragons often conspire with immortal creatures, sometimes allies, sometimes their masters, weaving a conspiracy network of deception. Note 2: Cajole, cheat. Raging Sand Island. The mid-air battle had alerted many. However, this level of spellcaster level was beyond that of the ordinary pirate. Gloria's figure was suspended in the air. Nearly half of the tarot cards around her had become dim. Her white fingertips still held the dark golden queen, but she didn't seem to want to use it at all. Gloria's long silver-white hair was flying with the wind, and she was not injured at all. On the contrary, the Red Dragon Duchess was seriously injured, but she didn't seem to care about the injuries at all. Finish her. The fallen witch stood in a shadow and looked at the Duchess. She's nothing but an image. Simulacrum, a level 8 spell. The spell creates an image that had part of the spellcaster's powers, an improved version of the spell astral projection. The Duchess did not come here as her real self. It seemed that she learned a lot after the battle. Boom! An amazing flash of lightning fell from the sky. Since Gloria had reached the realm of legends, even some low or medium grade spells were powerful. Hee. That's all for tonight. The Duchess seemed to have given up completely. She looked at Gloria and said playfully, "This is just the beginning. I will come back for you." In an instant, her body vanished under the flash of lightning, leaving nothing behind. Gloria watched the body of the Duchess disappear, then slowly landed on the ground and whispered, "This woman is not easy to deal with. She won't give up so easily." The fallen witch nodded and went back to her own room. Gloria looked at her mother as she went. She raised her eyebrow as she felt something was strange with her mother. As soon as the fallen witch entered the room, she activated a magic barrier. Then she took off her cloak and revealed her gorgeous face. There was a strange blush on her face. Her breath seemed to be a little short. Her full chest was slightly undulating as if she was trying to endure something. After a while, she seemed to be unable to resist it. She raised her white fingers and brushed over her chest. Then she let out a moan, as if there was an electric shock. The blush on her face became more and more obvious, and her body trembled slightly. She slowly put down her hands and murmured, "It's the time. I must perform the forbidden ritual to please the Queen of Succubus, or else, the imprint she left on me will give me more agony." The fallen witch hesitantly took out a black silk whip, and then she slowly took off her clothes, revealing her delicate, tall, and slender body. She gently clenched her teeth and waved their whip toward her white and delicate back. With a crisp sound, a clear red mark appeared immediately. "Ah!" The fallen witch let out a groan that was painful yet pleasurable and slowly waved the black whip again. A price must be paid after easily obtaining power. Abyss demons would never be a bunch that was easy to deal with. Chapter 424 Legendary Realm Power. The unprecedented power gradually integrated into Saran's body. He stood still while his figure seemed to become hazy. The shadow around him seemed to be enveloping him while space seemed to be a little distorted. The power of shadow permeated the space, and the distorted shadow rushed toward Saran's body like a tide, making his whole body seem isolated in another space. He seemed to be just a shadow. In fact, his real body had already gone to another world instead of the material plane. Then everything disappeared, and Saran became normal again. A row of data appeared. The profession Shadow Dancer is now 7. Received 32 Dex 26 plus INT 2210 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 14. Profession HP 8 plus Con 2210 times 0.5. Acquired free attribute point. The profession Shadow Dancer is now 8. Received 32 Dex 26 plus INT 2210 times 0.5 skill points. HP increased by 14. Profession HP 8 plus Con 2210 times 0.5. You acquired 1 ability point. Advanced into Legendary. You acquired 1 additional ability point. The profession Rogue is now 15. You've automatically gained the ability Shadow Manipulation. The profession Shadow Dancer is now 7. You've automatically gained the ability Mental Flexibility. Breaking through the critical point. Ability Danger Sense upgraded to ability Danger Sense Proficiency. Breaking through the critical point. Ability Reflex Evasion upgraded to ability Reflex Evasion Proficiency. I have finally entered into the realm of legends. Saran slowly opened his eyes, looked at the huge spider corpse in front of him, and then turned around and looked behind him. The little Lolita sat on a rock with her head askew and looked at him. She seemed a little surprised. Seeing Saran turn around and look at her, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Congratulations. It seems that you have advanced into the realm of legends. But it seems very hard for humans to enter the realm of legend. For us, we just have to eat and sleep." Dragons were too different from humans. Only dragons could sleep and become legendary. Saran was close to the limit after he gained the Slaughter EXP. After he killed the poisonous spider in front of him, he finally got enough Slaughter EXP to advance into the realm of legend. That was why he advanced into it without much hesitation. A row of data appeared. You've gained part of the information of the legendary ability Shadow Realm. You've gained part of the information of the legendary ability Shadow Step. Advancing into the realm of legend doesn't mean being able to master legendary abilities directly. Many legendary abilities required time and training. However, Saran had an obvious advantage when he entered the realm of legend, that was, the ability points he obtained could be directly used to improve his legendary abilities. This was the reason why he had endured until now. From now on, every ability point would become extremely valuable because the ability point obtained after entering the realm of legend could directly strengthen legendary abilities. Note: the ability points gained by the wizard profession could not be used to level up the rogue's abilities. He had got the second information regarding the ability Shadow Realm. Saran only needed one more information regarding the Shadow Realm. and he could master the ability immediately. At the moment of Saran's breakthrough in the realm of legend, the combat ability of the rogue had been comprehensively improved. However, because he had multi-professioned in wizard, some of the legendary ability of the rogue could not be mastered. Note: this was also the reason why there were only 2 pieces of information regarding the ability Shadow Realm. The power rise after entering the realm of legend was shocking. Other than getting new abilities, the old abilities also became stronger. Shadow Leap 100 meters, Shadow Leap 200 meters, Shadow Jump once, Shadow Jump twice. Danger Sense Proficiency. Reflex Evasion Proficiency. Saran had been accumulating evasive abilities for a long time. After countless battles, 2 of his evasion abilities had been upgraded. Danger Sense Proficiency. Supernatural ability. From now on, you have amazing intuitive prediction ability for any attack launched against you. It's hard for other rogues to sneak up on you. Unless the rogue was above your level 4, you will easily detect them and be immune to their sneak attacks. Note: this ability is useful against sneak attacks of any profession. Danger Sense Proficiency. With this ability, Saran would be immune to most sneak attacks of enemies. Only legendary rogues with a profession level of 25 or above could sneak up to Saran. As for other professions, it was basically impossible to sneak up to Saran. Note: this ability is often used to replace the ability Sixth Sense. Reflex Evasion Proficiency. Special ability. From now on, your reflex ability will become more refined. You can make a difficult reflex judgment for any attack against you. As long as you pass the test, the damage you receive will be greatly reduced, including spell attacks. You would be able to rely on the amazing reflex ability to avoid most of the damage. Note: maximum damage taken after dodging the range of the spell is half. Reflex Evasion Proficiency. This was the bread and butter ability of rogues. It prevented spellcaster spells from killing them immediately. After mastering this ability, all spells could be dodged. With Saran's current basic attributes, it was not difficult to avoid the core area of any attack. From now on, no matter whether it was Fireball or Ice Storm, the damage Saran received would be lessened. Furthermore, with these 2 abilities, the chances of physical attacks hitting Saran would be very low. Speaking of evasion abilities, Saran's current abilities that contributed to evasion were Mobile Movement, Dodge Roll, Reflex Evasion Proficiency, and Danger Sense Proficiency. A total of 4 evasion abilities. Finally, there was the rogue gifted ability Mental Flexibility. Mental Flexibility. Supernatural ability. From now on, if you are affected by magic effects of charm, confusion, and illusions, you will get an additional chance to pass the test. Even if you fail in your first save, you will not be affected by the effect of magic, because your flexible mind has generated supernatural mental energy that allowed you to make a second save. If you fail a second time, you won't be immune to the effects of the spells. Saran, who had innate advantages in these kinds of spells, would basically be immune to the attack of this kind of spell. Even legendary wizards may not be able to charm or confuse him. From now on, Saran was basically immune to the charm spells and confusion spells. Almost there. Saran looked at his data page and said to himself, my evasion abilities were stacked to the limit. Anything above would be legendary abilities. I won't have to worry about being controlled by others now. 2 ability points. As for the 2 ability points he gained after entering the realm of legend, Saran was a little hesitant. Legendary abilities. Most legendary abilities had preconditions, including basic attributes, mastery of prerequisite skills, mastery of basic abilities, etc. In order to obtain the skill Legendary Dual Wielding, it was necessary to obtain the previous ability Dual Wielding. Saran had just advanced into the realm of legend, and he did not have some of the prerequisite abilities yet, so he had limited legendary abilities. For this reason, the first legendary ability he got was not his own, but a fighter's ability Epic Toughen. Because he focused so much on survival, his constitution was not low. The legendary abilities he could obtain were the following: Epic Toughen legendary ability. Your physique has advanced to a realm beyond mortals. From now on, you can further strengthen your body and make yourself half as strong as a dragon. Your vitality will be greatly improved. Most attacks will not lead to a test of death. This ability can be improved up to 10 times, and each time you increase it, you can increase 30 points of HP. Note: prerequisite of 20 Constitution, Toughen, maximum additional 300 horsepower. A top-tier meat shield ability. It could raise his HP to the level of saints or gods. But Saran had no real need for this legendary ability. Legendary evasion. Legendary ability. Your evasion ability had been transformed into an instinct. Even if you do not see the enemy, your body would instinctively avoid the enemy's damage. From now on, you would be able to dodge the physical attack of any enemy. This ability can trigger at most once per minute. This is a passive ability. Note: prerequisite of 25 Dexterity, Mobile Movement, Reflex Evasion, Danger Sense, Dodge Roll. Legendary Evasion. From now on, it would not be so easy for any physical attack to hit Saran. The evasion ability of a legendary rogue was superior to most professions. Regarding this legendary ability, someone actually tested it before. A legendary evasion stacked with another evasion ability. Then there was the last activated legendary ability. Epic Prowess. Legendary ability. From now on, your combat skill has reached its peak, and fighting has become an instinct for you. You will gain one additional legendary bonus for any attack identification. The instinct to fight makes it easier for you to fight at your peak strength. This ability is a prerequisite for other legendary abilities. Note: no prerequisite required. The only legendary ability that did not require anything, but it was the prerequisite for the ability Expose Weakness. To master the legendary ability Expose Weakness, he had to first master the ability Epic Prowess. There were many kinds of legendary abilities. Because Saran had leaned toward survival, he only activated part of the legendary abilities. There was no doubt about choosing the ability Legendary Evasion. Saran was also eyeing the ability Expose Weakness, and so his two choices were determined: Legendary Evasion and Epic Prowess. Chapter 425. A Deity Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Spider Forest. Saran walked in front, while the lively little Alita walked behind him. In fact, Saran hadn't figured out why, after listening to the fake, low-grade, ultra-egoistic, dragon story, would have a sudden fantasy and wanted to go on an adventure with him. Dragons were a bunch of lazy creatures, right? In Saran's memory, most dragons slept through most of their days. Previously, he had also seen some good dragons. Although they would deal with other intelligent creatures, he had never heard that a dragon would come along to an adventure. The little Lolita must have short-circuited. She said firmly that she wanted to adventure with him to see something interesting, and also said that if Saran disagreed, she would not give him the elemental stone, but eat it. Note: she really took a bite of the stone. It was said in previous chapters, brass dragons could consume anything, and digest practically everything. Without doubt, after the little Lolita had consumed the elemental stone, she would have digested the stone. In the end, Saran, who was looking ahead, stopped suddenly. He turned around and made a gesture to the little Lolita, who was humming and dancing behind him. "There's someone in front," he said in a deep voice. "Don't make a sound." After entering the realm of legends, all of Saran's abilities had been greatly improved. Since the little Lolita was going to take a risk with him, he planned to take the last elemental stone. In this way, Gloria would not have to leave. Now that Saran was not in the Outer Islands, he could only rest easy when Gloria was in Mordor. This little Lolita was definitely a legendary figure, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to get the last elemental stone. Wind. Maybe he could use her power to defeat the last 4 elemental elders. Hearing this, the little Lolita immediately calmed down, crept close to Saran, climbed onto his back, and leaned up to his ear, and said, "Who? Is there anyone around?" "I don't sense anyone." Soren turned and glared at her, but when he saw little Lolita's smiling face, he said softly, "It should be the elves. There's a patrol team nearby. They all seem pretty capable." The Spider Forest was close to the Elf Nation. Saran came here all the way from the desert, naturally not for sightseeing. In fact, Anyone who was a little smarter could guess where he was going. That's right, the Underdark. Many of the spiders here were the offspring of the Spider Queen Lolth's pet. For a long time, the fight between the surface elves and the underground drows had never stopped. The spider forest was the front line of the fight and a channel connecting the Underdark to the surface. The last elemental stone was in the Underdark. Saran knew where the stone was because he used to be very active here in the past. Are we going underground? The little Lolita laid on Saran's back, her beautiful big eyes showing great excitement. She then said excitedly, I haven't been to the underground. Is there anything fun below? The Underdark was not somewhere fun. Saran grabbed little Lolita from his back and said in a deep voice, be quiet. We'll find a way to dive in and not get involved in the war between the surface elves and the drows. The spider forest was dense. The two figures sneaked closer. Although little Lolita was a giant dragon, her sneaking ability was surprisingly good when she was in human form. Saran was still familiar with this place. In those days, the Spider Forest was a training ground for a team of adventurers with a profession level of 510. There were many highly poisonous spiders here, all of which were the offspring left by Lolth's pet. The speed of their reproduction had been a headache for many nearby races: poisonous spider, phase spider, fire spider, etc. There was a small road that led to the Underdark region. Saran planned to bring this Lolita dragon down and check if the rumors were true. Blood. Fresh blood was everywhere. With sounds of dripping blood, a severely wounded barbarian laid on the ground. His breathing was weak. The terrifying wounds were all over his body, many of which looked like claw marks. Even with the high constitution of the barbarian, he was approaching the edge of dying. Zai. A peal of strange and gloomy laughter rang out, and the vampiric demigod in a dark red noble robe slowly appeared. He watched the corpse of a beautiful woman at his feet, raised his feet, and trampled the corpse's head to mush, then said, "You trash want to unite to defeat me? What an arrogant bunch. Today I'll let you know what's the difference between a mortal and God. I am God." A terrifying aura spread out. All the blood on the ground moved like living creatures. The barbarian kneeling on the ground trembled. Facing the approaching vampiric demigod, he suddenly said, "No, don't kill me. I've never thought of competing with you for the power of fear. Don't kill me. I can tell you where the first son of fear is." The first son of fear? The vampire in a heart stopped and asked, where? He had been looking for this person for a long time. Unfortunately, he had found nothing, as though this person had vanished. Saran. The barbarian was full of fear, and his voice trembled. The beheader Saran. He is the first son of fear. You should have heard of him, the pirate king of the south coast. If it wasn't for the power of fear, he couldn't have unified the south coast so quickly. Pirate king? The beheader Saran? The vampiric demigod let out a smile and said, "So it's him." Gathering that feeble power among mortals. It seems I have overestimated him. After saying that, his bloodred eyes looked toward the barbarian. "No. Don't kill me, please." Ah! The body of the barbarian fell down slowly. The vampiric demigod looked around coldly and said, "Deal with the mess. Don't leave any traces behind." Those paladins are really annoying recently. Damn paladins. They are like cockroaches. Are they not afraid of dying? Other vampire servants appeared and soon began to clean up the nearby blood. The vampiric demigod looked up to the direction of the sea and murmured, "The south coast. Huh? The Temple of Riches has been very hostile to me, but I must get rid of him as soon as possible." Saran. He shouldn't be very hard to deal with, right? Thud. The dim figure of the Helpoimer appeared behind the vampiric demigod. He frowned and looked at the blood on the ground and said slowly, "Reinhardt, we'll deal with the other son of fear later." Some important news had come up. When the vampiric demigod turned around, he looked at the Helpoimer with a smile and opened his arms to hug him. The Helpoimer backed away. It was a kind of depraved and evil creature. Since the Helpoimer knew more about the vampires, he was quite repelled to get close to Reinhardt. The Helpoimer tossed a scroll over and said, "The god of rogues and half-elves had appeared." One, they are in the Underdark region. One, someone had seen him perform some divinity. This is a great opportunity for us. Deity. A little excitement appeared on the face of the vampiric demigod. and a morbid red color appeared on the handsome face. A saint? Finally, the blood of a god. Chapter 426 Beast Folk Darkness. This was the strongest feeling people got when they entered the Underdark. The whole narrow passage was dark. The ground was a little wet because of some water, and there were many dark green mosses on the walls on both sides. Saran had night vision, so it was easy for him to see around, but the little Lolita behind him was in a bit of trouble. The dragon's vision was far better than that of humans on the surface, but it was very limited in a dark environment. The Underdark was not completely dark. In fact, most of the Underdark was somewhat lit because there would be some light diffusion either from the fluorescent plants that would emit light, or some other light source. It was like a night without stars and full of clouds. In this case, the visible range of humans would be reduced to within 3 meters. This was the case in many places in the Underdark, so the adventurer from the surface had to prepare a torch, or find some rare items that enhance the night vision ability. This was not difficult for a wizard. Normal night vision helmets were around 3,000 to 5,000 gold dirals. People that had the ability to go to the Underdark wouldn't mind this amount of money. Oh, it's so dark. The little Lolita laid on Saran's back, put her head close to his ear, and whispered, "Are we there yet? Can I use light?" "Light? Are you trying to paint a big target on our backs?" "No." Saran refused without hesitation, and said in a deep voice, "After another 1,000 meters or so, there will be fluorescent mosses, and then you will be able to see." Light source. Light was a target in the Underdark, and Saran knew how much trouble a light source would bring. Hook horror, giant lizard, mind flayer, etc. These. As they got deeper into the Underdark world, Saran saw some stalactite above their head. There was some underground water source nearby, and they could hear the sound of trickling water. In the Underdark, any place close to a water source would be a fighting area. "Ah, there's a swamp nearby." The little Lolita laid on Saran's shoulders as if she didn't like it. She wrinkled her nose and said, "I smell the dampness and putrefaction from afar." No wonder those ugly and dirty black dragons like to stay underground. Underground swamp. Basically areas that had swamps also had a light source. Sure enough, Saran began to see light. It was a dark green moss with fluorescent light. It was a very common variety of plants in Underdark. The other was a special mushroom in the Underdark. The vitality of these two plants was very strong, and they could even grow near the volcano. The ground became a little wet, and Saran gently lowered the little Lolita, then made a gesture to be quiet. There was a creature that survived in the swamp area. Quaggoth. In short, they were a kind of human mutant that was infected with a virus. They turned into Beast Folk. For some unknown reasons, they had been bitten by other Beast Folk, or they were born with the disease. They finally had the ability to transform into the form of wild animals or the form of animalized humans. Lulu was a cat folk, and she had incredible talent. About the Beast Folk, Saran knew about the wolf folks, tiger folks, and bear folk. The most commonly infected with the virus were the wolf folks, which could be encountered occasionally in the surface world. The tiger folks and bear folks were rarer. Most of them lived in very rare areas. As for the cat folk like Lulu, they were almost on the verge of extinction. Needless to say, wolf folk and tiger folks had a natural strength of +16, meaning they would get +16 strength after they transform. Note: in the Underdark, the strength of the bearfolk fluctuates between 2,736. In human form, their strength was not far from that of the ordinary human, most of which were between 900 and 14. Even with young bearfolks, they could become as strong as bears after transforming. There were some giant footprints on the ground. They were about the same size as brown bears. These bear folks were between humans and wild animals. Furthermore, the virus affected their intelligence, making them like savages. Most of them lived in a tribal way. It was said that the bear folk was a failed product of the Druids' transformation research experiment in the glorious Arcane period, which eventually led to the emergence of this Beast folk disease. Unfortunately, no one could confirm this. Note: the Beast folk virus appeared earlier than the Arcane Empire. and the Arcane Empire also did research about it. I'll go ahead to check the area. Saran glanced at the little elite behind him and whispered, maybe we could find a guide from the Bearfolk's territory. They like to capture other creatures as slaves. Sneak. Saran went into the shadow. The underdeck was a comfortable place for Saran to sneak around easily. There were a few footsteps on the ground. Saran figured there were around 3 to 6 Bearfolk around the area. Even a patrol of drows wouldn't dare to antagonize them. The swamp area was a bit tricky. Good thing Saran still had some spells. As he got closer, he soon saw a rundown shack and a huge cage. There were skeletons on the ground, drows, grey dwarves, and some small creatures. There was no campfire, which meant that the Bearfolk were the most primitive kind. There was no way to communicate at all. The Beastfolk virus may completely destroy the brain of the person. Some couldn't even muster the ability to transform themselves into human form ever. There were very few Beastfolk groups in the whole Underdark that had a civilization and wisdom. In this regard, Lulu was rather intelligent among the Beastfolk. The cage had some creatures. Saran saw an injured mutated bugbear, a dying grey dwarf, and a dead hook horror. All of these were difficult creatures to deal with. However, to these infected Bearfolks, they were just food. Pang! Heavy footsteps were heard. From afar, a huge monster weighing more than 1,500 pounds appeared. It looked like a brown bear walking upright. Its head was like a giant bear, but its body had a humanoid form, which was similar to a wolfolk after transformation. No matter from which point of view, their lineage level was much lower than that of Lilus, which also meant that they were more primitive, wild, and threatening. Bearfolks which can't turn back into human form. Saran could determine the enemy's condition at a glance because after returning to his territory, the Bearfolk began to sniff around like an animal. Animal instincts. The Bearfolk in front of Saran was at the lowest level, the most brutal, the most inhumane beast. They were not intelligent creatures at all. Bearfolk Beastfolk Grade 3. Challenge rating, Level 10 Monster Level 12. Has transformation abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 36 and 9 total attribute points, 85,100. Specialty, Toughen, Slam, Tear, Claw Attack, Roar, Rage, Bloodlust, Animal Instinct. Difficulty, S+. Most Bearfolk were around Grade 3. However, if you dealt with them like any other Grade 3 enemy, it would only lead to death. That was because their challenge rating was S+. Note, a team of fully armed adventurers of about profession level 10 would only have a 10% chance of defeating it. Chapter 427 Godslayer Shash. A gush of blood squirted out. The Bearfolk roared angrily and painfully. It swung its paw behind, and a strong wind blew by. A blue stone of the size of a millstone was smashed into pieces in an instant. Saran's figure leapt forward, and the curved sword went through the gap of the Bearfolk's arm again. Another wound appeared on the body of the Bearfolk. For Saran, who was now a legend, it was easy to deal with this kind of enemy who had great strength, slow movement, and lack of intelligence. It was too difficult for the Bearfolk to hit him. If not for the high constitution of the Bearfolk, Saran would have killed the Bearfolk with that backstab. However, the wound on the Bearfolk was not light. Blood constantly shot out from its back. Its huge body seemed fierce and incomparable, but every attack had landed on the ground. Maybe a more threatening Tigerfolk could keep up with Saran, but a Bearfolk would not be able to do so. Thud. Saran slowly sheathed his curved sword and watched the dead Bearfolk on the ground. After losing its HP, its body gradually shrunk, and finally became a human man with thick hair. His face was very rough, and his appearance was similar to that of a savage. He only completely became human after he died. The side effect of the virus was very big. Only death could return them to their previous form. Furthermore, there was another danger to these Beastfolk. The low-level Beastfolks had a scary virus. If the Beastfolk wounded you, there would be a 10% chance of getting infected. By then, the person would be forced into a test of fortitude. If failed, after a period of fever and pain, it was possible to become a Beastfolk on the night of a full moon. During the transformation, there would be another test of constitution. If failed, it would result in the person going mad or dying. The virus of the Beast folk was usually carried on low-level Beast folks. What they had was the most primitive virus. If they had offspring, such as Lulu, which was very rare, then the animal virus would be combined with the host's genes. Lulu's body was still in human form. At present, she had no signs of transformation, so it was very likely that her father or mother was a pure human. Note 1. On the variation Beast folk in the variation after reproduction, Chapter 6. Note 2. On the quarantine and crossbreed reproduction of Beast folk, Chapter 3, Mixed Blood Woolfolk Research Report. Naturally, Saran was not afraid of the virus. Whether it was the Beast folk virus or the undead virus, it was impossible for Saran to fail the test of fortitude or constitution. Unless Saran was infected with the virus in the state of near-death, he could basically ignore them. Come out. Saran opened the cage beside and said to the grey dwarf inside the cage, "Where do you come from? Are you familiar with the area?" Pang. When Saran opened the cage, the bugbear suddenly rushed out and ran out of the swamp without saying a word. It thought it could escape from Saran's hands. There was a cold light that greeted it. Saran directly cut off the bugbear's head with a sword, and the gushing blood splashed onto the grey dwarf. The grey dwarf trembled, then stammered, "Your Excellency. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't kill me. I'll bring you anywhere you want." Gentle steps were heard. The little Lolita crept up from the outside, saw the body on the ground, clapped her hands, and walked over, pouting her lips and saying, "Saran, I'm bored. The environment here is so disgusting. How about we go out first?" As a brass dragon that lived in the desert, she obviously hated the swamp environment. Saran nodded softly, took back his curved sword, looked at the grey dwarf in front of him with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way. There should be a road to Glextown nearby. Take us the first." The grey dwarf went ahead immediately. Saran followed at the back while the little Lolita still walked with joy. She only hated the environment here. About 1,000 meters away from Saran, a woman stood in the dark, her eyes shining slightly as if they contained some mysterious power. There seemed to be an invisible energy field around her body. Anything close to her, even the wind, was blocked. She looked at Saran's position, and her vision seemed to pass through space and directly locked onto Saran's figure. The sound of heavy footsteps sounded. Behind the slender woman, there appeared a huge man. He was carrying a heavy battle axe in his hand. His muscles seemed to contain infinite power. He was a barbarian who was above legendary. He spoke in an ancient language, a language that was used thousands of years ago and had 36 characters. This name was special. Translated to the common language, the veiled woman was called Dai. The barbarian walked up and asked, "What are you doing?" He. A burst of light laughter sounded, and the woman turned around and looked at the barbarian. She raised the corner of her mouth, and she said lightly, "I found a good rogue by accident, a very interesting little guy. And he is accompanied by a brass dragon that is in human form. Such a combination is quite rare." The barbarian raised his eyebrows and said, "There's no need for more trouble. We didn't come out of the sigil to play this time. This is the first official action of the God Slayer. Our bait has attracted the target, and the Queen of Spiders had turned its attention to the bait. You should know the results if we failed to defeat this terrible existence. The Queen of Spiders, the most powerful existence in the Underdark. The Queen of the Drows, dominator of hell. She possesses a terrifying amount of divinity." Dai became serious. She looked away from Saran and said, "I know what to do. It's just that I have never seen some guy like this, dark, cruel, emotionless. But he also had light in him, even a sense of sacrifice. Something impressive." The woman laughed a little frivolously, then slowly spread out her palm, and said in a cold voice, "Turn-based strategy simulation activated. Activate arcane chest scanning mode." A pure glow of energy appeared, following which, a shapeless energy spread out into all directions. Shinek's energy field expanded. Soul scan activated, scanning an area of 100 meters. Tower Spirit 7 accepts control of the arcane chess system. Begin synchronization of terrain. Battle terrain construction. Scanning points in the air. Shinek's energy field expanded, activating Shinek's resonance. Established Shinek's communication. Hey, plane locked on. Teleportation simulation constructed. Construct activated. Arcane Energy Armor 3 ready. Tower Spirit 6 accepts control of teleportation sites. Execute God Slaying. Target: Queen of Spiders Lolth. Chapter 428. Time Pa. Saran suddenly stopped, and his muscles tightened up. His hands grasped the handle of his curved sword, and his whole person was ready to fight at any time. The nearby Lolita was frightened by Saran's action, but in the next moment, she also disappeared. The petite figure appeared in midair, and her whole person was shrouded in an invisible energy field. The only one who didn't understand what was going on was the Grey Dwarf, who was still looking around frantically. Shinek's energy field. Saran had a stern expression. His perception ability was increased to the limit, and his mind was also paying attention to his surroundings. There's a Shinek warlock nearby casting a spell. With a serious look, the little Lolita said softly, "It's a legendary grade." No, it should be someone beyond legend. The Shinek energy field had covered a large area. How is this possible? The material plane would not have such a powerful Shinek warlock. The two were ready for battle. However, there was no abnormal situation nearby, and the sudden burst of Shinek energy was only a momentary fluctuation. When nothing more had happened, Saran even doubted that what had just happened was an illusion. If the Lolita wasn't here, Saran might have thought it was just an illusion. Thus it was true that there was a very powerful Shinek warlock just now, and the power of this Shinek warlock was beyond Saran's imagination. This covered area, in Saran's memory, only a profession level 30 and above Shinek warlock could achieve this feat. A level 30 Shinek warlock. How could it be? Saran had never encountered such a figure previously. Probably, there were only a few of this powerful existence. Could it be an illusion? The little Lolita shook her little head, landed on the ground, and asked, "Did you feel it, just now?" A very powerful Shinek energy field. Saran nodded gently and replied, "I did feel it." There's no way both of us were wrong. There must be a Shinek warlock nearby. We better be careful later. The little Lolita nodded her little head softly and said, "Could it be the Githai Ankis?" I remember the Githai Ankis would often roam the Underdark. They had quite a number of powerful Shinek warlocks. Surprised. The little Lolita was pretty knowledgeable. The genetic memory of a dragon often took a long time. It seemed that her current form hasn't fully awakened all her genetic memory, which meant that her lineage was likely to have come from a dragon nation. Githai Ankis. Damn it, I'm unsure what happens in the Underdark before the Avatar crisis. Could it be that some powerful Shinek warlock visited the Underdark during this period? Which plane walker would it be? Saran tried to search through his memory, but there was little information available. When he came to the Underdark, the Avatar crisis had already begun. In fact, the difference between the two periods was quite large, which was why he needed a guide. Traversing the Underdark was far more difficult than the surface world, and only a few adventurers could go in before the Avatar crisis. A lot of information about this period was just hearsay because, at that time, not many people were able to get involved in this level. The last time Saran became a legend, he even spent some time reincarnating. So there was some memory gap of this period. We must be careful. Saran looked around and gestured to the Grey Dwarf to keep walking. Shinek warlocks are hard to deal with, so we best get ready for battle. The three continued forward. Nothing happened as they got to the road that led to the city of the Grey Dwarfs. It was as though nothing had happened previously. They didn't encounter any enemy, or did they see traces of the Shinek warlock. The Shinek energy field had disappeared. The energy was only momentary. At the crossroads of the Underdark area, at the foot of the Helpoima was the body of another female drow. He looked at the vampiric demigod coldly and said slowly, "Then why did you still bite her?" Reinhardt spat as if he had tasted something disgusting. He turned to look at the Helpoima, and a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. "We are not familiar with this place, so we need a servant to lead the way." Drops of blood dripped down. With some evil energy, the drow corpse on the ground started to move. "Master." A cold and heartless voice was heard, and the dead drow stood up. Her pupils were grey, and her whole person was like a puppet, kneeling humbly at the feet of the vampiric demigod. "Look." Reinhardt smiled, raised his hand, and touched the drow's forehead. "What a simple thing. Now we can let her lead the way." "The god of rogues and half-elves. I can't wait. I wonder what the fresh blood of a god would taste like. It must be really good." The Helpoima gazed at him expressionlessly, gently touched the magic flute in his palm, and said coldly, "Don't get carried away. This is the territory of the Queen of Spiders. She might also have noticed this prey. She's not someone you want to mess with. Even her incarnate is enough to kill us." Reinhardt's body trembled, then seemed to be calm back down. "She wouldn't be here, right? A weak god wouldn't catch her attention, I think." The Helpoima did not answer him. After a while, he said, "Don't forget she's greedy and cruel. Furthermore, anything related to the elves would interest her." Reinhardt stopped and said, "But it's the half-elves. This has nothing to do with the drows." The Helpoima looked around and said, "I know. So we'd better pray that we don't encounter her. The recent changes of the drow may be due to her passing down some kind of oracle. In addition, I heard that a group of powerful paladins had also come to the Underdark, and I don't know what the purpose of these guys is. In this evil chaotic place, what can attract them?" "Paladins?" Reinhardt raised his eyebrow and said with disgust, "What a bunch of endless shits." In some unknown place, a wizard tower stood high on the plains. There was an astrological platform at the top of the wizard tower, which were engraved with numerous mysterious and ancient runes. A figure in a grey robe stood in the center, and his vision seemed to pass through space and look at the world underground. "It's begun." He raised his finger, and it was seen to be gold in color. As more light shined on the figure, the look of the person became clear. A gold face, and a gold body. The metallic cover was like human skin. There was a special device on his chest. It's a clock that couldn't be described with words. There were countless tiny runes on it and special marks. The clock was still ticking away. The figure looked far and muttered, "I don't have much time." Perhaps the glory of the arcane arts can shine once more. Maybe everything had been buried by time. Only time can tell us an answer, and only time can prove everything. "Thank you, Dilkrena. May you live forever in time." A gap to an unknown dimension opened up. In front of this man who was completely made of metal, there was a bright space like the Milky Way. In the middle of the space, there was a huge dragon sleeping. With its breadth, time and space were gradually distorted. Time dragon. There was only one existence in the entire multiverse, which could bend time and space. Chapter 429 The Secret of Greybeard. The air now had a trace of sulfur smell. The environment in the Underdark was bad. In some places, there were even underground volcanoes that could erupt at any time. This was especially true when the faint smell of sulfur was more obvious. Grey dwarves were also not afraid of death. They liked to build their cities near the volcano, or directly dig through the ground to bring out the underground magma. In terms of forging technology, the technology of the Grey Dwarfs was far superior to that of the surface dwarfs. Often, there would be +3, +4 blacksmiths down here. However, the materials used in the Underdark were useless when these weapons were brought to the surface. The Grey Dwarfs were the best source of slaves in the Underdark. They had been ruled by the Mind Flayers for a long time. Although they were now out of the control of the Mind Flayers, there were still a large number of captured Grey Dwarf slaves in the city of Drowse. Slavery was deeply rooted in this race. Even if they broke away from the control of the Mind Flayers, they were still regarded as the source of slaves by many creatures. Within the city of the Drowse, the number of Grey Dwarf slaves was likely to reach 1/10 of the total population. The surroundings became dim again. Saran heard the flowing water after passing a rocky area. Then a white fog appeared in front of them. Saran remembered this place. Even though the Underdark was a bad place, there were still good things there. Hot springs. In fact, There were many hot springs that could be developed in the Underdark, and this one was the largest open-air sulfur hot spring nearby. Drows were evil while the grey dwarfs were full of iron rocks in their heads. The mainstream race in the Underdark seemed not to realize the value of hot springs. Finally, it was developed by a team of adventurers from the surface world, which turned this place into a gathering place for explorers to rest and entertainment in the Underdark. The water here seems good. The little Lolita closed her eyes and sniffed. She seemed to like the smell of sulfur. In fact, the temperature of the spring was very high, about 50 degrees, but the little Lolita didn't care. She reached for the spring and took a sip. Then she turned around and asked, "Saran, can I take a bath here?" There was no sunlight in the Underdark, so it was easy to lose time. Many cities in the Underdark had a light source, which was actually a kind of minaret that emits light. Sran roughly calculated the time of the journey, and then gently nodded. "We'll rest here for an hour, and I'll prepare some food." After saying that, he kicked the grey dwarf. The grey dwarf followed in fear, and when he found an open area, Saran turned to look at him and asked, "Is the forge in Glex still lit?" "Forge?" The expression of the grey dwarf was slightly taken aback, but nodded and replied, "The forge of Glex has never been extinguished. It's still lit." When Saran heard this, he fell into deep thought. After some time he said, "Set up a campfire to prepare food. I don't think you are stupid enough to want to escape, right?" The grey dwarf nodded swiftly. "The forge in Glex is still lit." Saran sat down as if he was thinking about something and murmured, "That is to say, the artifact has not been finished." I don't know how long the grey dwarfs would need to finish the artifact, but they finished it before the Avatar crisis, I think. Saran was thinking his own thing. After a while, the little Lolita came back. "So nice." The little Lolita used her little white hands to tidy up her long blonde hair and tied it into a pair of beautiful ponytails. Then she blinked at Saran and said, "Don't you want to wash too? The water there is so comfortable." Saran shook his head. The group stayed there for a while and continued on. Before they left, Saran looked at the city of Glex and thought about the artifact there. Or more accurately, the artifact that was being made. About 10 years ago, the city's grey dwarfs discovered a mithril vein in the mines. It was an amazing fortune. If this news got out, it might lead to the crazy attack of drows. So Greybeard, the ruler of the city of Glex, blocked the news and restricted all the craftsmen who knew the truth from leaving. Since then, the forge in the city had never been extinguished, and Greybeard used the mithril to forge an incredible artifact. Because they had served under mind flayers, most grey dwarfs developed Shinnik abilities. Greybeard was a powerful figure among the grey dwarfs. Not only was he a legendary Shinnik warlock profession level 21, he also multi-proficiented in Fury Warrior level 5, Wizard level 5. Greybeard had previously created a mithril chainmail, an armor that did not affect his spellcasting ability at all. All the rings had runes on them, which he carved individually. Saran was not sure what effects this artifact had. However, he knew that the protection ability of this mithril chainmail was equal to that of the whole body plate armor plus 3. In addition to its powerful protection ability, it was also attached with many powerful spells. The most important feature was that this armor was as light as a feather. It would not interfere with the spellcaster at all. Even wizards could wear it. Greybeard was not easy to deal with. Not only was he the ruler of the city of Glex, but he also was a powerful legendary figure. Thus, even though Saran was interested in the legendary armor, he had no idea how to get it. However, there was some time until the artifact was complete. Saran felt that if he ever entered the realm of gods, he might have a chance to get the artifacts. As a rogue and wizard, it was hard for Saran to find suitable equipment. Greybeard may not be the most powerful being in the Underdark. He was probably the only figure in the Underdark which had smithwork magic equipment and alchemy above 400 points. They were getting closer to the destination. After dealing with some problems, Saran finally saw the altar. The altar was old. However, the surrounding area had powerful energy fluctuations. The last elemental stone. Saran was slightly excited, and he turned to look at the Lolita dragon. Chapter 430 Cobweb. The air seemed to be getting denser. In the dark passage, a tall and burly figure slowly came out. It was a stranger-looking beastman, with only a handful of straight hair left. It was more than 2 meters tall, and its muscles were filled with a horrifying explosive force. Different from the exaggerated muscles of the barbarians, the muscles of the whole body of the beastman were very refined. If one looked carefully, one could see that every piece of muscle of the beastman was quite powerful, and even contained a more horrifying explosive force than Saran. The Sword Saint has arrived at the destination. The beastman looked around with cold eyes, and then an invisible light appeared in the palm of its hand. It directly went in his mind: there are no other obstacles at the destination. Should I stay in place and wait for orders? Time ticked away bit by bit. About a minute or two later, a female voice with a frivolous breath sounded and said slowly, "Sword Scent is on standby. The decoy has entered the designated area. The underling of the prey has appeared. Pay attention to the ecclesiastical order of the Queen of Spiders. The figure of the prey has not been spotted yet." The beastman nodded slowly and replied, "The Sword Scent understands." Has the elemental pool finished charging? If the elemental fission wave blade can't charge above a grade 5 artifact, I'm not sure if I will be able to break the Queen of Spiders, Lolth's divine power field. The frivolous female voice resounded again and softly went, "Extracting half a plane's energy. Expect to reach the energy's peak in 24 hours. The beastman nodded again and went, "I see." The Sword Scent is on standby at the original spot and is waiting for orders at any time. Pada. Sounds of slight footsteps came from the side passage. The beastman Sword Saint, who stood still, suddenly turned around and looked at the darkness not far away. The figure of the demigod vampire and the Helpoema appeared in front of him. They were shocked. Not only did the beastman Sword Saint get shocked, but the demigod vampire and the Helpoema also had faces filled with astonishment as well. Neither side had noticed each other in advance. That meant that there was no significant difference in each other's hiding ability. They only found the other party when the distance was close enough. Sword Saint. The demigod vampire god only took a glance, and the expression on his face changed slightly. The telepathy directly reverberated in the mind of the Helpoema and said in a serious voice, "This Sword Saint is above legendary." The Helpoema's answer was quick as well, "A mixed blood beastman. It doesn't look like an existence from the material plane. They're probably from the astral plane." There was no change on the face of the demigod vampire, but in his heart, he was in a perilous situation and said in a serious voice, "Astral plane Sword Saint." The Helpoema quietly clenched his flute and replied, "It's possible." Demigod vampire, it seems to be very strong. Helpoema, stronger than me. Demigod vampire, how's that possible? Then wouldn't he be? Helpoema, I can't judge his actual strength, but I can be sure it came from the astral plane. There is residual astral energy on him. Demigod vampire, could it be that it was attracted by the half-elven and that rogue god? Helpoema, it's possible. It seems that there isn't much that could attract him except those in the realm of the gods. But the half-elven and that rogue god don't seem to match his power, do they? Unless he's just interested in the shard of divinity. Demigod vampire, since it's an opponent, why don't we finish him off in advance? Helpoema, we have a low chance of winning. What's more, you haven't even seen traces of the prey, and you already have to fight with an astral plane Sword Saint first. Don't you think this exchange is a bit of a loss? Demigod vampire, it seems like this fight would be very difficult. Could many of the powerful people who have withdrawn from the world be attracted by the shard of divinity? Helpoema, I don't know. Let's still play it by ear. Are the targets considered obstacles that need to be removed? A moment later, in the mind of the beastman Sword Saint, there was a cold voice that sounded like metal scraping upon metal. It went, "Don't act rashly. It could be someone else who's attracted by the bait. If the opponents don't show any signs of hostility, let them go. I have asked the General Dai to monitor them using the Shnik energy field. A single decoy may not be able to attract the prey to come out personally. We are recalculating the battle plan. The target that is in an avatar state is the demigod vampire. which is listed as the number 2 decoy that would be attracting the Queen of Spiders. The Beastman Sword Saint nodded towards the demigod vampire not far away, and said in his head, "Swords Saint understands." A brief silence. The demigod vampire looked at the Beastman Sword Saint, who nodded to him slightly, and said with telepathy, "It seems that he has no intention to fight with us. Helpoema, that would be for the best. We're leaving straight away from the side." Demigod vampire, we're leaving like that? An astral plane sword saint is very rare. Don't you want to test his abilities? Helpoema, when a sword saint starts to move, that wouldn't be just testing, but a battle of life and death. If we fight with him, winning or losing would be decided in a few seconds. This is not testing the enemy, but fighting against him with our lives on the line. Demigod vampire, that's true. Then, we should leave. But it's a pity. I haven't met such an enemy yet. It seems that the recent strange changes have attracted many of the strong people who went to travel in the astral plane back here. Helpoema, let's go. Such an astral plane traveler rarely acts alone. He might have a companion nearby. There was not much contact between the two sides. The demigod vampire and the Helpoema carefully left from the side passage, while the Beastman Sword Saint stood still all the time. Not until the target disappeared completely, did he take back his sight. The targets have left. A magnetic female voice sounded. Understood. The targets have been included in the Chinook energy field detection range. It was 80 kilometers away from the location of the Beastman Sword Saint. An expressionless monk stood on a towering stone column. His eyes were fixed onto the darkness in front of him as if he was observing something through the fog. The monk has reached the designated place. The monk is on standby. A frivolous female voice rang out. Stand by at the original spot. Did you find anything unusual? The monk replied, I found traces of the Yoklol. The prey might have already appeared, but the hiding ability of the target was too high, and it did not appear in our detection range. Another cold metal voice sounded. Tower Spirit 5 has taken over the detection authority within the surrounding 50 kilometers. Monk, prepare to fight. Clear the other obstacles in the vicinity as soon as the target appears, and make sure there are no other interferences near the prey. The monk nodded. The monk understands. 50 kilometers away from the monk's location, there seems to be something that has twisted in the shadows. Right in front of him was a group of fully armed drows. On the left and right were basilisk knights. The male drow rangers were scattered and guarding the area. In the center were a group of female drow priests and spellcasters. After looking behind someone that looked like the mother of drows, there were strange creatures that looked terrifying. They were those from the legends, Drydas. Its upper body was like a drow, and its lower body was like a terrifying giant spider monster. They had twisted minds, crazy bloodthirsty desire, and a terrifying destructive desire after having their hatred distorted. Drydas were the losers of the Drow's internal struggle. They were transformed into such monsters by the power of the Queen of Spiders. They were also one of the most troublesome and annoying monsters in the Underdark. The shadow gradually disappeared. The Drow were still moving forward, but in the dark, there was a line of sight watching them. The rogue has found the targets. The mother of Drows, the basilisk knights and Drydas have appeared. We can confirm that the prey has already appeared. However, the specific location of the target cannot be detected at present. A cold metallic voice sounded. Keep your distance and stay away from the target. Report the target's position at any time. It is very likely that the Queen of Spiders will hide within that group. There was a slight trace in the darkness, and he replied, understood. The elemental altar. Saran looked at the last elemental altar in front of him. He was a little nervous and clenched the curved sword. As long as he got the fourth elemental stone wind, he could then carry out the final challenge. 4 elemental elders. After merging the 4 elemental stones, one would summon the Elder Wind Elemental, Elder Water Elemental, Elder Fire Elemental, and Elder Earth Elemental. They were all legendary level creatures. Only after they were all defeated could they receive the final prize, a fragment of a shard of divinity that was sealed. This fragment of a shard of divinity came from an ancient underlord. Although it was only a broken fragment of the shard of divinity, it could still promote someone to the realm of demigod. Divinity plus shard of divinity equals demigod realm. The amount of divinity on Saran was already enough, as long as he had a shard of divinity. He could then advance into demigod at any time. There might not even be any obvious change in his strength, but there was something very important to Saran now. As long as he reached the demigod realm, Saran could completely ignore the legendary spell Time Stop. This legendary spell would no longer work on him. No matter the level of the spellcaster he was facing, he would not sit there and wait to die. This was also the greatest value of advancing into the demigod realm. In addition, as long as Saran could upgrade the level of the Shard of Divinity to Minor Shard of Divinity, he could transform himself into the Avatar state. Basically, spells that were level 13 could be ignored. The Avatar state would be highly resistant to low-level spells, and many spells could not break through the energy field of the Avatar state. Only by advancing to the level of demigod could he truly step into the realm of gods. Chapter 431 Chapter 77 Seal Removal. It was different from the other elemental altars. The last element altar was practically broken. The stone pillars around the altar seemed to have been destroyed by violence. Saran also found some traces that were not easily judged. There were probably more than 1,000 years. Unless Saran's knowledge has already stretched into the field of archaeology, there was no way to analyze the situation here for the time being, but what Saran did not think of was that he himself did not see anything. But Lolita Dragon beside him actually noticed something. It used to be like a temple. The Lolita Dragon played with her long blonde hair. A pair of beautiful ponytails were swaying about. She wrinkled her nose and said to Saran, "It's a little like an elemental temple, but it's almost destroyed." The material plane seldom has elemental temples, though. An elemental temple. Naturally, it was a temple that believes in the four major elementals as their main god, which was very rare within the entire material plane. There were not many even in the elemental plane. The four major elemental main gods were existences that had powerful divine power. They were the oldest gods with far more divine power than the other gods, so their dependence on faith was quite minimal. To some extent, they could totally not rely on faith at all. There were few believers in the material plane, and the elemental main gods did not care much about the things in the world. So a temple was rare in any era. Was the sealed underlord the one that was related to the elemental god system? Saran frowned and looked around, and then began to look for the location of the elemental stone. He didn't know why there were no wind elementals guarding here, but it was also because of this that it had become more disturbing. The elemental stone's position did not change much. Saran soon found the last elemental stone, wind, but before he took it out, Saran hesitated a little. It was all till this last step here. No matter what he had to face, he could not give up. Hence, Saran took it out directly. Boom! The ground shook violently. This kind of familiar change made Saran on alert, and said to Lolita Dragon, "Be careful. There may be something terrifying appearing later." The voice just reverberated. The nearby airflow got faster, and then the surrounding space got sealed. A huge figure appeared. It has a hazy body, which looked half transcendent and half material. It held a mysterious curved sword with countless runes engraved on it. Around its body was a high-speed rotating airflow, and its gaze filled with divine power fell on Saran. Jinni demigod. Sure enough, there was also a demigod-level elemental spirit. Mortal. A voice that went directly to the heart rang in Saran's mind. The demigod Jinni looked at the elemental stone in Saran's hands and slowly went, "Was it you who took the sealing stone?" The immaterial divine eyes seemed to pierce through everything. The brows of the demigod Jinni wrinkled up, then looked at Saran and said, "I can't imagine that other sealing stones are also in your hands. Do you know the consequences of that?" Consequences? Saran only knew that this was a chain task, and the final reward was the third-grade roughly legendary elemental stone as well as a fragment of a shard of divinity from an underlord. The demigod Jinni sighed and said slowly, as expected, all mortals are ignorant and fearless. The elemental stone in your hand is a seal. It has sealed the abyss underlords that were killed in the first demons and elemental war. When you undo the seal, you might be able to gain some of its power, but it will also lead you to fall into the realm of the abyss. Mortal, is it worth falling for such little power? Elemental war. Saran seemed to have thought of something. Some memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Of course, the information that he had remembered was not quite comprehensive, but the general course of things was still known. The Endless Abyss once had a very powerful period. Under the command of the demon monarch, many demon lords unexpectedly ended their long civil war and decided to lead the demon army towards the multiverse. At that time, they naively thought that they could unify the whole universe. Unfortunately, they were defeated in the first battle alone. The demon army met the elemental army. Their actions angered the oldest twinned elemental god. The main god of the wind elemental system awakened countless sleeping demigod spirits, and then beat the demon army back to the endless abyss. This was the only recorded battle record of the four elemental main gods. In the long history of the multiverse, it seemed that no other record clearly recorded the four elemental main gods taking any actions. No matter how the times have changed, the elemental main gods seem to have been watching coldly on the sidelines, or they did not even bother about these things. Even in the coming Avatar crisis, the four elemental main gods were the least affected ones, because they did not need the power of faith nor rely on the realm of divine titles. They themselves were one of the most powerful gods. Elementals were the support of the entire world. No matter how the world changes, earth, water, wind, and fire would exist all the time. Even the battles among these gods were very few. There was a passage about the wind elemental god, Arkadi. Arkadi is one of the four elemental gods. She seems to be detached from time and has never changed throughout the long history. She has some contacts with other gods related to wind elements, such as Edri Fenya winged spirits, guardian goddess, and Shaundakul god of traveling and exploration, but they are not closely related. It seems that the wind elemental goddess has always been indifferent about everything. Occasionally, she would respond to the prayers of believers when she is bored. But in fact, it's just a pastime for her when she's bored, because she doesn't need believers to provide power to her at all. The only battle record of this goddess was when she led the wind elemental army to drive the demon army back to the endless abyss in an ancient era. She seems to have been wandering through the ages since then. Facing the questioning of the demigod Jinni, Vivian's figure emerged in Saran's mind. His expression unexpectedly became very calm, and his eyes met with the eyes of the demigod Jinni, and he slowly said, "It's worth it. Maybe that's where I should go. I don't quite believe in fate, but I knew that I was destined to go to the endless abyss once. There was no way out." To eliminate the hidden dangers that were looming over Vivian, Saran was destined to go to the endless abyss. Only by entering the endless abyss could he really eliminate the remaining divinity of the Dreadlord. Otherwise it would always be a time bomb. Saran absolutely did not want to see Vivian's body split up one day, and have the Dreadlord finally being resurrected and coming out of her body. This was how the god of tyranny resurrected in the past. Its heirs did not even manage to react until the moment of death. Their soul, divinity, and power were all swallowed up by the god of tyranny. Even their bodies were also turned into the last item for its resurrection. This was something Saran could never see. For Vivian, he could give up his life. What could falling into the endless abyss do to him? The Jinni was silent. Saran's resolute eyes seemed to contain some sort of power. It was this sort of strong will that made it silent. Finally, the demigod Jinni slowly said, "Mortal, now that you have made a decision, then, prepare for the final challenge. I hope you would not completely lose your soul in the endless abyss." The radiance of its divinity emerged. Saran's four elemental stones emerged at the same time and then became a mysterious gate of light. Elder Wind Elemental Legendary Creature. Elder Earth Elemental Legendary Creature. Elder Fire Elemental Legendary Creature dash Elder Water Elemental Legendary Creature dot 4 elemental stones gradually dissipated with its energy. When the portal connecting to the elemental plane was completely done, the figures of the 4 elder elementals also appeared in Saran's line of sight. They were second only to the life of the elemental spirits and had the combat power of legendary level. Chapter 432 Chapter 78 Shameless Saran. The straight line distance was 25 kilometers away. The advancing barbarian suddenly stopped and looked at his companion, who seemed to be in a daze. He said in a deep voice, "Die? What happened? Did you discover anything?" The masked woman closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. Shanique warlocks used a kind of energy similar to spiritual power. They were one of the few professionals born with their own telepathy ability. After a while, the masked woman opened her eyes and looked in the direction where Saran was. She frowned slightly and said slowly, "Nothing much. It's just as if someone summoned the demigod spirit. It shouldn't affect our plan." Demigod spirits were one of the most common divine creatures. Many legendary wizards could summon them. There were many demigod spirits on the elemental plane. Following the ancient contract, they would respond to the summonings of many spellcasters. The well-known limited wish skill and wish were to summon the elemental spirits to help. The wind elementals were the elemental spirits that were the easiest to respond to such spells. Note, most of the time, wish would summon the Jinnus. The barbarian nodded slowly and went, "That's good." The pair continued to walk forward. Soon, they walked upon a very open area, and unlike the other places, the plants here were very lush. There were many natural stalactites around, and the sound of underground spring water could be heard vaguely. When the figure of the pair appeared in the open space, some monsters that were not that small size also appeared. There was a group of hook horrors that occupied here. For the duo in front, the hook horrors could not even be considered a threat. In the blink of an eye, there were even more corpses on the ground. "Here it is." The masked woman suddenly stopped in the middle and slowly said, "This is the best place calculated by pagoda number 5. We will ambush the queen of spiders here." The barbarian looked around and said in a deep voice, "Understood." Then, he took out some strange silver-white metals and left special marks in a hidden corner. These were runes for spells. Normally speaking, a barbarian with more muscles in his brain than brain juice could not master it. At present, this barbarian in front could do this, which meant that he may have a sub-profession in the other professions, or that he had an uncommon literacy. No matter what, it meant that the barbarian was very dangerous. "Hey, Saran." The Lolita dragon shifted her steps behind Saran. The two people stood back to back. There were 4 elemental elders who were summoned. Sissy's expression was a little worried, but one could also see a trace of excitement in her eyes. In a small voice, she went, "Didn't you say we were fighting little monsters? How could you suddenly summon such powerful things?" 4 legendary elementals. Even a powerful dragon would feel pressured like them, especially the Underdicterane, which constrained her a little. Even if she could not defeat it, she could not transform into a dragon and escape from the battle. It was a little unexpected. Saran's expression was quite serious. He looked at the demigod Jinni in front of him. After he was sure that the other party had no intention of attacking personally, he calmed down a little. If the demigod Jinni joined in the battle, their chances of victory would be very low. But dealing with 4 legendary elementals at the same time, Saran was also under great pressure. Back in that year, the other adventurers that had completed this task had sacrificed human lives, which totally destroyed the combat power of 5 groups. Although Saran was stronger now, he did not have a good chance of winning if he dealt with it alone. The only advantage was that he tricked a dragon into helping him. Although he did not know the actual strength of Lolita Dragon, she would still be able to relieve a lot of pressure. She seemed to be a little eager to try things out, and the current situation made her feel like the protagonist of a legend. The great brass dragon princess triggered a seal from the legends with her little attendant, and then there were 4 powerful elemental elders. Finally, after a difficult battle, Her Royal Highness won her victory with her little attendant. That was what the story should be like. She was a little confused with the logistics, but her instincts were sharp. In a low voice, she said, You will deal with the Elder Earth Elemental and the Elder Fire Elemental, and I will deal with the other two." A dragon's talent was very amazing. At one glance, Sissy judged the best battle distribution. Saran was extremely agile and could deal with the Elder Earth Elemental. At the same time, the legendary curved sword Icing Death in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was half as good to deal with the Elder Fire Elemental using the deathly cold air. As for the other two elemental elders, especially the most difficult one, the Elder Wind Elemental, naturally has to be dealt with by the Great Brass Dragon Princess, the protagonist of the story, so as to show off her wise and divine martial arts. "Right?" Saran hesitated a little when he heard her, then whispered, "Understood." "You must be careful yourself." Boom! As the portal connecting the element plane disappeared, the four elemental elders attacked at the same time. The first one was the slowest, Elder Earth Elemental. It swung with a huge fist and hit the ground in front of him, accompanied by a loud bang. A sharp stone pillar was thrust out of the ground, and then it separated Saran and Sissy, who were standing back. Not good. The wisdom of the elemental elders was not low. Elementals were different from other living creatures. Many low-level elementals might not even have their own consciousness. However, the elemental elders in front of them were obviously different. They disrupted Saran and Sissy's battle formation and separated them so that they could not help each other. The second one to move was the Elder Wind Elemental. With the roaring wind sweeping by, the Elder Wind Element rushed over directly. "Saran, the other two are yours." A very faint light appeared in Sissy's eyes. Her delicate body flew up, and she raised her hand to point at the Elder Water Elemental in front of her. Maze spell. A twisted space appeared. The figure of the Elder Water Elemental disappeared in a flash and was sent into the maze in a different dimension. At this time, Sissy turned her attention to the Wind Elemental in front of her. The four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire didn't look different in strength, but the most powerful one was always actually the wind because they had defeated the powerful abyss demons. From martial might point of view, the Wind Elemental was quite amazing both in terms of speed and lethality. What was more frightening was that the Elder Wind Elemental generally had a very powerful lightning-like ability. Storm Lord. It was a god with a powerful divine power on the material plane, and also a terrifying existence controlling lightning and storm. The elemental domain of the wind could easily exert the power of lightning. The crackling of electric light emerged. In the body of the Wind Elemental Lord, there was a pulsing electric current. With the roaring wind, pulsing lightning directly swept out. It turns out that Sissy's judgment was right. She, who had spell resistance, had a more obvious advantage against lightning attacks, while Saran would be very passive if he was in the situation of receiving lightning attacks. Evade sight. Shadow leap. Facing the encirclement by the three elemental elders, Saran's figure directly disappeared on the spot. Idiot. Sissy's small and exquisite body was suddenly stiff, and her expression was also a little nervous because Saran was a legendary rogue. In this case, if he wanted to sneak away, even the elemental elders could not keep him at all. But she who was left here was going to be in a tragic situation. It was not fun to be surrounded by three elemental elders at the same time. Just at the moment when Saran disappeared, the pressure on her suddenly increased by folds. Her teeth sunk into her pink lips, and she murmured, "Let's hope this guy won't leave me and run away." Fire blaze. Boundless earth. Raging wind. Although the Elder Water Elemental was temporarily trapped by the maze spell, Sissy's forehead was also sweaty when she was faced with three legendary level powerhouses at the same time. "Why aren't you doing anything?" She took a step back and murmured, "How can I fight when that bastard is going to be like this? I'm still a girl, and he's treating me like a meat shield. Shameless pervert." Chapter 433 Joining Hands. Chapter 433, Chapter 79 Joining Hands. From a tactical point of view, Saran's actions were evidently right. In his opinion, although Sissy looked like a little girl, she was still a powerful dragon. As everyone knew, Dragons were very resistant to beatings. So when Saran's figure disappeared, he began to look for a suitable entry point to fight. The best starting point was when the three elemental elders attacked Lolita Dragon at the same time. However, he didn't consider Sissy's feelings. She was angry and swore against Saran thousands of times, using profanities like F-Kerr. The three elemental elders put great pressure on her. No matter how strong a dragon was, she was only a dragon that was just approaching adulthood. Moreover, she was outnumbered in this legendary level battle. Even someone with the most powerful strength would still be at a disadvantage. Boom. Sissy's situation was not very good. Flames, lightning, and Rock's three elemental elders directly restricted her counterattack abilities and covered her with a powerful bombardment, forcing her into dire straits and using blink teleportation to evade them. Saran. Lolita retreated at high speed with a grey face. The cute little face had an ashing look and even carried an expression that was about to cry. Of course, regarding this, she would not admit it even if she was killed. The first round of attacks finally came to an end. Even though Lolita had an instantaneous teleportation spell, she still suffered hits several times. But at this time, Saran's figure also appeared from the distorted shadows. The legendary curved sword Icing Teeth sent out a strange silver-white glimmer, and the temperature of the blade had been reduced to sub-zero. With a flash of cold light, Saran slashed into the battlefield in an instant and swung his blade at the Elder Fire Elemental in front. With the last experience of dealing with the Bala, the Elder Fire Elemental should be the easiest enemy he could deal with. The burning flames raged out. But for Saran, who had the curved sword Icing Teeth, the flames couldn't even be considered a threat. Even though it was also a legendary creature, the combat power of Elder Fire Elemental was lower than that of the Bala by more than a level. The curved sword Icing Teeth put out the flames. At the same time, the cold attributes directly cause great damage to Elder Fire Elemental. With only one slash, Saran had beaten the Elder Fire Elemental into a state of serious injury. The dark energy of the shadow attacks and the cold energy of the legendary curved sword Icing Teeth dealt hundreds of damage points to the Elder Fire Elemental in a flash. Dash. Sword form spinning strike. Saran knew that the battle at the legendary level would be decided in a single moment, so when he had seriously injured the Elder Fire Elemental, he unhesitatingly went forth to chase after him, vying for the victory. He was fighting with the risk of being hit by the Elder Earth Elemental, and then, he slashed his sword towards the enemy in front of him again. Bang! Saran's figure directly flew out, and a stream of blood gushed out into the air. The terrifying force depressed his sternum, and he even directly hit the wall at the back, leaving a faint mark. However, Saran's battle result at the cost of being hit head on was also quite brilliant. The Elder Fire Elemental was on the verge of death only after receiving less than a round of attacks by Saran. The legendary curved sword Icing Teeth had an unexpected and powerful killing power against it. Good chance. In the face of the Elder Fire Elemental, who was on the verge of death, Sissy unleashed Disintegrate. With a green ray of light shooting over, the Elder Fire Elemental, who already had a very weak life force, was completely disintegrated in an instant. They finished off one of them. Saran coughed and stood up, swallowing the blood that was coming up his throat. Back inside, Earth Elemental had a natural strength advantage. After having advanced into legendary, its strength adjustment value was very high. That attack just now had hurt him quite a lot. However, since they have killed an Elemental Elder, the upcoming battles would be much easier. Before the Elder Water Elemental came out of the maze, they temporarily gained a near-known advantage. The pressure on both of them has decreased a lot. Dash. Evade sight. Saran unhesitatingly entered into the stealth state again. For him who had the cloak of proof against detection, as long as he entered the stealth state, the elemental elders in front of him would not be able to find him. That is, he did not have to worry about being attacked by them. He's out of the fight again. Sissy's face was itching with hate, but she had no way to deal with Saran. He was a rogue, after all. Against these legendary monsters, fighting head-on would result in severe injuries, unless he transformed into the slaughter form. Sissy was once again the primary target. She was furious, having been used as a meat shield by Saran. This was not the ideal battle script she had in her mind at all. Shouldn't her ideal battle have been Saran standing in front resisting hardly, and then she stood in the back, elegant and unrestrained throwing spells? Note: she thought Saran would treat her as a powerful spellcaster, but in fact, Saran treated her as a meat shield. This hateful guy did not follow the plot in the novels at all. A distorted shadow flew in. Saran's figure swam on the edge of the battle circle, looking for the chance to break in and deal a critical strike on his opponent. The fast-moving Elder Wind Elemental was not in his consideration at all. Saran's target was the rather slow-looking but rough and fleshy Elder Earth Elemental. Shadow Strike. Sword form Behead. The cold light slashed through the air and directly struck onto the Elder Earth Elemental Elder in front of him. Saran felt as if he had cut into a solid marble, and the blade of the icing teeth had already exhausted its strength. But it did not matter. Saran never expected that physical attacks would resolve the Earth Elemental so easily. So when he retrieved his curved sword icing teeth, he quickly raised his hand and pressed it onto the back of the Elder Earth Elemental. Vampiric Touch Divinity. A row of data emerged. Activated spell-like ability. Vampiric Touch Divinity. Target immunity resistance failed. Negative energy eroded the target's life force. Life force transferred to your body. You've dealt 60 energy damage to the target. You've recovered 60 life force. A special life force was transferred to Saran. This energy was as heavy as the earth. He has never felt such a life force before, and it had a heavy texture. Under the influence of this energy, Saran's injuries recovered rapidly, and his own state has gradually recovered to just a state of slight injury. Chapter 434 Appearance of the Prey. Vampiric Touch. As long as it was an enemy with life force, this spell would work. Its damage was quite stable. At present, Saran has never failed in using it. It could reduce the life force of the opponent and restore his own injuries. Unfortunately, it could only be used once a day, and Saran could only use it when he was desperate. As for the Vampiric Touch from his own memory, since it was not a gifted type of spell-like ability, and there was no divine power as support, Saran had to use incantations to cast the spell and then be in close contact with the target before it could take effect. Note: casting time was about 1.5 seconds. In this case, it was not the divinity that affected the spell, but the spell's strength brought forth by his wizardry level. His injuries recovered at an alarming rate. Saran caused hundreds of damage in a flash, but it was not fatal for the coarse-skinned and fleshy Elder Earth Elemental. However, Saran expected the outcome of this battle. The moment the distance between them widened, Saran shot a bombardment of arcane missiles. Maybe the effect of this attack on a dragon was very limited, but the effect on other legendary creatures was powerful. After all, there were only a few creatures like the dragon that were born with all kinds of resistance, and just sleeping could increase their strength. Arcane Missiles 6. The roaring arcane missiles hit the Elder Earth Elemental. Although the damage caused by it has been greatly weakened, they have still accumulated 7,080 points of damage. 30 arcane missiles were fired at once. Although each one has only 2 points of damage, it could not withstand the advantage of numbers. In the beginning, the wizard's arcane explosion relied on the huge advantage of numbers. As long as the enemy was not completely immune to the damage of arcane missiles, then there would be 100 if 50 was not effective. All kinds of spell empowerment and maximization would improve the spell level, and finally, the enemy would be killed with a torrent of explosions. Unfortunately, this tactic could be broken by adding a level 1 shield that was cast in advance. Otherwise, it was really a terrifying burst of damage. Melf's Minute Meteors. Saran widened the distance at the end of a round of outbursts, and at the same time, he quickly retreated to use his big moves. However, to his surprise, an alert suddenly appeared. Ability Breakthrough. You've made new breakthroughs in battles over and over again. You've acquired information about the combat casting ability. You have mastered new ability Combat Casting. Saran did not expect this. The combat casting ability could have a breakthrough in this situation, But what surprised him, even more, was that when he completed the Melf's Minute Meteors, a second data alert appeared again. Ability breakthrough. You've gained more experience and skills battle after battle. You've mastered a higher level of understanding regarding casting. You've acquired the information on the mobile spellcasting ability. Mobile spellcasting. The advancement of the combat casting ability and the flight casting prerequisite. Saran did not only cast spells once or twice, but until now, only did the new data emerged. There were 2 data alerts at one time, which shocked Saran. When one's strength reached his level, every improvement was quite obvious. Being able to master 2 very important basic abilities through combat meant that he could have enough ability points to master more powerful legendary abilities in the future. Accumulate, precipitate, and brew. Continuous battles were not unproductive. It only took a relatively long time to cause a qualitative change from a quantitative change. Boom. The breakthroughs during the battle have let him master the combat casting ability, and Saran's combat skills nimbly changed a lot. The Minute Meteor's flames roared out, enveloping the Elder Earth Elemental in it. With Saran's attack speed, the full eruption was completely a close-up bombardment attack. Even the Elder Earth Elemental's figure was directly covered by dust. Why do I feel that this guy is getting stronger and stronger? Sissy could not help but look at Saran. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. She thought, this guy is really a freak. Dragon wing form. Sissy took a deep breath and released a pair of huge bronze dragon wings on her back. Her figure soared into the air and directly fought with the Elder Wind Elemental in front of her. Since Saran could suppress the Elder Earth Elemental, then, she must contain the Elder Wind Elemental that was the hardest to deal with. Blasphemy pain. As soon as Melf's Minute Meteor's bombardment attack was over, Saran unleashed his recently mastered ability Blasphemy. This was an effective spell-like ability regardless of the enemy, which directly affected the soul and spirit energy, a type of power from the realm of gods. The great pain directly affected the spirit of the Elder Earth Elemental, which made its elemental form tremble. Shadow jump. Saran's figure disappeared into the dark, and the surrounding space began to twist. A great color covered everything. His figure passed through the shadow plane, and a cold light directly penetrated the body of the Elder Earth Elemental. Bang! A heavy body fell to the ground. A row of data emerged before Saran's eyes. You've eliminated the Elder Earth Elemental, extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 48,000 slaughter EXP. When the Elder Earth Elemental died, Saran took a little breath and started to target the most difficult Elder Wind Elemental. The enemy lost half of their strength. But, it seemed that he did not need to make a move. It was fine for Sissy to go against an Elemental Elder alone. In that case, Saran calmed down. He retreated into the shadows and began to look for the last chance to supplement her with his blade. He could never have too much slaughter EXP. It was easy to find an opportunity to cut in when wandering outside the battle. A slaughter EXP of an Elemental Elder was close to 50,000 points. To Saran, this was a big source of income. If he was the only one who killed these 4 Elemental Elders, it was probably enough to upgrade a wizard level. It was a pity that it was an unwise decision to choose to go for it alone. If he did not transform into his slaughter form, he had no assurance at all. Even if he changed into his form, he only had a certainty of roughly 5,060%. The fighting continued. As soon as Sissy saw that Saran's figure disappeared again, she was so angry that she grit her teeth. In this scenario, he still did not hurry over to help, but he even disappeared to God knows where. I really wish that I could kill him. Dragon breath. Facing the fast-moving Elder Wind Elemental, Sissy took a deep breath, and her small chest started bulging. Then a hot flame swept out, and a dragon's breath attack had a powerful killing power. Meanwhile, at the end of the dragon breath, Saran's figure reappeared. With a cold light, the Elder Wind Elemental had been finished off by his hands. 3 Elemental Elders were dead. The last Elder Water Elemental was easy to kill. It seemed that the effect of the maze spell lingered. The Elder Water Elemental has not appeared until now. Sissy waved softly. It seemed to be a special kind of spell. and then one could see the figure of the elder water elemental Humphrey. Lolita gave Saran an angry look and stood aside, crossing her little white arms in front of her chest as if she had no intention of helping. This guy is such a rascal. Let him deal with the last elder water elemental by himself. I'm going to die from anger. Saran's next battle was very easy, but with the end of the fight, Lolita Dragon next to him finally took action. She bit Saran. Lolita, who had been holding back her anger for a long time, finally took a bite on Saran's arm after all the enemies were eliminated, leaving a row of clear and neat teeth marks. Then she raised her leg and kicked him twice, having yet released her anger. At last, she glared at him with hatred and ground her teeth, wanting to go for another bite. This bastard. I'm so lovely and beautiful. He actually dared to use me as a meat shield. On a flat, open land, target has appeared. Decoy in range. The prey has appeared. Everyone get ready to fight. The fierce momentum enveloped the entire area in an instant. The monk stood up at once. His expression was a little nervous, but he took a deep breath of air and went, "The monk is on standby. I can join in the fray at any time." A cold voice with a metallic smell sounded, and slowly said, "The clock has been prepared and is ready. Everyone, get ready to fight." The prey has appeared. The monk is on standby. Clear the targets near the prey as soon as the battle begins. A series of sounds rang in their minds. Sword Saint on standby. Rogue on standby. Barbarian on standby. Tower Spirit 3 is ready. Tower Spirit 2 has taken over the commanding authority of the Arcane Tower. Tower Spirit 1 has completed the calculation of imprisoning half the plane. When the prey appears, it will launch the Hay Plane imprisonment. There were a series of voices resounding. Finally, there was a female voice filled with magnetism, saying slowly, "The mind's connection has been established. Activate the Shinek's energy field senses sharing. Tactical simulation officially launched. All units get ready to fight at any time. Shinek transmission has been synchronized." Chapter 435 Saran Demigod. There was a piece of strange translucent crystal. Saran's hand, which held the crystal, was trembling. With a light aura, the strange crystal gradually disappeared in his palm, like ice melting. An indescribable force poured into Saran's body, and his skin suddenly seemed to glow. This lasted only for a moment, and then everything was back to normal. If there was any difference, it was that his eyes seemed to have indescribable magic. Anyone who looked into his eyes would generate a sense of respect. The Shard of Divinity. Records of this item in the material plane were rare because, in the long history of the material plane, there were not many gods that had fallen. The exception was the Avatar Crisis. The only record of the Shard of Divinity in the world was Tears of Baal. The Shard of Divinity gathered by the many Sons of Slaughter. Tears of Baal only appeared for a short time in history. From then on, there were basically no more records of that Shard of Divinity. A row of data appeared. Absorbed Shard of Divinity. Transformation of Divine Power. Merging Divine Power. Discovered Unknown Memory Remnant. Trigger Mandatory Test of Will. Test passed. The unknown memory remnant has been wiped clean. Successfully absorbed Shard of Divinity. You've received 3 divinity points. Shard of Divinity insufficient. No divine title. Unable to transform the divine power. The minimum requirement for power transformation is minor Shard of Divinity. Divine power activated. Triggered divine portfolio change. Self-transforming into a demigod state. In the process of lore construction. In the process of portfolio construction. Gained a special characteristic demigod. Self-immune to legendary spell time stop. A row of dense information appeared. There was a huge data stream in front of Saran's eyes. Just like when he first woke up. He even had a slight dizziness. In the dark, he felt that his body went through some sort of change. Not only was it in his body, but also related to the stream of data. The power of divinity seemed to have infiltrated into it, and there was a kind of slow change that he could not understand. This change could not be described in words. But Saran could feel it and realize how amazing it was. This reminded him of the first adventurer that became a god. Gods were not simple entities. As mighty gods, they possessed great power and had a great responsibility. The task that takes up most of their time was mostly answering prayers and granting priests divine power. There has been a theory: the brain of a god was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Sometimes they were like a superbiological brain, receiving and responding to the prayers of believers, and at the same time transforming the power of faith into the divine power to be given to the priests. This was a rather complicated process, so some gods gave up their posts. Under normal circumstances, unless a deity fell, they would need to respond to the prayers of all the priests who believe in them every day and convert the power of faith to give them divine power. The first adventurer that became a god encountered one problem: even with all his newly acquired power. After the adventurer advanced to become a deity, he had to adapt to the prayers of the believers and then slowly respond to the faith they gave him. It took him a long time to adjust. That was why, other than the hero's template natural attributes above 90, there was also a template for the ones that had become gods. The template for gods was to deal with the prayers of believers. Saran had a special feeling that his data flow seemed to be changing in this direction under the power of divinity. The data jumping in front of him seemed to be filled with some kind of power, making him feel a slight sense of electric current in his brain. He couldn't describe it in words, but he knew some changes were going on. Right then, Saran's stats were very different from before. Name: Saran, demigod. Race: half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes: strength 19 plus 7, belt of giant strength plus 6, dexterity 27 plus 2, constitution 22 plus 1, intelligence 22 plus 2, wisdom 16 plus 1, charisma 19 plus 3, sadness of Mo plus 2. Alignment: lawful evil. Profession: Level 10 Commoner, Max Level 7 Rogo 306500 Level 5 Shadow Dancer 037500 Level 10 Wizard 014850 Grade 5. Health points: HP 272,345 strong. Experience points: EXP 135,075 Slaughter EXP 1,545 Profession EXP Unassigned. Skill points: none. Attribute points: none. Legend rating: 42. Divine points: 16. Minor Divinity. Level up to Lesser Divinity requires 30 divine points. Shard of Divinity: 3. Level up to Minor Shard of Divinity requires 10 Shard of Divinity. Status: normal. Profession skills: Sneak 285, Literacy 280, Steal 85, Picklock 9, Snare 85, Focus 75, Diplomacy 105, Appraise 65, Deception 60, Intimidation 145, Taunt 30, Performance 35, Listen 55, Evade 145, Parry 60, Block 60, Heal 85, Search 55, Detect 70, Scribe Scroll 50, Spellcraft 45, Survival 80, Use Magic Device 55, Cooking 40, Alchemy 30. Legendary skills: Omnipotent Hands, Epic Dexterity, Epic Prowess, Epic Dexterity. Special skills: Blessing of the Maid of Misfortune, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism Level 2, Heart of Slaughter, Slaughterer. The Ascetic, Sage, Blasphemy once a day. Personal abilities: Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Able Learner, Practiced Spellcaster, Reflex Evasion, Danger Sense, Dodge Roll, Dark Vision, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Minor Magic Resistance, Lesser Cold Resistance, Lesser Poison Immunity, Greater Dual Wielding, Regeneration Moderate, 10 feet Telepathy. Profession abilities: Grasp of Shadows, Martial Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Combat skills: Shadow Strike, Conjure Shadow, Shadow Jump, Shadow Leap, Fear Gaze Divine, Vampiric Touch Divine, Counter Spell, Sword Form Heavy Hack, Sword Form Horizontal Slash, Sword Form Beheading, Sword Form Spinning Strike. In the dark passage, a fleeting figure came running out. His whole person was covered by a shadow. Target appeared. Prey has been attracted to a specified area. Everyone, prepare for battle. Spotted the Queen of Spiders Lolth. The prey has revealed herself. Shaniq Warlock mark target. Distance to designated location 10 kilometers. Other entities within the detection range. Target, the god of vampires. It seems that he had also been attracted by the bait. Recalculating battle program. Intercept target. God of Vampires is swiftly closing the distance. Target is only 8 kilometers away. A string of Shaniq communications transpired, along with the machine voice of the Tower Spirit. A metallic man's voice was heard in the minds of the God Slayers. Do not intercept. Let them and the decoy go. Our goal is the Queen of Spider. Hold until the prey appears in the designated area. Briefly, after completely absorbing the Shard of Divinity, Saran felt an electric shock through his body. It seemed that he felt the other entities around the area. This was a feeling of the deity realm. Chapter 436 God-slaying battle. Saran moved in the shadows. Behind him was the little Lolita, Sissis, who was carefully lurking with a greater invisibility spell. Although he knew that such a move was very dangerous, Saran couldn't resist his curiosity. This was the first special feeling for him after becoming a demigod. Although he had advanced to the field of demigods, he had not mastered the special ability of damage immunity, nor had he advanced to the form of saint. There was not much difference in the datasheet, but the hidden immunities of a demigod were there. In fact, his actual combat power had been increased by at least 30%. From now on, the chance of low-level spells working on him was very low. In addition, there was the Cloak of Proof against Detection, which was an artifact for rogues. In case of any special situation, Saran could still easily escape from the battlefield. The Cloak of Proof against Detection was tested by the powerful goddess of magic. Even after using some special spell, she still could not detect the user of the cloak. Saran really didn't know what to do about Sissy. As a matter of fact, the best thing was that she did not follow Saran so that he could escape easily. However, she had a temper that Saran didn't know how to deal with. At least she had legendary capabilities. If the target he felt really was the god of half-elves and rogues, then she may really be able to help Saran. The two proceeded. The area in front gradually widened, and the path became an open flat land. There was a forest of stone pillars in front, blocking the things behind. Saran didn't dare to go too close. When Saran was about to sneak over to see what was going on, a husky female voice sounded in his mind. So it's you. Stay where you are. This is not a battle you want to take part in. Careful, you may lose your life. Saran's figure froze in place in an instant. There was no one around him, and almost no one could approach him quietly without his awareness. The other party had sent a voice directly to his mind. It's a Shaniq Warlock. Saran suddenly remembered the first Shaniq energy field he felt. His intuition told him that this was a Shaniq Warlock with a profession level of more than 30. This was someone he could not deal with. Furthermore, this type of existence did not even exist in the material plane. They would only appear in the astral plane. Hong! The space trembled slightly, and Saran had just stepped back carefully, and the stone pillar forest in front of him collapsed suddenly. Then, in the dust, about 300 meters away, Saran saw a group of drows in his sight. Damn it! With only a glance, Saran, who was familiar with the Underdark, knew that these were the guards of the Mother Drow. Drow rogue, Lolth's priests. Drow warriors. What is she planning to do? Saran thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out what she was doing. Is she trying to kill the mother of drows? Before he could tidy his thoughts up, something unexpected happened. A shadowy figure appeared in midair. No one knew when he appeared. All that could be seen were his silver-white metallic arms and his vivid but metallic face. There was a clock-like device on his chest. When the strange metal man pressed it with his hand, the clock on it stopped immediately. Time stopped at that moment. Something unimaginable happened. Strange energy spread out, and everything around the stopped, including the demigod Saran. A row of data appeared. affected by the effects of clockwork nirvana. Effects of demigod failed. You've been stopped in time, lasting 1 second. Clockwork nirvana of Mechanus. This information shocked Saran, and it reminded him of something. However, what happened next forced him back into reality. Clockwork Nirvana has been activated. Engage. Tower Spirit 1 activate Hayplane lock exclamation mark. Prepare for battle. I do not have much time left. The silvery figure floated in the air as the clock on his chest stopped. The arcane aura on him also faded, as though it had lost some powerful magic. Psionic communication had been established. Synchronized psionic communication established in all battle units. A machine voice was heard. Tower Spirit 1 accepts control of Hayplane control, activating Hayplane lock, synchronizing with material plane. Space stack activated. Synchrotron resonance of different dimensional space. Hayplane energy transmitting. Locked into the target area of 15 meters. The Queen of Spiders Loath detected. Hayplane lock complete. Warning, warning. An unknown energy has been activated. Target using the Divine Realm. Hayplane energy consumption is drastic. Current energy consumption 1%, 2%, 3%. All the time was stuck in this 1 second. The voice of the Metal Man slowly said, Hayplane imprisonment is achieved. We have less than 100 seconds left. Everyone, get ready to step into fight. After 1 second, 25 meters outside the battlefield, a monk stood up. Tower Spirit 2 has limited control of interdimensional teleportation. Space beacon locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of different dimensional space. Opening teleportation gate 1. Coordinates x87y157. A portal opened up. Less than 3 meters away from the monk, the figure suddenly leapt into the portal and then appeared in Saran's vision, which happened to be over the Drow guards. Umbra Force. The figure of the monk became a blur as he launched down. Firestorm Force. As his golden palms came together, the hot flame and the surging heat wave came out. A huge impact swept everything within 30 meters nearby, which directly scattered the Drow spirit guard. However, among the figures that flew back, there was a strange figure that was rigid in place. The twisted space around her body seemed to imprison her in place. Shadowless kick. Whirlwind kick. Storm strike. A storm of blows was unleashed. The target was not the figure imprisoned in the place, but other drows nearby. In an instant, as the locked figure in the center, everyone around the proximity was gone. Thud. The figure of the monk landed on the ground. In just a second or two, he had unleashed countless killer moves. Even a god reincarnate would suffer huge damage. Monk, mission complete. Target surrounding cleared. Barbarian, get ready to follow up. A machine voice sounded again. Space beacon locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of different dimensional space. Opening teleportation gate 2. Coordinates x57y127. Teleportation gate 2 opened. Placing Arcane Energy Armor Model 3, Unknown Space. In this huge hayplane, there was a towering arcane tower. With the sound of the second tower spirit, 2 huge arcane energy armor disappeared from the 5th layer of the arcane tower, and then appeared on the battlefield. They swiftly moved on to the left and right position. However, they did not join in the battle but had a defensive posture against others who wanted to interfere. Space beacon locked. Psionic node locked. Extracting the energy of different dimensional space. Opening teleportation gate 3. Coordinates x37y107. 3 kilometers outside. A different teleportation gate appeared in front of the barbarian. The barbarian who had been waiting made a wild roar. The huge body suddenly became like a giant, and the muscles full of explosive force were so shocking. Epic berserk. The barbarian went through the portal, held onto his huge axe, and swung it downward. Earth shatter. A shocking force erupted, and the ground around it was completely shattered. Everything around the locked figure collapsed downward. The metallic voice was heard again. Target value inaccessible. Target has expanded a divine energy field. Calculating damage reduction of the divine energy field. The current attack loss is 3%. It is estimated that 33 attacks of the same strength could break the target's divine energy field. Target's protective energy shield is too strong. Activated alternate battle program. Tower Spirit 4 accepts battle control. Activating interdimensional battle program. In an unknown plane. On top of an arcane tower, a hazy figure appeared and said, Tower Spirit 4 accepts battle command. Interdimensional strike plan activated. Synchronous computing of heterogeneous transport nodes. Opening teleportation portal. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Model 4 charging. Current charge progress is 10%, 20%, 30%. Interdimensional target coordinates locked. Portal stabilized. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Model 4 charging complete. Target coordinates locked. Launching an interdimensional strike. Chapter 437 Queen of Spiders, Lolthitsa. After the battlefield was cleared of other obstructions, Saran finally saw clearly who the captured drow was. Almost in an instant, Saran's body trembled involuntarily. There was a little fear in his eyes. There were not many things in the whole multiverse that could make him afraid, and there seemed to be only one thing in the Underdark that could make Saran afraid. That was the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, the master of the Underdark and the highest in hell, the previous god of the elves, now the Queen of Spiders. From her appearance, the Queen of Spiders should be a very beautiful woman. No matter how the outside world vilified her and said that she looked like a big spider, the fact was, the Queen of Spiders was the god of the elves. As the first wife of the elf god, she was more beautiful than most goddesses in appearance. So, everyone who saw her would be shocked by her beautiful appearance. Even in the form of a drow, her charms could not be hidden. She was one of the two most beautiful women in the Abyss. She was also one of the two most terrifying women in the Abyss. The other was the Queen of Succubus, the same terrible existence that Saran was extremely afraid of. Since the Queen of Spiders brought her kingdom to the Abyss, there had never been an end to the fight between the two terrible goddesses. The Queen of Spiders undoubtedly was a goddess full of ambition. She was cruel, insidious, and vicious enough to make everyone feel afraid. The Queen of Succubus, who had become a fallen demon god, played an important role in the Abyss. She had killed 2 generations of demon princes, which was definitely a nightmare in the hearts of many demon lords. Saran wasn't just afraid of their power but also their cruelty. The Queen of Spiders loved to plot. Do they want to kill the Queen of Spiders? Saran didn't have to think much and already knew that the attempt today would be a failure. The Queen of Spiders could not be killed. Moreover, the Avatar crisis had not yet started. Even if the Queen of Spiders' body had come to the material plane, the connection between her and her kingdom, the demon web pits, remained. How could a god who could mobilize the insane powers of God easily be killed by others? Run. After the effect of the clockwork nirvana was over, Saran immediately pulled the Lolita dragon and ran back. This type of assassination attempt would only anger the Queen of Spiders. Once the Queen of Spiders became enraged, staying around the area would only lead to misfortune. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Model 4 charging complete. Locked onto target coordinates. Firing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. From an unknown hayplane, the top of the arcane tower gathered terrifying energy, which finally materialized as a purple ray. The ray of the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon directly cut through the air, and within its ballistic range was a portal to a different dimensional space. The purple energy ray passed through space, and the next moment appeared on the battlefield in the Underdark. Immediately an energy field appeared around the Queen of Spiders. The ray from the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon collided with the divine energy field. The collision of these great powers shook the whole place, and everything around it seemed to be twisted and folded. Tower Spirit 4. Calculate the consumption of the divine energy field. Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon Model 4 energy consumption 90%, 80%, 70%. Target's divine energy field remaining power is 70%, 60%, 50%. Attention. Target's divine energy field has dropped to 30%. Dissipating in 3 seconds. Sword Saint, prepare for battle. 1, 2, 3. While the energy ray from the super arcane crystal pulse cannon dimmed, the divine energy field of the Queen of Spiders also weakened. When the energy field behind the Queen of Spiders disappeared completely, another portal opened in front of her. Tower Spirit 5 accepts control of teleportation control. Calculate space markers. Activating the teleportation portal. Extract energy from element pool. Element fission wave blade charging. Charging progress is grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Grade 4 and Grade 5. Energy exhaustion of element pool. Element fission wave blade charged. Time went on. A mixed blood orc sword saint had been waiting for his turn 10 kilometers away. He held a strange sword, which was engraved with countless runes and had a special silver texture. There was no blade on the hilt. However, a strange light emerged. Powerful and incomparable energy was transmitted to the gem in the center of the hilt. And then a straight blade composed entirely of energy emerged. The power of this strange energy blade was still increasing. In the end, it even made the surrounding light bend. Element fission wave blade lasts for 10 seconds. Sword Saint, our success or failure depends on you. A tired metallic sound was heard. The eyes of the Sword Saint had a burst of light. And then he immediately launched into the portal in front of him. Sword Saint, the most explosive among the melee class. Only they could easily break the energy protection field of spellcasters. No melee class could match the power output of the Sword Saint. The legendary Sword Saints were among the few who had the ability to kill a god reincarnate directly, even though they were still so fragile after entering the realm of legend. Note: the legendary Sword Saint is still unable to wear protective equipment. A ray flashed by. Kai. Expose weakness. The seemingly simple attack contained the deadliest blow. The Sword Saint flew across the air in a flash. At the next moment, the strange energy blade had penetrated the body of the Queen of Spiders from the back, directly through her heart, leaving a huge hole in her body. But there was no blood in the wound because the hot energy had evaporated everything. Did we succeed? There was dead silence on the battlefield. The attack of the Sword Saint came in right as the divine energy field dissipated. Did we do it? A hesitant voice asked. All the professions at the scene were legendary, thus they could feel if the target still had life force or not. The target seemed to be killed by them. However, they did not believe they had killed the Queen of Spiders so easily. However, they still could not believe themselves after they seemed to have killed the target. Just then, a panicking machine voice was heard. Unknown energy reaction. Unknown energy reaction. Target has an unknown energy reaction. Half a plane energy consumption is sharply decreasing. The current remaining energy is 30%, 20%, 10%. Half a plane confinement failure. There is unknown potential erosion energy. Unknown dark energy is eroding the Hayplane. Hayplane is in a state of collapse. Warning, warning, battle program failure. All units retreat. Time was slowed down at this moment. The Queen of Spiders, who had lost her life force, suddenly opened her eyes. In her eyes, a terrible divine radiance appeared. In just a moment, her broken body was quickly repaired. At the same time, 8 ferocious spider legs appeared from her body. The unknown energy slowly emerged. It opened a space gap behind the Queen of Spiders, in which you could see a black and evil land. There were countless creatures on this land, but they were all terrifying existences. A cold and cruel female voice rang out. The Queen of Spiders slowly opened her eyes. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. With a light wave of her hand, the space around her became distorted. The figure of the Sword Saint became rigid. At the next moment, the Sword Saint turned into thousands of neat pieces of meat. She looked down at all the people on the battlefield and said with a grim smile, "So it's the evils of the Arcane Empire. You don't even have a flying castle. And you plan to kill me with these feeble fools? You're more naive than I thought." Crack. The Queen of Spiders gently clenched her fists. and the two legendary arcane energy armor became a pile of scrap metal. An indescribable realm covered the whole area. All the portals were closed in an instant, and the unknown domain energy eroded the physical world as if it had been isolated into another space. What laughable dimensional abilities! A smile of sarcasm appeared on the face of the Queen of Spiders, and she said slowly, "The only surprise is the clockwork nirvana. I thought the Time Seeker had all fallen. I didn't expect another fish that had escaped the net. What tenacity! All deities hope for your death, yet you reappear again and again." The Queen of Spiders drew her hand across the air, and the monk's rigid body immediately divided into two parts. His head fell to the ground while the headless body slowly fell to the ground. Lolth's face was full of sarcasm. Mortals are only mortals. They can never understand the power of the gods. Time, space, material, plane, everything inside my realm is governed by me. Even the laws are mine to control. The space twisted. The barbarian let out a painful scream. In the next moment, just like a candle melting, his body also slowly melted away, becoming a pile of flesh and blood. The Queen of Spiders waved her hand again and wiped away another dust-like existence. She then turned her eyes to a place tens of kilometers away. At the next moment, the masked Schnick Warlock was shocked. Then her face became grey, and her breathing became extremely weak. Her vitality gradually faded with the power of a curse. The breathing of the masked woman gradually declined, and her skin seemed to have lost its vitality. Her face was grey and filled with fear, and she ran towards the rear desperately. Annoying flies. The Queen of Spiders let out a hum and looked at a distant space, as though she had locked onto a dimension. Her figure gradually fused into the distorted space while saying playfully, "Found you, humble little mice. Wait for me." The Queen of Spiders disappeared. However, everything did not end, and the abyss started to tremble. The abyss hell, the divine plane of the Queen of Spiders. Since the Queen of Spiders had advanced into great divine powers, the Queen of Spiders had lowered her kingdom to a deeper field. That would be the bottomless abyss. After the Queen of Spiders transferred her kingdom to the abyss, she became the most powerful evil god, outsider, butcher and schemer in the abyss. Her arrival shook the entire bottomless abyss. Countless demons felt threatened but could not do anything. Her powers could change the laws of the realm. No one wanted to see her arrival, yet no one could chase her away. That was because she was the Queen of Spiders. Lolth, bottomless abyss with a huge divine power. The divine plane abyss hell, which had fallen into the abyss, started to move little by little. The huge vibration from the moving plane transmitted to the entire abyss. At the same time, inside a lavish palace, the languid figure of the Queen of Succubus laid on the luxurious throne. Her eyes suddenly turned to a certain space and muttered, "What is this bitch doing? How could she move her divine plane at such a time? Did she encounter some problems? Maybe I could give her a surprise." Chapter 438. Schnick Warlock. Indescribable energy exploded from behind him. Saran's expression suddenly changed. He picked up the sissy beside him and activated haste. His whole person left the area as quick as a flash. As one of the few top rogues who had ever seen the Queen of Spiders in the Underdark, Saran once accepted many missions when wandering among the drows. Maybe it was because of the prestige he accumulated by the tasks he completed. His name was gradually introduced to the Queen of Spiders at that time. That's the Queen of Spiders? The little Lolita also panicked. As a dragon, she easily slept all the way to the realm of legends, but what just happened in front of her completely destroyed her confidence. Maybe ordinary people were as weak as ants in her eyes, but in fact, they might also be ants in the eyes of some other existence. Saran nodded slowly. Right then, familiar energy flowed in his body, reminding of the countless times he had encountered the Queen of Spiders in the past. After countless challenges with many god incarnates, Saran was fully aware of how powerful these old-school deities were. In the eyes of the Queen of Spiders, legendary figures were just dust. There were many records about the fall of the Arcane Empire, But in fact, there had been a conspiracy theory that the fall of the Arcane Empire was because they had threatened the rule of the gods. The great arcanists were too strong, and the field of research started to involve the gods. During the period of the Arcane Empire, their influence spread to the whole multiverse. There were millions of legendary professions in the Empire. Conspiracy theorists believe that no one but gods could eliminate so many legendary professions at one go. Deities. Saran was only starting to understand this field, something outside the imagination of mortals. In theory, gods were invincible, at least. They couldn't be defeated by ordinary people. The gods made this rule. For a long time, the fall of gods had been caused by internal struggles, and there was no case of a mortal slaying a god. If not for the Avatar crisis, a minor god could still destroy a group of legendary professions. Gods were invincible in their own kingdom. Within the realm of the gods, a divine ability to change shape, reality, or size was enough to easily change your body to whatever they wanted to see. To any mortal, gods that controlled death, slaughter, and destruction could end lives easily. Gods were immune to most effects, and always had the highest value in any test. Only a god incarnate can be killed. Laws of God Slaying, Book 1 Chapter 3, Bidkjar. Far from the battlefield, just as the figure of the Queen of Spiders disappeared, a twisted, shadowy figure also backed off. Failure. The power of the Queen of Spiders is overwhelming. We mistakenly estimated the strength of the Queen of Spiders from the strength of the rogue god. Even though we have increased the amount of the power gap by nearly 100 times, the gap between the two sides was still too large. The battle plan failed, and only one of the team survived. The coordinates of the Hay Plane had been locked by the Queen of Spiders. Requesting assistance from the floating tower. We must return to Sigil and bring the news back to the Temple of Atheists. The shadow quickly disappeared in the darkness. On another side, Saran slowed down after they were a good distance away. He looked at the little Elitu in front of him and said seriously, "Things are a little beyond our expectation. If the Queen of Spiders appeared, then we better not go back to the Underdark for some time." Trying to slay a god even before the Avatar crisis, this aggressive action would definitely arouse the anger of the Queen of Spiders. A terrible cleansing would soon spread to all parts of the Underdark. At least before the official outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the Queen of Spiders would need to vent her anger. Saran probably was the only one that knew about the Avatar crisis. From a certain aspect, this meant that he had a certain advantage over the many gods. No one knew when, how strong, and how far the Avatar crisis would affect them. Even the gods, who were resisting the chaotic energy, could only have a rough guess. So in this period of time, there were many battles, not only among gods but also among other powerful organizations. Saran had no knowledge about the incident that occurred today. This meant that this incident happened before any adventurer went into the Underdark previously. Although it was not clear where the team of professions attacking the Queen of Spiders came from, Saran could roughly guess that they had a great relationship with the Arcane Empire because the whole battle plan seemed to be quite science fiction. All of these battle calculations needed to be completed by the Tower Spirits. Saran had encountered this battle method before, but nothing as frightening as today. If the target was not the Queen of Spiders, they would have succeeded today. Any deity below great divine power may have been defeated by this level of god-slaying tactics. It was a pity that they picked the wrong god to deal with. Saran did not know why the group would want to kill the Queen of Spiders, but he was not surprised because the Queen of Spiders had many enemies. Before the Queen of Spiders advanced to great divine power, she already had duels with the other gods. It wasn't surprising that Saran would immediately run after seeing this powerful figure. Saran did not know why the specific reason the group wanted to kill her. In his memory, only a few groups would take this kind of risk. For example, the Temple of Atheist, some astral explorer team, or some other powerful organization. Note: before the establishment of Drow belief system, the Queen of Spiders was the person holding up the Elven belief system. but as a goddess who was good at using conspiracy, she allied with some powerful gods. The Queen of Spiders. Sissy lowered her head and muttered. She had become moody after what had happened. She seemed to be in a bad mood, as if thinking about something. However, Saran did not have time to think that much. The battle previously had been too scary. He wouldn't have lasted a second in that battle. Saran was not surprised that the Queen of Spiders went after them. Before the Avatar crisis, only a few gods together could take on the Queen of Spiders. Tactics seemed powerful but were completely useless against certain existences. Just like a group in the past that wanted to kill the Queen of Succubus. They thought they could kill her, but they couldn't even overcome the effects of enchanting beauty. In the end, the Queen of Succubus used decadent desire to let them play. There was some light in front. There were some glowing plants around. However, when they got close, Saran's expression changed. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes were fixed to a figure laid in front. The outline of the figure seemed to be a woman. Her skin was pale, and a veil covered her face. However, Saran saw a very familiar marking and said, "Godslayers?" Shnek Warlock. When Saran turned the woman over, he and the little Lolita looked at each other, shocked. Sissy frowned and said, "She's dying." Saran nodded. She was dying. A powerful Shnik Warlock who was beyond level 30. Killed so swiftly by the Queen of Spiders. Saran opened her palm and saw the marking of a widow. That's the curse of the Queen of Spiders. She can't be saved. Since the Queen of Spiders entered greater divine power, she had been nearing other powerful portfolios. The portfolio of curses. Anyone who got the curse would not survive. AI. Sissy looked at the almost dead Shnek Warlock and said, "If only some deity gave her new life, then she could survive this curse. Otherwise, she'll die for sure." Just as Saran heard what she said, his eyes brightened. It was as though he had thought of something. Chapter 439. Divine Gift. Was Saran more powerful in this world or the previous world? That is a pointless argument. Although his deadliness made many people proud, that was of no value to other existences. Aside from the powerful gods, just the ability of a Shnik Warlock was enough to end this debate. Shnik Warlocks had too much control over ordinary people, and they even had the ability to take away something from someone. Saran looked at the Shnik Warlock in front. To him, there was something attractive about this person. That was the Shnik suggestion ability of the Shnik Warlock. This ability was not deadly. However, it could affect the minds of ordinary people and could be simply understood as the most powerful hypnotism. If it was performed by a legendary Shnik Warlock, it would cover a wide range. The Shnik Warlock could control the minds of ordinary people, leaving some hints in their hearts. If this ability was used in other places, it might not work. But if it was used in the aspect of spreading beliefs and developing believers, its function would be rather amazing. Saran thought of this because previously, an adventurer borrowed the power of a Shnik Warlock. Although, because of the kind of action, the advanced profession would also fall into the evil camp. However, it doesn't matter whether he was in the evil camp, falling into this camp would only have a few more enemies. However, with the manipulation ability of the Shnik Warlock, the adventurer was able to develop in a short period of time. He became the existence that could fight against the ancient temples. This was the value of Shnik Warlocks. They could create the first batch of believers. Since Saran had advanced into the realm of demigod, he didn't have that many options. The vampiric god was still there. Even if he took Vivian to hide in the outer islands for a while, he might be discovered eventually. In order to fight against the gods, he needed the power of the gods. Even if he and Gloria came together to fight the vampiric god, they would still have a hard time with the vampiric temple supporting their god. The growth of a temple was fast. Saran could train capable pirates, but a temple could train more powerful professions. He should quickly close the gap now, or the power difference between them would become greater. He had divinity and shard of divinity. Saran only lacked a portfolio and field that would be fitting to his ability. As long as he could obtain a divine title that he could integrate with, then he could gradually enter into the field of real gods. With divine powers, he could expand his belief and train priests. With these three conditions and the population, resources, and wealth of the outer islands, Saran had 70% assurance that he could last the Avatar crisis. As for the problem with Vivian, Saran could deal with it more easily with his higher position. For example, to be able to clean the existence of fear completely. Only a real god could complete that. Saran looked at the pale Shinnik Warlock. Her life force was almost depleted. This was a curse from the Queen of Spiders. Saran had seen such a terrible curse, killing a mother of Drow for betrayal. Even in the internal struggle of the Drows, if any family did something that offended the Queen of Spiders, she may directly kill all the senior members of the whole family with a curse. In fact, many families had been destroyed, but they were mainly around the period when the Dark Maiden fell. After the fall of the Dark Maiden, the Queen of Spiders did not have a big clean-up. There was only one way to save her. To fight the curse of the Queen of Spiders, he could only use divine power, divine gift. This was the only way Saran could save her. As for the requirement of divine gift, that was her attitude towards Saran. This was not a problem at all. The woman in front of her was a legendary Shinnik Warlock, and her ability to hypnotize herself to a certain extent could be done easily. The most important thing was what she thought in her heart, whether she wanted to die like this or whether she wanted Saran to save her. After taking a deep breath, for example, Shinnik communication. After becoming a demigod, he could use Shinnik communication to communicate with intelligent creatures. I can save you. Saran held the Shinnik Warlock in his arms, looked into her eyes with divine brilliance, and said slowly, "But the price is that you must become my believer." I don't have too much time to explain everything, but the only promise I can give you is that you won't be living too badly in the future. We don't have much time. You decide what you want, but don't take too long. Divine gift, a powerful ability. But the price paid was also quite serious. For example, the lost divinity given by Saran to the mutant killer whale would be lost forever. As the price of absorbing the divinity, the mutant killer whale's will and life were almost controlled in Saran's hands. In theory, Saran could rely on the control of divine power to deprive it of its life. Gods were thus powerful. Even though the Shinnik Warlock was a legendary profession, if she chose to accept Saran's divine power, then her life would be Saran's. Without doubt. In essence, the way gods controlled their followers was no different from the way demons controlled their followers. However, the devil's behavior was more arbitrary, evil, and brutal. While gods had to restrain themselves, many good gods were very protective of their own followers. Divine gift was a brand on the spiritual level. Once it was formed, it was difficult to get rid of it unless something involving a higher level appeared. Death or life. This choice was not difficult, but as a powerful Shinnik Warlock, maybe she would rather die than be controlled by Saran in the future. If this was true, then Saran could only help her end her life. That 1 second felt very long. There was little time left for the Shinnik Warlock. So when Saran got her reply, he immediately reached out to her forehead. Divine gift. A strange divine aura appeared. The divine power in Saran's body gradually passed to the Shinnik Warlock. Under the divine light, her whole body was covered with a layer of grey energy, which was the curse of the Queen of Spiders. 1 divinity. 2 divinity. 3 divinity. The divinity in Saran's body was slowly decreasing. With the infusion of the divinity, the grey and strange energy became thinner and thinner. Instead, the divinity power transmitted by Saran was replacing it. With each influx of divinity, Saran's ability to feel her became stronger, and ultimately, she even formed a spiritual communication with Saran. This meant that she had hypnotized herself to change her attitude toward Saran, accepting Saran's divinity. 5 divinity points. When half of the grey energy was gone, Saran stopped giving divinity without hesitation. He was now left with 11 divinity points. If he had continued on, he would fall from minor divinity. 5 divinity points were enough to allow the Shinnik Warlock to life. As for the grey energy left, he could only think about it in the future. Even though the Queen of Spiders was powerful, there were still ways to fight the corrosive curse of hers. Chapter 440 Dragon Covenant. Chapter 440, Chapter 86 Dragon Covenant. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. The cloud of war had gone. and the prosperous city had gradually recovered its vitality. Although the legend of the pirate king Saran would spread in the taverns, people constantly guessing the relationship between the legendary pirate king and Princess Anna, people had gradually become accustomed to some changes in life. For example, some chambers of commerce that had recently come out of the port could buy many special products in the south of the mainland, and also luxury goods from the east. The merchants had been eager to get access to this new trading route, the Eastern Sea Route. They needed to pay the pirate king Saran. The lucrative trade route was very attractive to the merchants. Recently, there has been a saying that the legendary pirate king had established a maritime kingdom. He ruled a large area of the sea and made his own rules in the sea. With more and more knowledge of the south coast, many merchants who went to the south for the first time agreed with this sentiment. The reason was that they could reach the south coast safely by buying the pass issued by the pirate king's cabinet. Could they reach the south coast safely? And there were even pirate ships on the sea to escort their merchant ships. This surely was something that was hard to come by. However, if ships did not have a pass with them, then their ships would be robbed clean. That was how tough Saran was. The key to everything was only with how much. If Saran took 50% of their profits, then the merchants would definitely complain. But if he left 50% of the profits to the merchants and ensured their safety, then the merchants would gradually get used to it after the initial stage. As a matter of fact, people's adaptability was quite fast. Recently, even merchants on other routes were going to get the pass, so that they could ask Saran's fleet to escort them until they left the Vrikul's territory. The Vrikul pirates had it bad recently. It was said that there were two very capable pirate leaders that came from the south, and all their men were good at fighting. They fought the Vrikul for 2 days and had no clear winner. The rules on the sea changed little by little. Those that couldn't get used to them were eliminated. Chaos was a disaster. Thus even the lawful evil would make society flourish. Saran's exploitation did not destroy the merchants' enthusiasm. After a lot of careful calculation, some merchants were surprised to find that they still had a lot of profit, and their safety was guaranteed. The war in the south spreading little by little, but the Frost Kingdom was still relatively peaceful. Many goods sold well after they were transported, especially food. A ship of grain could make twice the profit and sell out as soon as it arrived at the port. Note: the price of grain had doubled. Today was a different day for Arendelle. Today, a blue door opened on top of the skies of Arendelle, and the mighty elder princess appeared. She stood in the air and looked down at the city in front of her. Her bright blue long skirt danced with the wind. The sun shone down from the back of the elder princess, making her look like a goddess in the dawn. All the people who saw her could not help cheering. Many people gathered in the street and knelt down humbly towards the figure. Just for a moment, the whole Arendelle stood still. When the figure of the elder princess appeared, the Frost Kingdom seemed to be full of life and vitality. The elder princess was finally back. Arendelle's safe. In this nation, they believed that if the elder princess was around, they would be safe. Finally, she's back. The elder princess stood in the sky. She watched the cheering subjects below. Then she looked behind the bright blue gate. It was a strange silvery white stream, just like the spread of smoke and clouds. It was somewhere in the astral plane. The elder princess let out a sigh, then waved gently. A long ladder made of ice and snow appeared under her feet. She then walked toward the palace, step by step. As she walked, the whole Arendelle started snowing. Sister Princess Anna's figure had long been waiting in front of the palace. When she saw her elder sister, the stressed Princess Anna could help but become teary as she rushed to her sister. Princess Anna finally burst into tears. When she finally saw her elder sister, she could not control her emotions anymore. At the palace, the elder palace witch and the guard captain looked at each other and let out a breath of relief. As for the others in the palace, they all seemed to be more encouraged after seeing the elder princess. To Arendelle, the elder princess was really someone different, more powerful and capable than any other ruler in the realm. Saran, of course, didn't know about the return of the elder princess. In fact, he had another headache: how to completely save the Shaniqual lock. Sissy, who wanted to join him for adventures, was going to leave. It was very strange. Everything had happened too suddenly, and Saran was not prepared for it. The little Lolita only told him that she would leave. Fine. He couldn't expect too much from a dragon. You really leaving? Saran looked at the little Lolita and asked, if you leave now, I can't send you back. Then you'll have to leave the Underdark by yourself. The little Lolita was not sure, but then nodded and said, no need. I'll teleport back. I want to go back to Dragon Island. Since the Queen of Spiders had appeared in the mortal realm, I'm afraid that something might happen in my hometown. Saran looked at her and said, alright. Be careful now. Don't stay long in the astral plane after teleportation. That place is not safe. Sissy's home was definitely not on the material plane. Saran had been to the Dragon Island in the material plane, and there were few dragons there. The real Dragon Island was in the Kingdom of Dragons. For interdimensional teleportation, the astral plane would be an important stop. Sissy looked at Saran up and down and asked hesitantly, Saran, you have a lot of money, right? Money? This question stunted Saran a bit, but he nodded and replied, somewhat, I guess. Why does she want to borrow money? Saran had never heard of dragons who would want to borrow money. That's good. The little Lolita had a slight smile and raised her little hand. She gestured for his hand and said, come. Point your hand like this at me. Saran was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and put out his hand. I, Princess Alice, of the Brass Dragon Nation, according to the ancient covenant, form an agreement with this human named Saran. With the name of the Holy Dragon race. When our allies need help, we would help our allies with reasonable compensation. With the name of the Brass Dragon, on behalf of the dragons, I have formed a dragon covenant with this human. Strange magic exploded. As the little Lolita finished the covenant in the dragon language, a row of data appeared in front of him. Special event triggered. Princess Alice, of the Brass Dragon Nation, formed a dragon covenant with you. This ancient spiritual pact requires 50,000 slaughter EXP. Do you wish to accept the pact? This is the dragon covenant. Without thinking much, Saran immediately made the choice to pay the slaughter EXP. This was a kind of spiritual pact, which meant that it needed some spiritual energy. However, Saran's slaughter EXP was also usable, so he could spend his slaughter EXP on this pact. A strange power expanded. With an indescribable feeling, Saran and the little Lolita formed the Holy Dragon Covenant. Of course, this pact was only sacred to the dragons. With their arrogant personalities, this pact was actually really harsh. Dragon Covenant legendary ability. You and Princess Anna formed the Sacred Dragon Covenant. From now on, you would be able to pay 10,000 slaughter EXP to summon the brass dragons of the universe, at least summoning an adult dragon. The pact could be used to summon most brass dragons, even ancient dragons, and ancient great dragons. This is not without a price. Using the pact would require 100,000 gold emeralds. This would summon 13 brass dragons. A more powerful dragon would require greater compensation. Note, if the reward does not satisfy the dragon, then the dragon may attack you or cancel the pact. However, if your compensation is satisfactory, and your name is good among the dragons, then you would be able to summon ancient dragons and ancient great dragons. Information 1. Dragon Covenant sometimes appears as a spell of more than level 7. This spell randomly summons other types of dragons. In most cases, it is because some gods or some existence had a pact with an ancient dragon. This ancient covenant has been passed down for thousands of years and has not been cancelled because of a breach, so it eventually evolved into a spell. Some powerful spellcasters could inherit this covenant and use it to summon dragons to help. Information 2. Saran is now the first generation to have a dragon covenant. If he does not break the covenant, then in the future, if he becomes a god, then his priests or spellcasters could also inherit the dragon covenant. Information 3. The Dragon Covenant was one of the few that needed slaughter EXP to acquire. Even memorizing the spell required slaughter EXP. It was also an expensive summoning ritual. Chapter 441 Battle of Gods Dragon Covenant. It was one of the most expensive abilities in the world. Many people in history had acquired this ability, probably because it felt awesome to summon a dragon, but they lost their money because of this. In fact, at present, the most powerful force that had this ability was the Dragon City, but they seldom used this ability. The reason was simple. Most dragons don't spend money. The result was simple. The stronger the summoned dragon was, the more compensation was needed. Many times, the summoned dragon comes from another world. After finishing the job, they would take that money and go back to their realm. The consumption of this level was rather amazing, reducing the gold reserve of the material plane. To find more gold would mean traveling to other plans. Regarding this issue, the Wizard Guild even wrote a paper, "How much has the Dragon Covenant cost us?" Sissy left Saran a bit speechless. This was how the chaotic camp acted. Sometimes Saran would admire this trait, but this was only admiration. Saran would never be as random as they were. He was a man with hard rules in mind. The Schnick Warlock was still unconscious. The divine energy did not fuse with her body immediately. It needed time. When Saran closed his eyes, he could feel that the divinity he had given was transforming the woman in front of him. He could easily notice that ordinary creatures could hardly absorb divinity by themselves. Whether it was the mutant killer whale or the woman in front of him, it seemed that their integration of divinity took time. Just then, Sran realized how amazing his ability to merge and devour divinity in a blink of an eye was. It seemed that he could complete the fusion very quickly, no matter divinity or shard of divinity, while others, even a god slayer, needed a long time to integrate it. This may be related to slaughter or some other reason. Since you're not awake, Saran looked at the Schnick Warlock in front of him and gently removed the veil from her face. Her pale face had gradually returned to being a ruddy color. The characteristics of the woman stunned Saran. It was not because she was ugly. She was very attractive. But the key was not in her beauty, but that her features reminded Saran of the Githai Anki. The Schnick Warlock in front of him obviously had some characteristics of the Githai Anki. The Githai Anki were an astral race. Their appearance was very different from that of humans. To describe it specifically, they had a snake-like face. Their ears were very sharp, and there were obvious protrusions on their back vertebrae. Since the features were distinct, with a glaze, Saran was able to recognize her race. Saran's expression suddenly became serious. He reached out and looked at the skin under her clavicle. There was a faded green snake tattoo. Saran then checked the lumbar vertebrae of the woman. It was obvious that her spine was slightly raised about half a centimeter than that of ordinary people. This meant that she was a mixed blood of humans and Githai Anki. She seemed more human than Githai Anki. The astral species were full of predators. They may capture humans as slaves, so there was a chance that she could be mixed blood. Lastly, Saran lifted the sleeves of her wrists, and 3 dark blue letters could be seen on her white wrists. The imprint of the letters had faded. This meant that the brand was left early, most likely in her childhood, and then gradually faded with the growth of her body. Saran slowly pulled down her sleeve, looked at the face of the Schnick Warlock in front of him, and murmured, "A slave, a slave's mark." Saran found it hard to believe that a powerful Schnick Warlock used to be a lowly slave. In the blink of an eye, she could erase the mark, but she chose to leave the slave's mark on her body. There was probably some legendary story. Saran did not have a good impression of the Githai Anki. Their race had been enslaved by the Mind Flayer for a long time, but they did not become much better after breaking free from slavery. Instead, they became the most dangerous predators and robbers in the astral world. The Githai Ankis captured other races as slaves and maintained their brutal rule through militarized management. It seemed that the races that got controlled by the Mind Flayers ultimately would become strange as well. Most of them also developed Schnick abilities like their. Saran raised his hand and checked her head, but suddenly he seemed to have felt something, and he froze in place. There was a wound on her head. Even though it was not obvious, Saran still felt it. Mind Flayer. Saran's expression became very surprised and in disbelief. He murmured, "So she was not a slave of the Githai Ankis?" What once controlled her and left the mark of slavery were the Mind Flayers. This kind of wound, even after healing, made people feel a little shocked. In Saran's understanding, There was only one kind of monster that would leave this kind of wound, the mind flayers. That was because they consumed the brains of other creatures. She was attacked by a mind flayer. Saran reached to check the other side and felt the same kind of wound. Now Saran was sure that this was done by the mind flayers. But it was hard for him to imagine that a slave who had been controlled and attacked by the mind flayer had not become an idiot or a psychopath. Instead, she had become a legendary Shinnik warlock with a profession level of more than 30. This was really shocking. She probably had a legendary story like Saran. Saran felt sorry. He seldom sympathized with others, but the woman in front of him made him feel a little sorry and respectful. Previously there were adventurers who challenged the Mind Flayers' lair and were captured by the Mind Flayers because of their defeat in battle. At that time, they were willing to commit suicide collectively rather than having their brains consumed by the Mind Flayers. To survive under those conditions and become legendary, the woman deserved respect. Let's get out of here first. Saran seemed to have felt some energy fluctuation. After he advanced to become a demigod, his ability to sense energy was greatly strengthened. Thus, after some thinking, he decided to leave with the Shinnik Warlock first. He picked up the delicate body of the Shinnik Warlock and started to make his way out. Elemental Stone Legendary Grade 3 was with him now. He also got the Shard of Divinity. Saran felt that there was no need for him to stay here. The reward was not worth the risk. Unknown Hayplane. Space here vibrated slightly, and the edge of the Hayplane had collapsed. Just like the field of the Void Storm, the earth that formed the Hayplane gradually collapsed and fell, and the violent energy destroyed the structures of the Hayplane world. Outside the Hayplane was a deep darkness, as if there was a terrible force locking down the Hayplane through space. A small world and a large world. The collision of energy cracked the sky of the Hayplane. A gap soon appeared, and behind it was the Queen of Spiders. So it's the Clockwork Nirvana Hayplane. The Queen of Spiders looked down at the world in front of her. There were 8 twisted and ferocious spider legs on her back. Her expression seemed to be a little ponderous, a little surprised, and then she said with a grim smile, "I thought such Hayplanes had all disappeared. I can't believe another one was hidden." Hayplanes. One of the well-known abilities of the Arcanists. The world knew that the floating cities had great combat power, but many did not know that the other important structure of the floating city were the Hayplane. Hayplanes were very much a part of the floating cities. The great Arcanists created their own floating city, and then, on the basis of the floating city, further opened up their own Hayplane. If not for this, they would not be able to threaten the gods. Let me end this all. After the Queen of Spider laughed, she raised her hand to the sky, and then the sky on the Hayplane split. At the next moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the sky, and they rushed to the Hayplane like a raging flood. Driders, Bibolith, Yoklol, Drygloth, Abyss Petitioner. Endless monsters appeared from the dark cracks, and they began to kill mercilessly at the moment of their appearance and rushed madly to the final arcane tower on the Hayplane. These were the slaves of the Queen of Spiders. Monsters from the demon web pits. When the kingdom of a god locks onto this Hayplane, a teleportation channel across the plane space would also be formed. This was not the material plane. The boundary of the material plane could not affect it here. The gods could directly open the portal connecting the divine kingdom to outer space. This was not a normal battle. When the portal to the demon web pits was opened, this had become a godly battle. Chapter 442 The Kingdom of Gods. Alert, alert, intruder, intruder. With the sound of a machine voice, a translucent light curtain appeared on the surface of the arcane tower. Then the figure of a towering spirit appeared on the top of the arcane tower. The machine voice, trigger level 1 combat readiness. Activate arcane tower defense field. Activate the defense plan. The Legion of Golems activated. Broom. The walls around the arcane tower suddenly sank in, and then there was a huge sound of footsteps. Golems came out from the inside of the arcane tower. These golems were not the same as those in the material plane, and the weakest of them were steel golems of special technology. There were also diamond golems, arcane energy armor, arcane energy guards, and so on. The Arcane Empire not only endowed them with powerful melee ability, but also endowed the golems with air-to-air combat ability and various means of long-range energy attack. However, the final result was the same. The defense field of the arcane tower was like eggshells. The golems were easily surrounded and destroyed by the monsters emerging from the space crack. Divine realm. The realm of a god. After death, believers would gain new life in the realm of gods, and most devout believers would become petitioners and become the people in the realm of the gods. A small number of fanatical believers would become powerful spirits. Some of them would even become angels. Since the birth of these angels, many gods had tried to transform their fanatical believers into angels. Believers had almost infinite life after they were born in their god's realm. This kind of eternal life made them a part of the god's realm, and their life and death were completely integrated with the god itself. It was impossible for the petitioners to leave the kingdom of the gods. Only in the case of god war could they join the war as the backbone of one of the gods. For any deity, if he puts all his petitioners into the battle, it meant that they were ready for the fight of life and death. After a long time, the realm of God was like an energy storage pool. The church developed believers, selected the high-quality believers, and then led them to the kingdom of the gods. Many of these believers would become petitioners and spirits, and some would exist as ordinary reincarnation. The quality of soul and faithfulness of faith determined the identity of the believers after entering the kingdom of God. Like the souls that degenerate into the bottomless abyss, some would turn into higher-grade demons, while others could only turn into abyssal worms monster level 1. The difference was this big. This was the rule of the multiverse. The energy of the spirit, after the body was gone, would be amplified by the astral rule. For example, Saran, if he died accidentally, with his own soul purity and willpower, as long as his soul was not gone, it was easy for him to turn into a high-grade demon. But at that time, he would have forgotten too much, as any reincarnation would destroy most memories. Even the believers of the gods were the same. When they enter the kingdom of God, they would only retain the memory of devout belief, while other memories would gradually fade, until they disappear completely. So how many believers did the Queen of Spiders have? She ruled the Drows for quite a long time, and in these thousands of years, new believers came into her realm every day. Maybe some of these believers would be consumed in the struggle with other gods, but the total amount was still increasing. Otherwise, the demon web pits would not become a hay plane on its own. Note: the unknown relationship between the petitioners and the size of the kingdom of gods. Volume 1. The kingdom of gods seldom had invaders. No one could really figure out what was in the demon web pits, but it seemed that the power that the Queen of Spiders accumulated for a long time was terrifying. There were not many petitioners in the front line. There were Bibelith and other mutant creatures. There were just minions that the Queen of Spider did not care at all. Millions of monsters came out. More and more Bibelith appeared, and so did other indescribable monsters. Looking through the crack in the sky, there was a huge forest in the dark. The forest looked like a huge spider web with a palace in the center. This was the realm of Lolth, or perhaps, one area of her kingdom. Damn it, these irritating buggers. The vampire god looked at the front gloomily. In front of him was a group of fully armed paladins, but this was not the key. The key was that one of the paladins held a weapon that even he was afraid of. Although the weapon had not come out of its sheath yet, the vampire god could already sense the danger of this weapon. A group of legendary paladins. Even the weakest one was a high-grade paladin, among which were the high-grade priests of the god of justice, as well as some professions he wasn't sure of. Perhaps some advanced class of the paladins. What are they trying to do? Coming down to the Underdark in a group. Are they cleaning up the evil here? The vampire god was ready to fight at any time. In front of him, there was a paladin with a hammer in one hand, and a heavy black book in the other hand. This burly man gave the vampire god a lot of pressure. This was a rare event since he became the vampire god. Codex Guardian, Inquisitor, Warden. The Helpoemer also had a stern expression. He seemed to have a very serious injury that someone had left on him. He used Chinic communication and said, It looks like a special legendary organization. That sword is quite dangerous. I'm afraid it's that thing. This is bad. We've dealt with the god of rogues and half-elves. Our goal has been achieved. I need some time to absorb his power. We should try and run from them. On the other side, coming to the Underdark was a risky move. However, they had their reasons to come here. So they formed such a group. They even brought a certain legendary weapon to purify evil. Standing on the side of the team was a clergyman with the badge of the Lord of Glory on his chest. In the past, he had been active in the front line of fighting against demons. He came here only for some special personal reasons. Right then, he looked at the vampire god in front of him and seemed to know his identity. He then turned slightly to the paladin beside him and said, "Vampire Anihat, one of the sons of fear." In the southern part of the mainland, he started a bloody killing, turning many innocent people into vampire slaves. In the end, he became a false god. After the establishment of his temple, he kept secret activities, but never stopped his evil plans. His followers had done evil all over the world. The spread of vampires in many places is absolutely inseparable from him. His existence had led to the death of millions of people. The air was tense. The surrounding area had been locked down. The leader of the paladin looked at the two enemies in front of him, then slowly pressed his hand on the Black Codex and said, "Evil must be judged." This was an unavoidable battle. If they let these two evil enemies leave, then their path ahead would be full of hypocrisy. Furthermore, it was not that they had no chance to win since they had brought along an artifact. The Holy Avenger, a grade 5 artifact. Although it hasn't completely restored its power and strengthened it to artifact +6, as long as they had the artifact in hand, they had a good chance to fight against powerful evil gods. Weapon feature: against evil, this weapon can cause 10 additional holy damage to the target when it hits an evil enemy. Item type: Holy Avenger, Casimir +5. Item grade: Artifact grade 5. Description: the Holy Avenger is the ultimate weapon of the paladins against evil forces. In the lower levels, there is almost no evil that could stand against its power. Casimir is a legendary weapon, perhaps one of the most powerful weapons on the material plane, but its source and history have been completely forgotten. This sword has the power to make evil tremble. Even powerful evil gods and demons have heard its name. But this weapon is not yet in its full potential. This artifact is missing its most important part. Requirements: strength 14 or above, paladins only. Effects: artifact features, magic resistance 50%, dispel magic 3 times, plus 15 sharpness, plus 10 penetration, plus 15 toughness, plus 10 armor breaking, plus 10 holy damage. Artifact effect: magic resistance. When holding this artifact, it increases the user's magic resistance by 50%. Any spell has a half chance to fail against the user of this item. Weapon effect: dispel magic. This weapon will cast a legendary spell on the target when it hits the enemy. Weapon feature: against evil, this weapon can cause 10 additional holy damage to the target when it hits an evil enemy. Chapter 443: The Desire to Slaughter. After the sissy left, Saran felt a bit lonely. Along the way, he gradually got used to the little Alita's nagging nature and felt like something was missing now. The Shnik Warlock was still not awake. However, her vitality was obviously gradually recovering. Saran's divine gift had offset the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Even if there were some corrosive energy, it couldn't threaten her life. Boom! Something trembled in front of him. He was close to an exit in the Underdark. Saran's purpose for this trip was basically complete. He got the Shard of Divinity, and the Elemental Stone had been integrated. There was no need to stay here any longer. So Saran planned to leave the Underdark and return to the Outer Islands with the Shnik Warlock. He would try to ask a legendary priest to perform greater restoration on her. The priest of the Goddess of Riches, or the High Priest of the Sea Temple. Saran could always find a way to heal her with the proper price. After all, he had already invested so much in the woman in his arms. Broom. The trembling was heard again from ahead. Saran was now sure that a battle was happening in front. and it was on the path he must take. The battle was happening around the exit. This was the only closest exit. Is it the drows or other creatures? Saran found a corner to put down the Schneck warlock in his arms. If there was a fight later, he would not be able to take care of her at all. Sneak. Saran's figure blended into the shadow, and he moved slowly toward the ruckus. He could smell blood very heavily. This smell was very familiar to him, and it even awakened a certain desire to kill in his heart. It was someone he had wanted to kill. The vampire god, Reinhardt. It was Vivian's biggest threat. Saran always felt a lump in his throat. The vampire god was like a knife hanging on their head all the time. He was one of the few people Saran wanted to kill in his dreams. To not kill him would put Vivian would always be in danger. But Saran was not a rash person. He understood that he wouldn't last against the vampire god. Even if he had the help of Gloria and Vivian, they could not win. Even if Saran had become a demigod, he was still far from saints. The air was filled with a certain energy. The smell of blood, the aura of darkness, the fluctuation of elements, the brilliance of divinity, and a certain kind of power that Saran felt very uncomfortable and feared, but was also familiar with. This was a terrifying power. It did not feel like it came from someone. Instead, his demigod sense let him know that the energy came from something. Sixth sense. It seemed that his sixth sense had become better after he became a demigod. Pang! The sound of a body hitting against the wall, as well as some kind of musical instrument that poured the devil's voice into one's ears. Saran's heart produced a sense of despair, even a sense of killing himself. But this feeling was only momentary. Soon he became immune to the effects. Demonic flute. A legendary bard. It also seemed to be a bard of the fallen, because a normal bard would use music to boost morale. It is him. Saran's eyes suddenly burst out with pure light, and then there was a sense of killing in his heart. Vampire god, Reinhardt. Saran was right. The smell of blood came from his biggest threat, the vampire god. However, the desire to kill in his heart didn't make Saran come out blindly and impulsively. Instead, he retreated a little bit and became more observant. He saw another man, a very powerful bard. Saran had never seen a bard who could play a legendary battle song and fight against two paladins with a long sword at the same time. This was something that had never been heard before. Saran wasn't even sure if there was the ability combat playing. The bard completely subverted Saran's past impressions, as his melee combat skills were enough to shame many high-grade rogues. What monster is this? Aren't bards only good for show? When did they become so powerful? Unless he is the legendary Helpoima. Paladins? It's them. How are they here? Saran's eyes turned to the other side, as the presence of the paladin surprised him. For there were those he had met near the desert. The Warden, a paladin of the Divine Avengers. Saran once revealed the location of the artifact Eye of Tyre to them as a transaction. That was when they made it clear that they would find the parts of the Holy Avenger at any cost. However, Saran would have never thought of encountering them here. From the time Saran last saw them in the desert, the group of paladins should have already come to the Underdark earlier. This meant that they had already acquired the Eye of Tyre and was leaving for the surface. So why is the vampire god here? Did they just so happen to cross paths? There were many doubts in Saran's mind, but he couldn't figure out the answer, because everything may be a coincidence. This may be an opportunity. Saran was filled with killing intent as he moved slowly to the edge of the battle area. The battle was still continuing. The vampire god and the Helpoima obviously had the upper hand. They were both high-grade legendary figures. One was even in his saint form. However, they were facing paladins after all. Their effects against evil were obvious, and there was also a powerful priest. The most important thing was, whether it was the vampire god or the Helpoima, they seemed to be afraid of something. It was as though they feared that something might touch them. Even if this weapon was not unsheathed. Could it be? Saran recalled something and had a shock. What weapon would terrify a saint? It seemed that there were only a few in his memory, and what these paladins may be carrying was undoubtedly the most famous one. The Holy Avenger. Casimir +5. As though he had made up his mind. Saran took a step back and got out a strange ring. Lich Ring +5. Saran had never used this legendary item from the day he got it. The reason was simple. The item was cursed, it would reduce to constitution, and there was no way to take it down by yourself. The person must remove the curse effect first. Wearing it was equal to reducing 1 point of HP for each profession level he had. After he put on the ring, he would lose a total of 20 or so maximum HP. This item was a double-edged sword. If unnecessary, Saran would not wear it. Elemental Stone. Saran was in full battle mode. He not only put on the cursed Lich Ring +5, but also took out the fused Elemental Stone. Item type: Elemental Stone fused. Item grade: Legendary grade 3. Description: a special stone from the element plane becomes a complete piece after the fusion of earth, water, wind and fire. It has powerful magic powers, which could be used to cast various spells or summon elementals. This elemental stone seems to have some special marks after fusion. This may mean something. Requirements: none. Effects: Elemental Legion once every 3 days, Stone Skin 3 times every day, Ice Storm 3 times every day, Fireball 3 times every day, Call Lightning 3 times every day. The fused Elemental Stone was different. There was little improvement in the basic spells. That was, Stone Skin, Ice Storm, Fireball and Call Lightning. Although it increased the number of times it could be used every day, they were only low-level spells after all. The most crucial change was being able to summon an Elemental Legion. Elemental Legion legendary spell. Activate the power of Elemental Stone to summon a group of giant fire elementals, giant earth elementals, giant water elementals and giant wind elementals with a monster level above 16 and basic health above 12. The number of summoned elementals is around 26, and it is possible to summon legendary level elemental elders. That was the most crucial power. That would be like carrying around an army around. Unleashing them would overwhelm the enemy at crucial moments. Rogues were afraid of being surrounded. Thus Saran needed this kind of spell to help alleviate the pressure off him. The battle was still going on. Saran started to move closer and cast buffs on himself. Lich Ring, Elemental Stone, Slaughter Form. Saran had no intention of holding back. All he wanted to do was kill that vampire god. Then Vivian would be safe. Chapter 444 Slaughter Genesis Hell Movement. With the footsteps of the bard, the tune of the demonic flute suddenly began to sound like the sad music played when someone had died. He played the demonic flute in one hand while holding a long sword to constantly parry the attacks of the paladins. At the same time, as he moved, he tiptoed around, leaving some shallow pits that were not very obvious. The steps of the bard were very light, giving people the impression that he was dancing rather than fighting. The fighting techniques of a sword saint, the invasive ability of a clown and a very masterful bard. How many professions has this man mastered? He must be the Helpoema. Saran's expression became more serious. In only a short time, he saw the fighting ability of 3 advanced professions coming from the bard. He believed the bard could even pull out a second sword and dual wield. Only the Helpoema could bring the profession bard to the next level because this guy had lived for many years. If he really is the Helpoema, then things are not looking good. Saran was carefully looking for opportunities. He knew a lot about the Helpoema, but the name was still as terrifying. The Helpoema had legendary combat ability, legendary stealth ability, and legendary spellcasting ability. He was even able to use the flute and cast spells at the same time. Most common bards would mostly be second-grade fighters, have poor stealth abilities, and bad spellcasting abilities. The music suddenly stopped, then the Helpoema sheathed his sword while pointing somewhere. Fourth movement, the desire for slaughter. Astral Door legendary spell. At first, there appeared some invisible magic glow in the pit left by the Helpoema which quickly formed a simple 9-pointed star array. When the strange music stopped, a gate to a different world opened up. The next second, a terrible roar came out of it, and a ferocious high-grade demon appeared from the portal. However, the target the demon went for was the summoner. Protection from evil. A very simple magic glow appeared. The Helpoema frowned slightly and whispered, "These demons really don't have brains." However, after casting protection from evil, this problem would be resolved. As it was so. With the enchantment of the Helpoema, The summoned demon immediately turned its head and rushed to the paladin. Its huge body had many sharp limbs, which glittered like a blade. The shape of demons was uncertain, and it was hard to predict what they would grow because demons were heavily mutated. In theory, demons could control their shape and form until the realm of legend. That was if they were not killed. What was summoned in front of them was a deformed demon. Failed demonic experiments. After succeeding in advancing, they either became a Bala, or less powerful Marilith, Khezru, Vrok, Glabrazu. In any case, after advancing into the legendary realm, the body of the demon would not be so varied, and most of them would have a specific form. But if they looked strange, or were odd-looking, they were a failure of advanced mutation. Note, the Prince of Demons was a failure once, which led to its strange form. However, failure did not mean that they were weak. In fact, the fighting power of the deformed products was stronger, and the strength of these failed demons was stronger than that of the ordinary Bala. The only drawback was that they had no brains, their souls were chaotic, and their thinking was completely controlled by their desire to kill. They were considered the crazy demons. Even demons thought they were crazy. These demons liked to be summoned to slaughter, as they were eager for blood and death. As long as they had the chance to be summoned to other planes outside the abyss, they would always respond to the summoning in swarms. So in theory, as long as the crazy demons in the abyss were still around, there was no need for legendary spellcasters to worry about not being able to summon powerful demons. Deformed demons. Legendary monsters. A monster over 3 meters high, weighing more than 8,000 pounds, that looked a bit like the Broodmother. They had a lot of weird joints, which were deformities left after their failed mutation. Some specific demon parts may also be found on them. They only had the most primitive chaos nature and killing instinct. But this did not mean that they were easy to deal with. These demons had a basic constitution, strength, dexterity of 25. Deformed demon. High-grade demon. Huge foreign creatures. Huge chaotic evil creatures. Grade 5. Challenge rating 18+. Monster level 21+. Has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 35 and 3 total attribute points. 100,125. Specialty, Chaos Mind, Combat Instinct, the Desire of Slaughter, Bite Attack. Difficulty, S+. A high-grade demon of S+ grade. Challenge rating. Although they were lower life forms compared to the Balas, they were not weaker than the Balas in any way. That's right, although Saran doesn't want to talk about it. The ugly, ferocious and terrifying monster in front of him was actually the original slaughter form. They were called by the demons to be slaughterers. It was somewhat ironic. In fact, Saran had long anticipated that one day he would encounter a real slaughterer. The appearance of this demon turned the tide of battle. This monstrous demon was moving a huge body weighing more than 8,000 pounds. Its body was the most dangerous weapon. All kinds of terrible sharp limbs were enough to easily cut steel armor. Its ferocious mouth could crush everything in the blink of an eye. Even iron could be munched up and eaten by them. In theory, they could consume anything and digest them in their stomachs. Their skin was stronger than dragon's skin, and they had very good physical resistance. Most control spells were useless against them, as their minds and hearts were filled by chaos. These very chaotic monsters could not even be controlled by demon lords. Thus summoning them would only mean chaos. Screams were heard. The demon relied entirely on its fighting instinct. With only one move and the cost of one limb, it had bitten off the lower body of a paladin. Drops of demon blood dripped down. When the blood touched the ground, it eroded it and let off a green fume. The original slaughterer. The paladins were in a bad spot now since that thing was summoned out. Chapter 445. The Battle of Killing Gods. In the face of the slaughterer, with its huge size and weighing more than 8,000 pounds, the defense formation of the paladins was seemingly non-existent. No one could resist this kind of monster. and the power to suppress the body size was too obvious as well. This kind of monster had a stronger crushing ability than the Bala. It had a huge body size and was very fast. That kind of abnormal Matrix-like high-speed movement combined with terrifying lethality made the paladins suffer a heavy loss in the blink of an eye. But this was only the beginning. During the exchange, the demigod vampire fought and retreated at the same time for a while, then he immediately broke into the formation of the paladins. Saran could not determine the profession of the demigod vampire even until now. He could only confirm that he had the racial bonus of the vampires, extremely high moving speed, the powerful fighting prowess, and all kinds of terrifying magic abilities. When a vampire was an advanced professional, they would have a racial punishment. Therefore, his own professional level would not be too high. But if he added his vampire's racial talent, as well as the abilities and the divine title, gained after ascending into godhood, then his threat level was higher than that of the Helpoema. Sunburst. A terrifying strong light broke out in the dark underground space. No matter the paladins, the demigod vampire, the Helpoema, or Saran, they were all affected by this spell. But obviously, the enemies were more seriously affected. Clank. Accompanied by the rampant power of Sunburst, a paladin who had been restraining himself since the start rushed out. He pulled out his sword at his waist in an instant and directly dived towards the slaughterer in front of him. Smite evil. A holy radiance emerged. The sword seemed to be covered with an indescribable force. In a flash, half of the slaughterer's body was slashed open into a shocking wound. Even the internal organs could be seen clearly. Holy Avenger. The penetrating power of this artifact was enough to ignore the resistance of the deformed demons. The paladin was holding on to the Holy Avenger. Casimir was so powerful. Every time he attacked, he would leave a terrifying wound on the slaughterer. At the same time, the power of the artifact would automatically add on the ability of holy damage after hitting the enemy, and would also produce a legendary level dispel magic effect. The world was still very much in favor of the paladins. Two of the most powerful artifacts in the material plane were exclusively used by paladins. One was the Holy Avenger, the other was the Pale Justice. The 5th grade artifact was enough to crush the higher level demons, and the slaughterer was injured more and more heavily, while the paladin holding the Holy Avenger under cover of his companions was not injured at all. The battle situation was being reversed bit by bit. If the summoned slaughterer was killed, the paladins, who already had a clear advantage of numbers and still held on to the artifact, would definitely win. Moreover, the paladins were naturally able to restrain the evil energies, and the ability restraints in the battles had made up for some of the gaps in strength. But, in the face of such a situation, both the demigod vampire and the Helpoema were not panicking either. Even they were approaching a little bit, especially the demigod vampire who was fighting with the warden was taking advantage of the high-speed movements and bringing the warden closer to the front of the paladin's formation. The distance changed little by little. The vampires were even closer to the Dawnbringers, and the paladin holding the Holy Avenger was even closer. This distance. Saran could not help but be led to think of something bad happening. Damn. Saran suddenly seemed to have felt something. His entire body rushed out of the shadows, and his figure flew out. It seemed that he was ready to rush into the battlefield at this time, but it was too late. Divine Domain. Time stop. Saran did not know if these paladins in front of him ever had the experience of fighting with the avatars incarnated by gods, but from the current situation, they should not have much experience. The way they fought was obviously the way they fought against ordinary legends. Even Vivian could cast the legendary spell Time Stop. As one of the most powerful Son of Fear, it was impossible Vampire Anyheart could not master 1 or 2 legendary spells after the ascension. Time Stop. Time had been stopped. What was there left to fight? The rest of the people present were all shrouded in silence, both the Warden and the Dawnbringers. They all stopped in their original spots. Even the Helpoema nearby remained motionless and was at his original spot. He was not a demigod, no matter how strong a legendary was. They would not be immune to the effect of Time Stop. The demigod vampire performed a burst of strange laughter. and his figure flew out with residual light. The first target was not the paladin holding the Holy Avenger, but the spellcaster standing behind the defense formation. A powerful magic glow exploded. However, these active defense fields all broke like an eggshell. The demigod vampire easily broke through all these defense spells. In a blink of an eye, he dug out a beating heart from Dawnbringer's chest. It was impossible for the paladins that were all affected to survive until the end of the spell. The attacks by the avatars could easily break their defense. Even if the demigod vampire was a weak and small god, he was still a god after all. The second target was the paladin, a pure physique, or a strong immunity, even a legendary physique, or epic toughen, in front of the demigod vampire in his avatar form. These were just those who could hold out a second or two longer. Within the spell effect of time stop, he could finish the battle easily. A cold light flashed. The vampire even easily injured the paladin holding the Holy Avenger again and was ready to take the other party's life in the next attack. Since you incessantly annoying people want to die, then I'll naturally fulfill your wishes. The voice of the demigod vampire just fell. Suddenly a cold light stabbed out from behind him. Saran's expressionless figure appeared, and the curved sword icing teeth relentlessly stabbed at the critical parts of the heart of the other party. A vampire's racial talent was so perverse that they could only be killed by attacking certain positions. How could it be? The demigod vampire's face was full of shock, an expression of disbelief. With the cold light, Saran directly broke his energy defense field and stabbed the enemy's heart with his sword. But at this moment, it seemed that the demigod vampire triggered other defensive abilities. The second energy defense field directly separated Saran's attack. It didn't break. In the avatar form, there were a large number of trigger defense spells. Saran, who had expected this a long time ago, and did not hesitate to stab again. Shadow strike. In the face of Saran's relentless attacks, the figure of the demigod vampire suddenly turned into a blood-red gas, and then it was suddenly out of his attack range. Gasification form. The gas recovered into a human's appearance with astonishing speed. The demigod vampire's face was startled and went, "Who was that?" So far, he has not seen how Saran looked like. Evade sight. Saran retreated into the shadow instantaneously when the enemy became gaseous, and the cloak of proof against detection that could rival artifacts made the demigod vampire unable to see his existence with his eyes. Immune to my time stop. Who is it? Are there any other gods around? The demigod vampire's expression became a little suspicious, and very carefully widened the distance. He could not see any traces of the enemy, which went close to him quietly, but he could not detect. Every single point told the demigod vampire that the enemy was not simple. With just one blow, he could break his energy protection field. The enemy had the ability to seriously injure or even kill him. Saran disappeared on the spot. But at this moment, he did not continue to attack the demigod vampire but turned and rushed to the paladin, who held the Holy Avenger. A divine light emerged. Saran's palm, which took hold of the Holy Avenger, had a burning pain, which seemed to seep into his soul, making his entire body tremble. But it was all just a blink of an eye. Next moment, Saran let out a low roar, holding the Holy Avenger with both of his hands and turning into a stream of light and slashed towards the demigod vampire in front of him. Omnipotent hands. Chapter 446. The power of an artifact. Clank. In this critical moment, cold light suddenly flashed under the noble dress inlaid with gold, silver, and thorn flowers on the demigod vampire. Then it blocked Saran's attack in a blink of an eye, and then the cold light disappeared again. The demigod vampire retreated 3 steps in a row. The cold light came from his sleeves. It was a kind of short weapon with a length of no more than 15 centimeters. Hidden blade. Is his profession an assassin? Saran's pupils slightly shrank, and he thrust forward again, and the Holy Avenger directly horizontal / forth. Sword form behead. In the face of Saran's fierce attack, the demigod vampire could no longer attack the other people. The explosive power of Saran under the slaughterer's transformation was terrifying, and the continuous attacks forced the demigod vampire to retreat backward again and again. His retreat was not because of being afraid of Saran's strength, but because of the Holy Avenger in his hand, because even the avatar incarnated by the gods was not able to resist the attack of the artifact. Hold human. The demigod vampire tentatively cast an instant spell to test waters. But Saran's steps did not stop at all, or even his own test of immunity did not even trigger, because there was such a row of data appearing in his eyes. Affected by the effect of the target's hold human, your magic resistance ability has been automatically triggered. Holy Avenger's magic resistance has taken effect. Lich Ring +5 magic resistance has taken effect. You have been directly immune to the effect of this spell. The Holy Avenger's magic resistance was 50%. Half of all spells could be completely invalid for the owner of the artifact, and the Lich Ring +5 also had 10% magic resistance. And the combination of the two was 60% magic resistance. According to normal luck with a 10-sided dice, Saran would only trigger the spell effect when his luck was so bad that it was enough to roll out 14 points. Otherwise, it was hard for ordinary spells to affect him. And even if Saran was affected, Saran's test of spell immunity must be triggered once before the spell takes effect. But Saran had another special ability, Blessing of the Maid of Misfortune. The effect of this blessing was to make Saran's enemies suffer a little bit of bad luck impairment when triggering any test, and Saran's own luck would not be reduced below a certain level. The blessing of the Maid of Misfortune could not let someone's luck explode, but she could let someone not go unlucky. In fact, Saran seldom met with the unluckiest times, especially when he was fighting. He could almost reach the above the standard level. He had not encountered anything so far that he had suddenly stepped on something because of bad luck or met with something unexpected. He has yet to meet any of these situations. The usefulness of the blessing of the Maid of Misfortune in the current situation was incalculable. Power word, jolt. Disintegrate. Finger of death. Misleading. Maze spell. Demigod Vampire's casting ability was quite amazing. In the avatar form after Ascension, he far surpassed Vivian in the level of casting. In the face of Saran's ferocious attacks, the demigod vampire, who was afraid of the power of the Holy Avenger, dared not fight head-on with him. The vampire could only use all kinds of instant attacks in the process of retreating. It was unknown how powerful was the legendary spontaneous casting ability he has actually mastered. So far, all of his spells had no casting process, and all of them rushed towards Saran like a storm. If the Holy Avenger was not in his hands, perhaps Saran would have been seriously injured or even dead at this moment. But, with the Holy Avenger in possession, Saran could directly ignore these spells. Power word, jolt. Ignored. Disintegrate. Ignored. Finger of death. Ignored. Misleading. What was the use of this thing? Maze spell? This seemed to be a bit of a problem. But before Saran dodged, the spell no longer worked. It did not seem to be due to the Holy Avenger, but it seemed that he was automatically immune to space confinement spells such as Maze spell when he transformed into the Slaughterer. The power of an artifact was so amazing. Saran used to rely on immunity resistance to resist magic spells. Even if he withstood them, he would still suffer a little damage. But now, he did not receive any damage at all. Unless the 60% magic resistance was broken, then it would trigger the test of damage immunity due to magic resistance, and finally, decide how much damage Saran would receive. For example, Finger of Death. If it did not break its 60% magic resistance, then it would fail directly. If the magic resistance of 60% was broken, Saran must face the mandatory test of magic immunity. If he failed, he would die directly. If he succeeded, he would receive lesser damage. This damage would also be weakened by his own resistance. The Holy Avenger was in his hands. Any spell must break Saran's double test of immunity before it could hurt him. Damn it. The face of the demigod vampire has become uglier and uglier, muttering in his heart, "What kind of monster is this?" Even with the Holy Avenger, not all spells would lose their effects, right? He clenched his teeth. The shadow of the demigod vampire changed into a gaseous form, and when the time stop was about to end, he raised his hands and launched his most powerful instant cast spell. Energy absorption legendary spell. Since the enemy was so powerful, he could only rely on energy absorption to erode the other party's ability and let his strength drop significantly first. This spell again. Saran's face changed a little at last. He suffered a lot from this spell in yesteryears. If one did not find a way to recover themselves, they would have a headache for a long time. In the current situation, if Saran was hit with this spell, he basically did not need to continue the fight, and would completely lose his rhythm in an instant. However, there was no place to hide at this time. It was impossible to avoid such an instant cast legendary spell at such a close distance. One could only rely on their own resistance. Now that he was transformed into his slaughterer form, and there were the Holy Avenger and Lich Ring +5 in his hands, he did not believe that he would be unlucky enough if he had the blessing of the Maid of Misfortune. So many advantages together could not withstand this legendary spell. A row of data emerged. You've been hit by the legendary spell energy absorption attack. Your magic resistance ability has been triggered. Holy Avenger magic resistance has taken effect. Lich Ring +5 magic resistance has taken effect. Slaughterer form resistance has taken effect. You've been completely immune to the effect of this spell. He passed. Saran was directly immune to the effects of this legendary spell. At this moment, Saran could not help but laugh and murmur, "It's so powerful. It's really so powerful. Is this the power of the legendary artifact?" No wonder so many people fought for the Holy Avenger and Pale Justice. In his memory, both of the artifacts have caused a great stir, but they were all the equipment for paladins. Saran had no interest in them in the past. Today, if it was not for mastering omnipotent hands, he could not even hold up the Holy Avenger. Shadow Leap. The powerful and incomparable power of an artifact gave Saran confidence in the upcoming battle. With such high magic immunity, Saran had no worries at all. As for risk to fight in hand-to-hand combat, Saran did not believe that anyone could beat him that was equipped with a grade 5 artifact. +15 sharpness, +10 penetration, +15 tenacity, +10 armor piercing, +10 holy damage. This completely crushed the effects of the legendary curved sword icing death, making Saran sure that he could cut down an adult dragon into pieces in a minute. The effects of time stop ended. But this level of combat could change dramatically in a second, so no one had time to communicate. Saran's shadow leapt towards the face of the demigod vampire again. Sword form spinning strike. The Holy Avenger slashed with holy radiance, and directly slashed towards the demigod vampire in front of him. An invisible energy defense field activated. The demigod vampire in the avatar form had many defense means, and only with the first attack, it was not enough to break all his protective energy shields. But at the moment of contact, there was also a holy radiance on the Holy Avenger. You've hit the target. You've triggered the Holy Avenger's Dispel Magic effect. The test of Dispel Magic passed. The target's greater energy shield was removed. Dispel Magic. Any enemy hit by the Holy Avenger, as long as there were any magic effects on his body, whether it was the energy protection field, elemental resistance, or bull's strength, cat's grace, fox's cunning, etc., it would automatically trigger a legendary level of Dispel Magic effect. It was unknown how many spellcasters had suffered from this weapon in the yesteryears. Dang! The clash of weapons rang out again. In desperation, the demigod vampire could only resist the attacks by Saran once again, and this time, a new row of data emerge. You've hit the target. You've triggered the Holy Avenger Dispel Magic effect. The test of Dispel Magic passed. The target's greater haste has been removed. In an instant, both the movement speed and attack speed of the demigod vampire has been reduced significantly. He quite tragically avoided the sharp edge of the Holy Avenger, as if he wanted to escape from Saran's attack range. But how could Saran let the enemy widen the distance at this time? He instantly activated the Lich Ring +5 on his finger. The speed of his entire body was so fast it left a shadow. Greater haste. In Saran's eyes, There was endless killing intent. His entire body was like a whirlwind that was endless and unbreaking. The terrifying attacks even formed a rhythmic air sword. On the other side, the warden, who was out of time stop, stood on the spot in shock and murmured, "How can that be? He can use the Holy Avenger. And how can a rogue unleash Hurricane by legendary sword saints?" Chapter 447 Fight Fight Fight. It's him. When he saw Saran's figure, the paladins who had seen him before immediately recognized his identity. But now there was no time for them to think so much because the result of the battle in the legendary domain could be decided in an instant. They did not know why Saran happened to appear at this time, why Saran was able to pick up the Holy Avenger, or why Saran was able to use the hurricane ability of a legendary sword saint. But this did not affect them, knowing that the situation of this battle has changed dramatically. There was no time to mourn for the dead comrades. The paladins gripped their swords firmly and rushed up again with silver shields in their hands. Saran has obviously suppressed the demigod vampire, as long as he was separated from the Helpoema, and they have thought of a way to drag the deformed demon. Then the battle would be completely biased towards the side of justice. After killing the demigod vampire, their strength would obviously be suppressed. The Helpoema could not deal with so many paladins alone. Now the key was not to let the Helpoema interfere with Saran. Once Saran's offensive was disrupted, the outcome of the battle was hard to say. Once a high-level legendary professional like Helpoema formed a short-term pincer attack with the demigod vampire with the god's incarnation, they might hurt or even kill Saran instantly. The paladins present were all veterans that had experienced hundreds of battles. They were very clear about the consequences of this sort of thing. Holy Domain. Courage. The warden did not have time to think about why he could use the Holy Avenger. At the moment, when the Helpoema acted, he smashed the hammer in his hands onto the ground, and then the surging current came out. This was a very powerful legendary equipment. The leaping current obviously affected the movement of the Helpoema. The warden quickly opened the black codex in his hand. As he pressed his hand on the codex, a pure and holy force broke out. He said in a deep voice, "Justice, courage, holy, glory, sacrifice." The outbreak of unspeakable field energy enveloped the whole battlefield in an instant. Holy Domain, sacrifice. All the people nearby were immediately shrouded in the holy domain of the legendary paladin. Even Saran in the battle saw a row of data showing, "You've received the effects of holy domain, courage." The test effect of all your battles would gain one additional courage bonus. You're automatically immune to any fear effect. Your resistance to energy erosion has increased. All nearby friendly forces gain 3 morale bonus points. A divine light gave courage to others. However, the second holy radiance was divided into 3 parts, which directly affected the 3 people nearby. A seriously wounded paladin, a spellcaster, and the last one were Saran. Saran's eyes once again showed a data alert. You've received the effect of Holy Domain, sacrifice. 10% of any damage you take will be transferred to the protector. You've received 3 additional points to fortitude. You've received 3 additional points to will resistances. Legendary Paladin. There were barely a few paladins in the world who could reach the legendary domain, but once they have reached the legendary domain, their strength would be greatly improved because of faith. The power of faith was that strong. Paladins were born with a difficult and bumpy path, which meant that they would face more difficult tests than other professionals when they were advancing, but also make their faith even firmer. Legendary paladins would have legendary abilities like armor skin, epic toughen, perfect physique, etc. Among all professionals, paladins were always the top 3 meat shields. Sword form waist chop. The strength in the courage domain made Saran's attack more and more unstoppable. The fighting desire after becoming a slaughterer met the strength of courage was just like adding fuel to the fire. Shadow leap. There was an idiom that went as the shadow follows the body. It was very suitable to be used to describe Saran at the moment. The natural environment in the Underdark was very suitable for Saran's combat. and the familiarity with the terrain was a hidden advantage. No matter how far away the demigod vampire intended to get rid of Saran, he would still cling onto him. Once in a while, the other party slightly widened the gap by using some little means, but then Saran launched the Shadow Leap ability and instantly reattached himself. Now, the demigod vampire was about to go mad. This was basically bullying. Was this how the rogues fought? If it was not for the ineffectiveness of all kinds of magic attacks, and the fear of hand-to-hand combat due to the power of the Holy Avenger, the demigod vampire really wanted to tear up the guy who was chasing after him to pieces. Ever since he was awakened as the Son of Fear, he was never chased like a dog like today. And what kind of ghost was this that was slashing and getting more vigorous with the momentum? The Courage Domain. Saran has already activated the Slaughterer form, and his desire for battle in his heart was quite strong. Now he was blessed by the legendary Paladin's Courage Domain. It could be said that his momentum at the moment has completely reached a peak. In this case, 1 + 1 must be greater than 2. Saran's current state was like meeting on a narrow road. There should have been a sentence "the brave wins" in the back, but in fact, the demigod vampire has been able to gain momentum. Saran's anger had already exploded. That was cheating. The demigod vampire was going crazy. Could he fight? He was not sure how to resist the attacks by the Holy Avenger. Could he escape? This guy was pursuing so frantically and had the Shadow Leap ability. Saran was not worried about the demigod vampire escaping because his Shadow Leap still had more than 100 meters, and he still had one more Shadow Jump. This distance was longer than most blink teleportation spells. As far as teleportation was concerned, the vampire did not even have a second to cast spells when Sauron was so close in this situation. Even if the vampire wanted to cast a spell, only instant cast spells could be released. The stormy attack finally forced the demigod vampire to have no way back. In the face of Saran, who was frantically biting from the back, the demigod vampire finally clenched his teeth and fought hard, and then, when he was hit by the Holy Avenger, he lifted a blessing spell, activating a special spell unique to the gods. Summon Underdark Slave Vampiric Divine Title. Divine Title. The divine titles held by gods naturally was not just about expanding their followers. In fact, most of them had their own unique abilities. For example, the Queen of Spiders' Trick Domain could directly eliminate a Chinook Warlock with a professional level of more than 30. However, the vampire divine title activated by the enemy in front was naturally unable to contend against the powerful Queen of Spiders. This was a summoning spell that was enhanced with the divine title. It belonged to a legendary summoning ability. Bang! The portal was formed in an instant, accompanied by a black fog. There were 2 or 3 extremely fast figures rushing out of it in an instant. High-grade vampires. One of them was obviously close to the legendary strength. These vampires rushed to Saran at the moment of their appearance, evidently, under the command of the demigod vampire. They were ordered to restrain him. Saran rushed to the past expressionlessly, and in an instant, he split a high-grade vampire into 2 with a swing of the sword. While killing the enemy in a second, Saran's hand gently pressed on the ground, and then the surrounding space immediately vibrated, and a portal connecting the elemental plane was opened. Elemental Legion legendary spell. The power of the elemental stone was activated by Saran, and a gust of wind blew from within the portal connecting to the elemental plane. Then an Elder Wind Elemental rushed out of the portal. The wind was raging. The Elder Wind Elemental raised his hand, and a lightning strike came down on the high-grade vampire. Then, a burning fire surged out, and the figure of the huge fire elemental flew out of the portal, instantly burning the ground nearby. And at last, heavy footsteps resounded. A figure appeared that was a little too large and took a little effort to walk out of the portal slowly. The portal closed. The Elemental Legion summoned an Elder Wind Elemental, a giant Fire Elemental, and a giant Earth Elemental. This moment, the eyes of the demigod vampire were almost glaring out. He managed to seize the opportunity to summon the Dark Slaves, just to let them hold on to Saran and buy time for himself. But he did not expect that the enemy unleashed the elemental legion in an instant. Whoosh, and suddenly, he summoned a lot of elementals. Was this guy doing it on purpose? Exclamation mark. The demigod vampire was going crazy now. What made him crazier was that he still did not know who the enemy was. What the hell are you? Where did you come from? Are you a rogue or a paladin or a barbarian? Why do you know Hurricane? How can you use the Holy Avenger? How can you take the Holy Avenger and still unleash Hurricane? How could you take the Holy Avenger and unleash Hurricane and can still goddamn summon the Elemental Legion? What the hell are you? Chapter 448. Equip the Bayonet. The pursuit of success. So many life and death battles have long told Saran that he must not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Once the enemy had a chance to breathe, the situation was likely to reverse in an instant. Hurricane. Saran actually did not know what Hurricane was. If he knew the top explosive skill within the legendary domain Hurricane, he would have been able to simulate the legendary Blade Storm now. Double the attack speed, doubled the movement speed. There were less than 2 digits of people that could master the Hurricane among the melee professionals in the whole material plane. Nearly half of them were legendary sword saints. Saran now looked like an explosive Hurricane. In fact, it was just because his attack speed was very fast. His high dexterity and greater haste give people the illusion of unleashing the Hurricane. Note: Hurricane needed the power of Chi as its support. As for the legendary Blade Storm, this was not a combat ability, but a combat skill accidentally combined during the Battle of the Avatars. Blade Storm, this name was also chosen by the adventurers themselves, because in addition to this name, they could not think of any other name to describe that kind of peak combat explosive ability. At present, there was only one Beastman Sword Saint with a professional level 27 in the whole material plane who could do this. It was a kind of god-killing combat ability formed with the combination of Hurricane with Kai with legendary Whirlwind Slash with legendary Mortal Strike and Expose Weakness, and finally in addition, greater haste. Saran was lucky to see this battle. The attack of the Sword Saint directly formed countless real sword keys. That was why people called it Blade Storm. Another kind of similar god-killing combat ability was also a combination by the Sword Saints. However, it depended on simulacrum and mirror image. In the pursuit of physical killing ability, the Sword Saints really embarked on a very extreme path. A holy light. Saran's figure had gone beyond the limit of what the ordinary human eye could capture. If one wanted to lock his position, one could only rely on other methods. The effect of greater haste was quite amazing. Even without the support of the two-handed swords ability, Saran still gave people the illusion of unleashing Hurricane when relying on omnipotent hands and greater haste. Sword form spinning strike. Saran's figure was like a shadow. The Holy Avenger turned into a flowing holy radiance, which directly sealed all possible places to retreat for the demigod vampire. Dang dang dang. The sound of continuous impacts resounded, and every time Saran slashed, the demigod vampire would take a step back. The light of dispel magic kept appearing constantly. In the end, there was no energy protection field on the demigod vampire. Even the supporting spells by his own blessings have been completely removed. Caca. There was a very clear sound of cracking. When Saran unleashed the spinning strike through the sword form and heavily swung over, the hidden blade of the demigod vampire could no longer withstand the attack of the Holy Avenger anymore and directly broke into 2 parts. A row of data appeared. Battle breakthrough. You've improved during the battle and mastered part of the information for Whirlwind Slash. Battle breakthrough. You've improved during the battle and mastered part of the information for Whirlwind Slash. Battle breakthrough. You've improved during the battle and mastered part of the information for Whirlwind Slash. You've learned a new combat skill Whirlwind Slash. 3 data alerts appeared in a row. But this was just the beginning. Saran's torrent-like attacks still continued to show data alerts. Battle breakthrough. You've improved during the battle and mastered part of the information of combo slash. Battle breakthrough. You've improved during the battle and mastered part of the information of power attack. Battle breakthrough. You've improved in the battle and mastered part of the information of hurricane. There were 3 other consecutive messages in a row, and Saran's eyes no longer revealed any other data alerts. At this moment, he seemed to be at the peak state for the battle, whether it was his own explosive power, fighting will, and comprehensive attributes. They have all reached a current critical point, which was pushed to the limit by the Paladin's courage field, shadow leap, whirlwind slash. Saran's figure evolved at high speed, and the Holy Avenger slashed everything around him like a storm. The sword form spinning strike itself was the weakened ability of whirlwind slash. Under the situation of battle breakthroughs, Saran finally displayed the real whirlwind attack. Pucked. A spatter of blood came out. The inconsolable shock in the demigod vampire's eyes. The enemy's explosive power seemed to be more and more terrifying. What was going on? Why does this guy seem to be even more dangerous in the blink of an eye? Divine shield. In the face of Saran's endless crazy attacks, the demigod vampire finally unleashed his final means of life preservation, divine energy field. Ever since he ascended with the vampire divine title, his power has constantly been growing slowly, a power which he rarely used, because even for the gods, the divine power was also a very valuable power. But at this time, he could not care for much either. In front of the powerful killing power of the Holy Avenger, the defensibility of his avatar form could be completely ignored. Without unleashing the divine energy field, Saran could split him in minutes. Buzz. The explosive divine power created a shock wave. Saran's figure was directly sent flying, and the Holy Avenger seemed to have cut into a kind of incomparably powerful invisible energy field, which had directly isolated the area around the demigod vampire. A row of data emerged. You've been attacked by the divine power shock wave. The test of fortitude has been triggered. The test of physical constitution has been triggered. You've taken 10 points of damage has been transferred points of divine power damage. Your attack has hit the target. You've dealt 75 plus 10 holy damage to the target. The target has activated the divine energy field shield. You've slashed the divine energy field. You've reduced 120 points of the divine energy shield. Finally, he was forced to unleash the divine energy field. Saran raised his hand to wipe off the blood on the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit, and he rushed up again in a flash. Avatar! A powerful incarnation of the gods. It was only when they were forced to start using their divine power that they could really enter the battle of killing gods. Otherwise, all the efforts were just a joke. If one could not even force the divine energy field out, how would one even think of killing a god? In the period of the Avatar crisis, there was a saying that could best describe the current fighting situation, because at that time, a legendary fighter had said so. It's time to equip the bayonet. Equipping the bayonet represented how dangerous killing gods were. The avatars who incarnated from the gods were forced to unleash the divine energy field ability. At this time, almost all of them would have unleashed their final trump cards. In this case, it was the will to fight that decided the outcome of the battle, because both sides were close to running out of ammunition. The demigod vampire's expression was a little frantic. He had never ever dreamed it. He, who had encountered so many battles ever since he had awakened the power of the Son of Fear and even had an exchange with the electorate of the Mistress of Fortune. He, who personally defeated the chief priest of the Dread Lord. He had not suffered any great loss in so many battles. Today, he, in the hands of a guy who he did not even know where he came out from, was extremely tragic and was forced to even unleash the divine energy field. Once the divine energy field was unleashed, this was the last means of the gods to preserve their lives. If even the divine power was used up, it would really be close to the end. Saran's figure rushed up again. This madman, the demigod vampire, gasped. When he saw the other party's scarlet pupils, he felt a little scared in his heart and turned into a gaseous form to evade for a moment. Shameful. This battle felt like an insult to him from the beginning to the end, because he was chased and cut down by the madman in front of him like a dog from the beginning to the end. The most intolerable thing for him was that he did not even know who the guy in front of him was even until now. He felt like he was going crazy. Chapter 449 Hard Resistance. Vampires were a type of powerful creatures. Higher level vampires were creatures that could compete with liches. They were born with the ability to dominate humans. They could alter self into bats, gases, monsters, etc., and could drain energy and reduced the enemy's professional level by 2 when attacking. Their inborn racial characteristics enabled them to have a high damage reduction ability. At the same time, their claws and teeth were regarded as natural magic weapons. They had the properties of Flash Heal, had the lowest level of 12 points of basic health, and were the same level as the barbarians, and they also had natural additional armor plus 6. They were creature of the night. They could create spawn, and after transforming into vampires, strength plus 6, dexterity plus 4, intelligence plus 2, wisdom plus 2, charm plus 4 and many more. However, these did not amount to much. The demigod vampire was still chased, slashing around like a dog by Saran. All his eroding abilities could be ignored in front of Saran's powerful immunity and resistance. Whatever dominate humans, whatever drain energy, whatever alter self, whatever natural magic weapons, whatever flash heal, whatever damage reduction, Saran wielded the sword with both his hands like a whirlwind. No matter how high your damage reduction was, no matter how amazingly fast your regeneration ability was, as long as you were touched by the Holy Avenger, one could guarantee that within minutes, it would teach you to become a new man. There was a saying that went dash amongst the world's martial arts: only the fast are not broken. Saran had no doubt that in the state of his own outburst at the moment, even if someone was crazily shooting at him with a machine gun, he could stop those bullets. At last, he could understand the feeling during the War of Golems, where the legendary Sword Saint used his swords to block bullets while sprinting. Although Saran chose the path of a rogue, in fact, he has been influenced by many sword saints. He had the ultimate pursuit of a sword saint in his heart, but he did not have the belief of facing death as equanimity like them. Only when he pursued both lethality and life preservation could Saran choose the way of a rogue. Maybe all the professionals in the melee specialization had been influenced by the sword saints. After all, the existence of a sword saint itself was a benchmark. With speed, strength, explosion, resistance, damage, and opportunity, Saran had no doubt about it. If he could not kill the demigod vampire today, it would be more difficult for him to kill the other party in the future. In this God-sent opportunity where he got a grade 5 artifact Holy Avenger, and a group of paladins nearby to help suppress the situation, he had to seize the day. He did not have to face the cannon fodder of the believers of the vampiric temple, and he did not have to worry about other people interfering with his fight. Shadow leap. Sword form waist chop. Saran's use of the double wielding was fluid thanks to the omnipotent hands, which could allow him to use any weapon easily. More importantly, Saran's combat skills were very ferocious, and this kind of ferociousness depended on heavy weapons, whether it was the sword form heavy hack, sword form behead, sword form waist chop, sword form spinning strike or any other combat skills. Almost all of them were not able to be unleashed with small or light weapons. Using two-handed weapons were much more invigorating than any-handed weapons. Especially in the case of sword form waist chop and sword form behead, the demigod vampire did not even dare to undertake any of it. Clank. The holy radiance was like fireworks, and the expression of the demigod vampire was more and more ferocious. At the end of the day, it has already become a frantic look. At this moment, he didn't look like the handsome noble he was once. Now he was in rags and looked like a dog that was so tragic. Because of anger and madness, his eyes turned red gradually, and his face turned into a pale, dark blue and gloomy terror. At last, the corners of his mouth revealed very obvious fangs. The outline of his face frame became much colder and crueler, and his chin was sharp. Dark black and green fingernails started to appear on his fingertips, and his skin seemed to have a metallic luster. Vampire form. Saran's second round of outburst finally enraged the demigod vampire, making him unable to maintain his handsome and elegant appearance, and revealing the true nature of the vampire form. Damn this guy! I will tear you into pieces. In the vampire form, Reinhardt's speed has increased significantly. His dark blue claws were covered with an unspeakable energy glow. If other vampires had claws and fangs equivalent to natural magic weapons, then as the demigod vampire, his claws must have reached the standard above legendary weapons. Dang! As expected, the demigod vampire parried Saran's attack with his claws. The collision of the two directly made a metallic sound. But it was obvious that there was a clear sword mark on the claws of the demigod vampire, and there were traces of burning holy energy on it. Although the recovery speed was very fast, the suppression effect of the Holy Avenger was still quite obvious. On the other hand, Saran, who was holding the Holy Avenger, had no problems at all. In a round of collision, Saran did not suffer any damage. However, the demigod vampire received 10 points of holy damage and 15 points of shadow erosion damage. Shadow strikes would only take effect if it touched the enemy. The damage did not fully work on the demigod vampire. The shielding effect of the divine energy field was still there. The opponent was relying on the strong recovery ability to resist part of the damage, and the other part was transferred to the energy shield. I need to break his defense threshold. Saran's pupils slightly contracted, his entire body disappeared again on the spot, and the next moment the brightness of the Holy Avenger was like a whirlwind, sweeping directly to the demigod vampire in front of him. Dang 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 caca. It was obvious that the sound of breaking was heard, and the claws of the demigod vampire were broken into two by Saran. The divine energy field has weakened. Saran's crazy attacks were constantly reducing the strength of the divine energy field. As one of the most powerful weapons in the material plane, the Holy Avenger could cause nearly 100 points of damage at a time. Although the demigod vampire had a shielding of the divine energy field, he has finally approached the brink of collapsing after withstanding so many attacks. There was a trace of anxiety on the face of the Helpoema. He did not know who the newcomer was, but he knew that this guy was very difficult to deal with. The demigod vampire was suppressed by him in his avatar form. The Helpoema even doubted that he could not withstand several rounds of attacks. But even if he wanted to support the demigod vampire, he did not have any means to. The warden in front of him was clinging him to death. No matter how he got the upper hand, it still could not be changed. That was the obvious advantage of a paladin, and the warden in front of him was also an old legendary who has been famous for hundreds of years. The Helpoema has no doubt that the other party has the ability to restrain him, or even take the opportunity sneak an attack at the wounded demigod vampire. But the fight could not go on like this. He had to support the demigod vampire, or Reinhardt's defeat was only in a matter of time, and the sudden appearance of that madman seemed to have gone insane. Fallen Praise legendary war song. The Helpoema finally gave up relying on Hellsong to interfere and kill the enemy, but chose to use Fallen Praise to strengthen the ability of the demigod vampire. The odds of this battle were still in the air. Although the Slaughterer was seriously injured by the Holy Avenger, its strength was still not able to be suppressed by ordinary paladins. As long as the young paladins could not hold up first, then the Slaughterer could get out of their control. At this time, the Helpoema's opportunity would arrive. As long as the Slaughterer interfered with the other party a little, he could rush over to help the demigod vampire to kill Saran. Now, it depended on who could not hold on first. It was either the group of young paladins or the demigod vampire who was now completely suppressed by Saran. For this, there was still a little faith in the heart of the Helpoema. No matter how tragic Reinhardt was suppressed into, he should be able to last longer than those paladins. Right? The situation of the paladins was really bad. In fact, their casualties have already been very serious. In the beginning, they were attacked by the demigod vampire and the Helpoema, and they have lost their forerunners. Later, they were affected by time stop. Several people were either directly killed or seriously injured. If Saran did not show up at that time, perhaps they would have been wiped out. But now, Although Saran suppressed the demigod vampire and affected the situation of the battle, their situation did not get much better. The warden still had to hold back the Helpoema. Although the remaining young paladins were all above the high grades, they still had to hold back the deformed demon, who was seriously injured but yet appeared even crazier. It was hard to hold back this horrifying monster. How could they hold it back? Almost all the surviving young paladins were risking their lives to hold it back. One of the figures was so striking. He was wearing mottled silver-white armor, standing in the front of the first line, strongly resisting the slaughterer. The breath of wind and frost made his face look a little tender, revealing a vicissitude of life. His injuries were actually very serious. The red blood drops flowed down his fingertips, but he still did not step back. Because he could not. In this case, if he retreated, everyone would die here. Blood, fatigue, pain. He had already unconsciously started to get used to these things. From the moment he left the city of wealth, he walked thousands of miles, slept in the open, and saw too many things he could not imagine in the past. He had once fallen and lost his way, but he found his faith again. At last, he understood why there was always a trace of sadness in the eyes of the elder paladins, because his heart had also begun to be filled with sadness. He did not lose himself, nor was he fallen. His faith was firmer, his will was as strong as steel. But his heart was still filled with sorrow. He did not give up justice. He just did not know what was wrong with the world. Chapter 450 God Slaying. The paladins' situation was not good. They couldn't deal with the deformed demon with a challenge rating of 21. If not for the bravery of this paladin, the deformed demon would have rushed over and killed him. This young paladin had been seriously injured. If it wasn't for one of the paladins who gave him a bit of healing, he would have been killed by the sharp claws of the deformed demon. However, no matter how great his willpower was as he continued to fight on, his HP was dropping every second. As he faced this circumstance, no matter how great his willpower was, he would not be able to escape death. Saran realized the change in the battlefield. His attacks became more and more violent. He didn't even dodge the counter-attacks of the vampire god. Saran was now relying on his strong physique and the fortitude of the Slayer form to take on the damage. The divine energy field of the vampire god had been broken by Saran. Every attack of the Holy Avenger made the enemy's injuries worse. Even saints with 1000 HP would not be able to take the numerous attacks of the sword. Saran's chest was pierced by sharp claws. Although nothing vital was hit, one of his lung lobes was pierced, making his breathing slightly difficult. The vampire's hand was cut off by Saran. One of the claws was now missing. Without even thinking much, Saran continued his attacks. Sword form, waist chop. With a cold light, the waist of the vampire god was going to be cut in half by Saran. However, when his body was about to be cut in front of Saran, suddenly, a cloud of smoke came out, and then the figure of the vampire god turned into flying bats, bat form. The last method to survive for a high-grade vampire. This move was very hard to deal with, as it was impossible to know which bat was his real body. If he let him run away, then all his previous efforts would be for nothing, and the vampire god would be able to recuperate in a short amount of time. However, the bats in the air were nothing to Saran. Perhaps there were hundreds of them. If he allowed the bats to fly off, then it would really be a problem. Thus Saran put the Holy Avenger away right as the vampire god became a group of bats. He had experience dealing with legendary vampires and had already figured out the tactics to deal with this situation. Even if the enemy was now the god of vampires, Saran still could deal with the bats. Whirlwind slash, Shang. In Saran's palm, the legendary icing teeth and another curved sword appeared as his figure rose in an instant. Just as the body of the vampire god exploded into bats in the sky, the two curved swords formed a wind of blades. The cold blades formed a boundary and blocked the surrounding area. How fast could the bats fly? And how fast could Saran be? He was now in slaughter form, with all kinds of speed buffs. Pa. The bats in the sky fell down like rain. Before they could even fly a meter away, they fell down in a large area. In terms of attack speed, Saran could not compare with a pure sword saint, but he had the confidence to deal with any other melee professions. No matter how many bats there were, they all needed to fly out of this barrier first. In such a small and dense area, if Saran wasn't able to clear them up, then it would be a big joke. Almost all the bats were cleaned up by Saran in a moment, but because of the number of bats, some of them managed to escape. Shang, without even thinking much, first, he threw his rare curved sword out at one bat while his legendary curved sword at another. In an instant, 2 other bats were killed. Then 3 bats were left as they went in 3 different directions. Saran had a calm expression. In the palm of his hand, the Elven War Bow +2 appeared. In an instant, he took an arrow and aimed at the bat on the left. The arrow was shot out in a flash and killed one of the bats. Bats were ultimately just bats. They wouldn't suddenly become a supersonic fighter jet. Even if there was a large number of them, they lost their effect after Saran cleared most of them up in that instant. Swoosh! A second arrow shot toward the bat on the right and killed it. Shadow leap. Sword form heavy hack. After killing 2 bats with his arrows, Saran instantly pulled out the Holy Avenger and disappeared from thin air. He reappeared around the last bat and slashed down hard. Dang! The bat turned into a human form again. The vampire god tried to block Saran's attack with his claws, but he was met with 3 rounds of fury attacks. Saran brandished the Holy Avenger and slashed at him, almost completely abandoning any means of defense and pushing the vampire god to a corner. Thud! Saran's eyes were filled with killing intent. After some strikes, the Holy Avenger ended up in the heart of the vampire god. The purification effect of the sword burst. The sacred power burned the heart of the vampire god in an instant. But Saran didn't stop at all. In a flash, he pulled out the weapon and slashed it toward the head of the vampire god. Sword form beheading. A cold light drew across the air. The head of the vampire god fell as his lips moved slightly. Who? Ah! You! Thud! A head fell off, and a lifeless body kneeled on the ground. A row of data appeared. Target killed. You've killed the vampire god. Reinhardt. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 1,150,000 slaughter XP. Warning. Warning. Affected by unknown energy. Slaughter XP extraction failed. Slaughter XP extraction failed. Target's soul energy has been absorbed by an unknown target. You've received 250,000 slaughter XP. An eerie tune was heard. Just as Saran forced the vampire god to a corner, the figure of the Helpoimer suddenly retreated with his injuries. Everything happened in an instant when Saran stabbed the heart of the vampire god with his sword and cut off his head. The Helpoimer suddenly played a tune, Hell's Requiem, legendary battle tune, Trap the Soul. A sudden burst of energy came not from other people around there, but from the vampire god that had just died. The Helpoimer held a black crystal in his palm. Just as Saran killed the vampire god, a strange blood-red glow appeared in the black crystal, and then it became totally blood-red in the blink of an eye. A vague figure of a soul could also be seen in it. His soul has been captured. Saran responded in a flash, not looking at the data prompts that continued to appear, but directly swung the Holy Avenger toward the Helpoimer. Hong! Something strange happened. The figure of the Helpoimer disappeared suddenly, leaving only an echoing voice. Whoever you are, I'll come for you. Saran was greatly angered. He slashed toward the ground and spat. Come out and fight, you coward. Unfortunately, the Helpoimer was nowhere to be seen. Data prompts were still popping up, but now was not the time to look at it. He stomped his foot and rushed toward the deformed demon in the next moment. He had miscalculated this time. Saran never dreamed that the Helpoimer would trap the vampire god's soul at that moment and steal the slaughter XP he had gained. Slaughter XP was soul energy, in essence. Since the Helpoimer trapped the soul of the vampire god, he had thus taken most of the slaughter XP away. Fortunately, the vampire god was now dead. Even though his soul was taken away, the other abilities on his body could not be taken. The only thing that worried him a little bit was that the relationship between the Helpoimer and the vampire god was unclear. It was strange to Saran that the Helpoimer would suddenly trap the soul of the vampire god at that moment. However, He had to focus on killing the deformed demon first. At least this high-grade demon would give him some more EXP. Furthermore, it was not every day he could hold the Holy Avenger.